Yes, Potter!
Yes guys, how's it going? You're watching Cricket District and this is episode 2 of Village vs Pro with thanks to Canterbury. We're here at the beautiful Chester Street in Durham to play 3 overs against Durham's finest bowlers. Their all-time leading wicket taker Chris Rushworth, club captain Scott Borthwick and up-and-coming talent Matty Potts. Can't wait to get started, I'm pretty nervous. Let's get going. Scott, can I have middle please?
Yep, spot on.
Thanks very much. Right, Village vs Pro, episode 2.
So Durham have brought in Chris Benjamin on an emergency loan for 2 games from Warwickshire. Former Durham University player who Ash Thorpe, who's alongside me, will tell you more about in a moment or two. He scored 127 in his debut against Lancashire for Warwickshire last year, and then this year made 47 against Lancashire as well. He's played 10 first-class games and has 419 runs and an average of 24. He was in the winning Warwickshire team here, helped them win in the T20 a few months ago. Seems a long time ago now, the T20. So he is in the Durham lineup. So Durham have won the toss, and it looks like this. It's Michael Jones, Sean Dixon, Scott Borthwick, the skipper, Nick Maddinson. Still waiting to hear about news on whether they will be docked any points for his oversized bat at Derby. Then it's David Bedingham, Paul Coughlin, Ben Rain, Chris Benjamin, the keeper, Matty Potts, Oliver Gibson, and Liam Travaskis back into the side. So George Dressel, the one who misses out this week, having replaced Travaskis at Leicester last week. It's a very young-looking Sussex team. Ali Orr will open the batting with Tom Haynes, the skipper. Then there's lots of Toms. Tom Alsop, Tom Clark. Then we've got Oliver Carter, the keeper, James Coles, Fahim Ashraf, the Pakistan international, Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe, and who else have we got? Sean Hunt and Daniel Ibrahim. I did have Bradley Curry down on my squad list as well, but he misses out on this one. Curry had a little spell with Durham Seconds, I think it was last year. He's trialled with lots of others, plays for Scotland A team as well, but he's not involved in this one. So Sean Hunt comes in for them as well. I'm just going to add them up and make sure that's the full list. 1, 2, 3, add all the Toms in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, it is. So there you go. So Durham have won the toss. Sussex are going to bat first in gloomy conditions here. If you were a bowler, these would be perfect conditions for you. And from a point of view of the league table, Durham are 6th, so they are 3rd bottom. They have now won 2 following their victory at winless Leicestershire. It's more than a year now since Leicestershire last won. Indeed, their last victory was against Sussex in September last year. Sussex this season have won just 1, so they are 2nd bottom with Leicestershire bottom. They've lost 5 and drawn 6. Durham have now won 2, lost 2, and drawn 8. Their percentage of draws to games played is their highest in the season as well. And it took 37 minutes on the final morning at Grace Road for them to wrap up victory last Thursday, their first win in the Championship in 123 days. So I'm Martin Emerson, alongside me Ash Thorpe, the former Durham player who will be off coaching in a few minutes' time as well, but he's going to sit in and help out while Adrian Harms makes his way up from the south. Adrian got an early train and is due in. In fact, he should be putting his foot on the platform at Durham as we speak.
Perfect.
And then it's a case of how quickly he can get here in a taxi, I presume. Sean Dixon then, a big loss for Durham.
Yeah, he's been prolific this season, hasn't he? He said he scored 300s off the bounce. I think he's in the top 5 run scorers in the country, with missing a chunk of the season through injury as well, so he'll be a huge loss. But maybe that opens the door for one of the young players to come through and get an opportunity.
Well, I gather there will be a signing announced by Durham in the near future when the parent club eventually gives permission for the player to be announced. I know who it is, but there are protocols which the clubs want to follow, so we'll leave that to whenever that might arrive. But with regards to Sean Dixon, I was thinking, well, this is going to be his last game in Chesley Street for Durham.
Yeah.
And something needs to be announced. So anyway, it was announced today. The bell has tolled, and it is really gloomy out there, and I'm going to do an unscientific light meter test. That is, if my headphones allow me to get round there. Now, normally, when on the lux meter, it is in scales of 100, I think it is, and when it's around about 300, it's not good. So at the minute, it's on the cusp of 300.
Very good. You've got all the apps, haven't you? The lights are in full effect. It is really gloomy. There's been a bit of drizzle in the air this morning, so Sussex should be looking to get that ball into the outfield and maybe wet early.
We are on the cusp, as I said at Derby 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was dark.
And then Dave Griffin, the Derbyshire statistician and photographer, said, your app's useless, we've started on time. And then 5 minutes later I was pointing out that they'd gone off. And I said, they've gone off for bad light and rain.
We've got the ghost out there. He'll be keen to get play.
Who's that? Neil
Neil
Mallender.
Mallender, yeah.
Yeah, umpires today, Surendiran Shanmugam and Neil Mallender, and the referee James Whittaker. Now, Surendiran Shanmugam has recently come on to the senior list. They sort of don't have an A and B list anymore like they used to, the reserve list. So he's done a few one-day cup matches and things like that recently, and one of the names added this year to the roster of umpires. I can't recall him doing a Durham game. No. He may have done one that I haven't been at. We shall see. I can click on his profile, because I didn't do the Sussex game down in Hove earlier in the year because I'd bashed my head in, so I missed that one.
He did a proper job too.
Yeah. So his recent matches have been Sussex against Middlesex in the One Day Cup, Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Kent. Is that Jamie written here there?
Absolutely cheering the boys on.
Lancashire, Hampshire, and Worcestershire, Yorkshire, Somerset, Notts. So that was Durham's group, Somerset, Notts, but he didn't do a Durham game. So we're ready to rock and roll, as they say.
Good toss to win this, I think.
Yep.
Bit of fresh grass on the pitch, very overcast, and a cool morning. Autumn's well and truly kicked in, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's Grant Flower has a little stroll below us, part of the Sussex coaching staff. Yeah, it's going to be tough out there. Matty Potts on fire last week.
He needs one wicket for 50 in the season for the first time.
He's missed a chunk as well, hasn't he?
He has. I mean, he's only was it 8 games he's played in? 8 matches, yeah. 49 wickets. 7 for 40 is best figures against Glamorgan, and then he got 7 for 52.
13 last week, wasn't it?
Last week, yeah. And 13 wickets in the match, 13 for 101, so the third best bowling in an innings from a Durham point of view. But it's Ben Rain, by the looks of things, who's going to start at the far end of the ground, and no Chris Rushworth for the remainder of the season because of a muscle injury. So it's Ben Rain who will start proceedings and bowls here. First up
to Allsop. Is it Orr, sorry?
Orr, sorry, yeah. Orr's on strike, and Allsop, I think, is at the other end.
We'll get a look in a moment. The scoreboard yet to update with the batters.
Tom Haynes is on.
Tom Haynes, yeah.
Yes.
As per scorecard, yeah. Who would have thunk it?
So Ali Orr on strike and Tom Haynes.
Now we figured that out, the scoreboard comes on.
Rain comes in again from the Lumley end and bowls. That is left alone by Orr. Orr is 21. He's a left-hander. This is his 18th game. He's got 1,312 runs. He's got 3 centuries and 7 half-centuries. His highest score, 141 against Derbyshire in June. He's also had 106 not out against Leicestershire in July. He made his debut against Yorkshire last year. And he's been with Sussex since the under-14s. Played for Loughborough Uni as well. And locally, Eastbourne Cricket Club. He's got 764 runs this year, an average of 42. Ooh. And he turns this one behind square leg. Bit of a leading edge there for one, inside edge.
Yeah, I think Ben Rain thought he was through there. Thick inside edge. Or off the mark.
Now Tom Haynes is the skipper, 23 years old he is now. His debut in 2016, he did get 124 against Durham at Arundel in 2018 in a Sussex win, which was his third first-class game, and he put on 244 for the second wicket with Phil Salt, who went on to make 130. And if I'm not mistaken, he wasn't expected to play in that game. It was injury to... I'm trying to think who got injured. One of the key players got injured and couldn't play, and he had to get his mam to drive him to another cricket ground because his whites
to get his kid
were at another ground because he'd been playing for the seconds. Rain in and played down into the ground by Haynes and off towards Coghlan at third slip. No run there. So I've seen Durham at Arundel twice. They won in 2015, I think it was, and then lost in 2018. It was quite a one-sided affair, and because of that partnership. So he plays at Horsham. It may well have been that his kit was at Horsham on that occasion as well. As Rain comes in and bowls. Played safely off towards mid-off. No run there. And there's been a boatload of runs this year, hasn't there? Cheteshwar Pujara isn't playing for Sussex now. He's back in India, but he got big runs earlier in the year, including a double 100 against Durham. And Haynes, he's got a double 100 this year against Derbyshire in April. Also made 59 in the season opener against Notts. And he made 54 in the match against Durham in April, down in Hove. He hasn't had a half century since he scored 50 against Leicestershire in May, so that's been a while ago. Playing a miss there, collected by the numberless Chris Benjamin, the keeper. And that is the end of the first over, and there's 1 run on the board.
Probing first over there from Rain, as you would expect. Experienced. Normally likes to come around the wicket quite early to the left-handers as well, but he's stayed over. Both these opening batsmen are left-handed. That was a good start. Right on the money. And we're going to get to see Matthew Potts from the Finkel end. In a rich vein of form after last week, having been left out of the England side. Having had some success so far this summer, hasn't he, on all levels.
Remember when Graham Onions was left out in an England team and he managed to get up to Trent Bridge and took all 10 wickets, took 9 with the ball and then ran out Luke Fletcher.
Yeah. Absolutely. Potts number 35 on his back. 4 slips in place. Madison at point. Ben Rain at a wide mid-off. All the way down to Jones at mid-on. Travascus at he's well in front at square leg. As Potts bounds in. And this one fizzes through to Benjamin behind the stumps. On debut here for Durham. On loan from Warwickshire, as Marty said. He's had a pretty successful start to his professional career, having started up here at Durham University. Very impressive young fella from South Africa originally. Now called the UK home. Be looking to take this opportunity with the gloves. As Potts again runs away from us, and this beats the outside edge and through to Benjamin. It's a good start here from the Durham Seamers. Yeah, Chris Benjamin, I had the pleasure of working with him at Durham University under Mel Betts, and them two were very close. He was captain of that very successful programme.
Melvin Betts. We were talking to him a few weeks ago, wasn't he, here for the Players' Reunion
He
Day?
was, yeah, indeed.
So what's he doing now?
He's head of cricket at Durham University.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
As Potts again bounds away. This one's fallen, driven straight, and Ben Rain fields that brilliantly, diving away to his left-hand side, but can't prevent the single. Or collects another one. Sussex 2 without loss. Or moves on to 2.
He was talking about the brothers from Gloucestershire.
Yeah,
and I couldn't understand how he had such a knowledge of them, but one of them had been at
both of them.
Both of them. Had
Yeah,
been,
yeah. I think Ollie's still there at the moment. Tom's graduated. Again, 2 fantastic young players, and it just so happened that on the ex-players' day that both of them were here, so we got to catch up with them afterwards for quite a while and had a chat with them, which was nice. It was a pretty good game of cricket, that one, actually. High run scoring game. As Potts over the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, and that one's allowed through to the keeper. Yeah, Tom and Ollie Price from Gloucester, yeah, both through the Durham University programme. Again, having some pretty good success in the start of their careers as well. Ollie, a tall top-order batsman, bowls off spin, and Tom Price, a medium pacer who can get it through, and he's a decent batter as well. So, 2 good lads. As Potts runs away from us, and this one's a bit of a flash outside off stump from Haynes, trying to field bat on ball, and he'd be disappointed with that one, but that's safely through to the keeper. A little bit of a flirt. We say it's a gloomy and a fresh start, but it is also the 20th of September, so not sure what else you would expect. Although sometimes at this time of year we do have some of the best weather.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, weather-wise, I used to feel you could always rely on September.
Yeah. It's Potts again. Last ball of the over, and that's fallen it straight. Neil Malden maybe pitching outside leg. Gives a nod out there as Potts gives him a quizzical look, but that's an excellent first over from both the Durham seamers. Sussex 2 without loss, with Ali Orr on 2 not out.
Interesting, very interesting, as Barry Davis once said on Match of the Day.
I'm not sure it was full enough to pitch in line and hit the stumps there. It was a good bit of bowling from Potts.
I haven't got the YouTube up yet. I put in YouTube DUR and it came up YouTube Duran Duran.
Well, what more do you want? Michael behind me saying he thinks it's a bit high.
Right.
Which indicates again the length. It's Ben Rain over the wicket and Orr pushes this one out into mid wicket for no run.
There we are. Got it up. It's not showing that obviously because time's moved on. So it's taken me 5 minutes to
it's
get
the
it
story
on
of my life, I think.
Yeah.
Time's moved on.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time moves slow. Bad, not good. Good album, that.
Once you get to our age, mate, time moves pretty quick, I reckon.
Raining again. That's left alone. Harmy's here in
He
a
is.
Durham tracksuit, which caught Ash's attention, so I managed to get a photograph of him. Tweeted it's a long time since I've seen Harmy in a Durham kit. I don't know why he's out there in a tracksuit earlier, helping with the bowling, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just making up the numbers on the coaching side.
Yeah.
A lot of experience. He's a good Durham man, loves the club.
So anyway, one or two people are suggesting he might be the new coach. It's Craig Lang, Collingwood and Harmy, the new coaching setup.
Oh, that would be an interesting combination.
Rain to Orr. Oh, I thought I heard a little click there as Orr played at that one. It's
Or an ooh and ah.
Yeah, it's gone through to the keeper. He's played inside the line there. The ball just swinging away from him at the last moment.
How's this for a bit of randomness? I was doing some coaching with the Durham kids the other week, and one of the Durham coaches handed me a cricket ball, and it had Worcester 5 for 61, including an INC hat-trick. He went, I don't know who this belongs to, so I was like looking at it and I went, well, how am I supposed to know?
Rain in. Ball played up to mid-off to Potts, I think that is. No run.
Oh, that's a horrible throw to Potts back into Benjamin. And with a 10-second Google search, it came up Steve Harmison, 5 for 61, Durham's first hat-trick. So I've got his cricket ball sat in the console of my car, and I might.
I'm not
give it
sure
back to
that
him
was
today.
Durham's first hat-trick. I watched
in championship.
I watched that here. I would have to check my stats, but that was a game where it looked like it was going to the fourth day, and a lot of people had left, and then he got a hat-trick right at the end of the afternoon and wrapped the match up. Rain bowls again. That's left wide of off stump.
So I said, yeah, I'll fetch that back to you. He actually said he gave it to Durham as a memento to start to build a bit of a memorabilia library. And it randomly ended up in a coach's bag. I'm surprised it wasn't used. Again.
Which coach? Just anybody?
It was one of the community coaches, yeah, Carl Davis. He went, you might know who this belongs to. And I went, well, how will I know? But Google solved the problem.
It was, actually. So Harmy got 2 hat-tricks. The first was against Worcestershire in 2005 here, and the other against Sussex at Hove in 2008.
There you go.
As this is played off to point nowhere and there.
Well, it was Harmy that told me that, to be fair.
All right. I hadn't realised it was their first hat-trick, but it's such a long time ago.
Yeah.
What's that, 17? Is it 17
It's
years
a
ago?
long time ago, mate, yeah.
Wow, I feel old all of a sudden again.
I do
The other
that anymore.
hat-trick, Chris Rushworth in 2015. Can you remember that one? At Hampshire?
Nah.
He did it over 3 overs and 2 innings.
Impressive.
So he got a wicket at the end of 1 over, and then a wicket at the start of the next, which ended Hampshire's first innings, and then with his first ball, he got Michael Carberry caught behind in their second innings.
I think Merv Hughes might have done something similar in a test at the MCG
Possibly,
against the West
yeah.
Indies.
Tony Locke did it for Leicestershire against Hampshire and Portsmouth in 1967.
Pretty rare. I mean, impressive to take 3 wickets, but cross 3 overs in 2 innings.
Yeah.
Potts runs away from us. This is wide, and as he nicked that,
50.
that's a horrible way to go. Haynes
shot.
goes for a duck. It's short and wide.
50 wickets in the season for the first time for Matty Potts. Well done.
Well done, Matty Potts, and well done, Chris Benjamin, with his first catch for Durham as he moves away to his left and takes a comfortable catch. And I'm not sure what's flashed up on the scoreboard, which has got 4 runs. And Vitality Blast, total wrong mode of dismissal and wrong competition. But dream start for Durham. They've got the early one. Sussex 2 for 1.
What was he playing at that for? How far wide of off stump was that?
He just looked like he wanted to get back on ball, didn't he? He flirted with one in the first over. That wasn't a very good shot. And that one he's managed to get a feather through to Benjamin, and that's what you want when you win the toss. You want to take early wickets. And Durham on the board early. Haynes be very disappointed. Especially as captain as well. That's not the kind of way you want to get your innings started. If you nick off and you get a good ball, then yeah, you know, you can deal with that. But that was short, wide, and probably deserved to be hit. But that, at the moment in this morning session, you just let that through to the keeper. Try and negotiate the next one. But Potts will take it. 50 wickets in an outstanding season for Potter. He's done very well, not just for Durham, but I thought he did great for England, and he was probably a little bit unlucky, but you can't criticise England for bringing back Robinson, who's been superb since he's come back as well. So he'll be waiting in the wings, waiting for his next opportunity. But while that is on the back burner, he's certainly doing the business for Durham. As the high-vis men make their way off the field. Not sure they needed drinks in the 4th over. But Potts, right arm over the wicket. Allsop the new batsman, and this tucks Allsop up and hits him on the thigh pad and out into the offside for no run. 3 left-handers to start. Just starting to brighten up maybe a little bit. There's plenty of cloud around. Good morning to bowl. Good toss to win. Is there a little bit of rain in the air there, Marty? I think the players are going off.
Are they? Yeah, it is. It's raining.
Neil Mallender used his rain detector. He took his hat off and allowed the bald head to feel a couple of drops. It's not raining heavily, but
it actually is. If you look through the binoculars, it's difficult to see with the naked eye, but
it's raining enough for them to go off. That is for sure.
Have a look through the binoculars at the black windows of the health club.
Yeah, it's a steady drizzle, isn't it? To the naked eye, as you say. Yeah, it's not brilliant, but there is definite rain falling as Barry, the bearded groundsman, rounds up the covers on the tractor and is about to put them on. But Durham, 3.2 overs, have just picked up their first wicket. Sussex 2 for 1, with Haynes the man to go, caught behind.
Well, hopefully it's just a brief stoppage. The umpires are still out in the middle. They've probably taken a bit of a light reading as well before they go off.
It'll blow through, won't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like. I mean, for all it's overcast, it doesn't.
There's a higher cloud base to the west.
I was just saying it's starting to brighten up over that way, and then they've gone off for rain.
Let's just see what the latest weather forecast is, because when I looked this morning, it just suggested a greyish day, and all it's saying is a 10% chance of rain.
Yeah.
The apps have been all over the place this year, haven't they? I mean, so that's a 90% chance of not getting any rain, and the 10% wins.
It's definitely winning.
It's amazing how many times this summer the lowest possibility of rain has ended up being what's happened.
Definitely. It has eased up a little bit. The umpire's just saying
cloudy conditions around about 1 and 2, and sort of lighter cloud later on. Temperature getting up to 17 supposedly later
tropical.
on. It's only 14 at the minute, and it feels it. Right, well, the covers are on. Just the initial covers.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need to put anything further on, is there? It's only a very light drizzle.
I'm just wondering what Potts is. I thought it would be in his profile and Playfair, but it's not. Potts' best figures in a first-class season.
We've got a visitor, mate. He's made it all the way. Adrian's just joined us. Perfect time. He's loaded up. The boys are just starting to get the biggest sheets. So maybe they know something on the radar that we don't, but it is. I think it's brightening up a little bit.
He made his debut in 2017, so he didn't play in that many matches that year. Remember, his debut was at
late on, wasn't
Canterbury in June. So in 2017, he took 14 wickets. And then I think about 30 odds is best.
For the season?
Yeah. In first class cricket.
I think he's well and truly smashed that then, hasn't he?
Yeah. Different player this year.
Oh, if you throw his test wickets into his 50 championship wickets as well.
Only one wicket in 2018. The bigger covers are now gradually coming on here, so I'm just doing a bit of loud maths while we work out whether it's worth turning the microphone off or not. 2 in 2019. 2020 obviously was a short year, wasn't it, because of the Bob Willis Trophy and the fact they didn't actually play any meaningful cricket until about the July, I think it was, or the August. In fact, the Bob Willis Trophy year, was it 6 matches did they play? He only played the 3 and he took 2 wickets.
Pretty much a white ball specialist of those 2 years, wasn't he? Where he was the death bowler, which has got him some franchise contracts.
Yeah. Barrett, who was he with?
With the Superchargers.
Calendars.
And the overseas, the whole calendars.
23 wickets in 2021. So he's more than double that this year, with 50 so far. In 8, well, this is his 9th appearance now. Went away off to England, so he played the first 6 matches, was it? I think. How many did they play this? When was the natural break? Was it Middlesex? Was the end of the 8? In May.
I'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, I think it was Middlesex. So a lot of the national press turned
pulled
up
him out of Lords, didn't they?
Yeah, well, a lot of the national press had turned up at Lords to see him perform there, and he wasn't in the team. And then he was picked by England the following week. So that was May.
Yeah.
That game took place the weekend that Durham got promoted. Sunderland got promoted at Wembley.
Oh,
so
I forgot about that.
Yeah. And then the T20 started on the 26th, I think it was, of May. So yeah, that was the first 8 matches completed Middlesex. So he didn't play in that one. That one started May the 19th. Then he was away with England. Then he came back. He did play against Middlesex here, which I'd forgotten about, and then went away again, and then returned for the Leicestershire game. So anyway, the covers are on for now, and this is going to be a few minutes, so we'll just leave it there for the time being. If you just joined us, you're unlucky. You should have got on earlier. So Sussex are 2 for 1. They've lost Haynes, caught by Chris Benjamin, the emergency wicketkeeper signing from Warwickshire. He got a duck, and then a ball later it started to rain and they went off. So Haynes faced 7 balls for his duck, caught behind of Matty Potts for his 50th victim in the county championship this season, the first time he's done it. Gives Adrian a chance to set his kit up and work out who's playing and who isn't, and then we'll have him on air once they are back on the field, hopefully in just a few minutes' time. Hello. Yep.
Scheduled to resume at 10 minutes past 11.
News from the pavilion. We will resume at 10 past 11. And lunch will be the normal time, 12:30. Tea will be put back 10 minutes to try and reclaim some of the overs that would have been lost. They do have extra time built into the day. Yeah, a bit gloomy here. The floodlights are on. We've had a little bit of rain, which wasn't forecast, so it's taken the players off. They should be back on in 3 or 4 minutes. Sussex put in, and Tom Haynes, the man to go for a 7-ball duck, caught behind of Matty Potter's bowling to give Potts his 50th wicket in a championship season for the first time. Chris Benjamin, the emergency signed keeper, the man to take the catch. He's come in for 2 games from Warwickshire because Tom McIntosh has a head injury. And confirmation today from Durham of something I heard quite a few weeks ago. Sean Dixon, their influential batsman, is leaving at the end of the season. He joined Durham in 2020 and he is heading to Somerset next year. It is said for family reasons.
The players just making their way back out onto the ground, due to start in a minute or so. As umpire Mullender signals to the scorers. Groundsman just vacating the playing surface now as Potts will resume his second over. He currently has 1 for 1.
William, the scorer, informs us tea has been pushed back 10 minutes.
Yes.
Lunch will be the same, 12:30. And 16 minutes will be added to the final session, so it will still be a 96 over day.
That's just for Adrian turning up late. I think they've added a bit of overtime on.
I mean, I don't know about you, Ash, but Adrian's attitude to this game, provincial sloppiness, really. What do you reckon? Yeah.
No comment from me.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him, actually. Just had a quick catch up there. While
Here's Potts then.
Pottsy running away from us here in the media centre. And this one is played nicely back down the pitch by Allsop, who faces his second delivery there. Coming in after the wicket of Haynes, was caught behind by Benjamin off the bowling of Potts for 0. And it is just starting to brighten up a little bit, isn't it, Marty?
A little bit. Little being the word.
Yeah. It's still very grey and gloomy out there. Durham winning the toss, putting Sussex into bat as Potts bounds away from us. And this one's on the leg stump and is pushed out to Mike Jones at mid-on for no run. As we get our early screams from Jamie, encouraging the bowlers, wanting a wicket.
It's interesting you were mentioning, well, it is September, but as long as I can remember covering Durham, and I started for the BBC in the summer of 2000, every season there's been a lot of county championship match in September, always to the end of September.
Yeah. Normally pretty decent weather, isn't it? As we get there, as Potts bowls a bouncer. This one goes through to Benjamin head height.
When was it? 2 or 3 years ago? 2019 was it? The end of the season game against Glamorgan. They lost about 2.5 days, just lashed it down, and then that was a really, really wet winter. There was lots of floods around various parts of the country, and I remember coming back here in the January, having left the ground in the end of September and seen a big puddle at one end of the square, and it was still there in the January, and the grass died.
Yeah. It was moist as Potts pitches this one up and hits the glove of Allsop as that finishes the 4th over. Sussex 2 for 1. Allsop yet to get off the mark, and Ali Orr's on 2 not out.
And it just the rain just never seeped away because it was so damp. And I mean, that was the following February. I remember we were looking at places to go for half-term holiday, and places like Hay-on-Wye, Ross-on-Wye,
all flooded out.
Iron Bridge on the Severn, and while we ended up in really stormy conditions on Anglesey in North Wales, and it was blowing a hoolie that week. It was just storm after storm came in, but all of the places we'd looked at going all got flooded that week. And there were big floods in Derbyshire and South Yorkshire, Doncaster. Orr is waiting to face rain from the Lumley end. Rain comes in and bowls, and that is left alone past the off stump, taken by the keeper.
Love Bellingham's optimism. He's got the white floppy hat on.
Yeah.
All the other Durham
Probably
fielders.
to keep his ears warm.
Yeah, he might have the hand warmers under there tucked in. I did that once, I must admit.
Yeah. I thought I could smell the sort of waft of a cigar there.
Oh. The guy down there with the grey hair, which is great radio, he normally does have a cigar.
Alright, well maybe he has then.
Yeah, Ben Rain's now going to come around the wicket.
Yeah. It's a smell you used to get at Roker Park every now and then until eventually, of course, the
Band-a-lot
banned it all. Sussex 2 for 1. Rain in to Orr, and he turns this off the legs out through mid-wicket. Jones comes round from fine leg to cut it off in front of the Castle stand. 2 runs.
I think smoking's banned in here as well, isn't it? So
It smells something quite sweetish, like a cigar. Unless somebody's vaping.
maybe.
I remember Sunderland, when they opened the Stadium of Light, it was one of the first all-seater stadiums where smoking was banned.
Yeah.
The old football grounds, the wooden stands, the band came in after the Bradford fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rain in, this is played away again by Orr out through towards deep square leg for 2. Jones comes around once more to field the ball. Stuart Manger's been on from Sedbergh.
What's he got?
He says, is this the most testing part of the season for Division 2 counties, i.e. players leaving, thinking about it, cold temperatures, smaller crowds? For me, it is a joy to hear cricket on the radio or the computer, so maybe if there's no live cricket, you and a mate could make up a game and broadcast it live for us.
Well, next week that is probably going to happen here.
Yeah. Rain comes in and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. The one thing that Durham generally do ask for each season is a later home start, so they normally start the season away from home to give the ground a little bit more time to settle and prepare after the winter, and they normally try to finish here before the final week of the season, just to give the ground staff a little bit more time to do the work they need to do. But
it's all those championship games in August.
Yeah, that's what it is. Far too much cricket. A whole 80 days in 6 months. Rain comes in and bowls. This has gone through to the keeper. All I can see happening, and we've had the South Africa Super League auction yesterday.
Did you see the team names?
No, but that's another tournament that wasn't there to go along with 100 and whatever else. If they reduce the number of days of county cricket, they'll probably replace those days with more T20, or there'll be some plan to introduce the 100 at a county level. I can see that coming at some point. But for players who would play a shortened season, how many of them will then just go off and play more cricket around the world, like quite a few of them do anyway now? Rain in and balls. That's a good ball. That's a very good ball. And how on earth that didn't take the edge of the bat on its way through to the keeper, I don't know. But Orr is lucky. He's still out there. And that is the end of the over. Sussex 6 for 1, and he has all of those runs.
Yeah, so the South African franchises are all IPL franchises. So you've got the Mumbai Indians, Cape Town, and so forth, and the Super Kings and the Super Giants and whatever else they're called, the Royals and Super Kings, Johannesburg Super Kings, I think, or something like that.
Can't beat a bit of tradition.
Yeah, interesting.
Think of the money you could have made, Ash, eh?
None. Potts runs in away from us. And this is a little flirt outside the off stump from Allsop as that one nips away off the seam through to Benjamin with a nice bit of pace there. Yeah, I mean, it would have been fun to have a go, but yeah, I'm not sure my ability would have matched the paycheck, that is for sure. But there is opportunities there. I saw Bettingham was one of the big contentious ones, went unsold actually in that franchise tournament in South Africa.
Oh, did he?
Lots of people questioning that. As Potts comes in over the wicket, and this is defended solidly back down the pitch. Yeah, when someone like Vias went for quite a lot of money and Bettingham didn't go for anything, it was unsold.
I would still have Bettingham as certainly more of a red ball player than a white ball player, though.
I think he's a fantastic cricketer. I haven't seen the best of him this year through injuries and other things.
Helped, yeah, there was the back problem and then the smash and
then the finger. Yeah. As Potts comes in, this one's again defended away. This time on the leg side for no run.
How did they get Potter out of Potts when surely it should be Potsy?
No, I don't know. Nicknames are funny things. But yeah, he was always Potsy and then it transferred to Potter. It'll be one player and then it'll stick and go from one to the next. And
he's now Matthew as well.
Yeah, he's not Matty anymore. He's a big boy now. As Matthew Potts runs away from us. Bowling from the Finkel end. This one's tucked away nicely by Allsop off his hip, and he'll come back and collect 2. Gets him off the mark.
Interestingly, his Twitter handle is still Matty J Potts.
Is it? I didn't even know that. Maybe we should tell him to update that. Matthew. Great character, Matty.
Yeah, he's a very nice lad, isn't he?
He is.
Very level-headed.
as he comes in now. Left-handed Allsop crouching
Ooh,
down, and
now
this
then.
one's full.
Side.
And I think it has pitched outside the leg stump.
Let's have a look.
As we get to watch the replay, yeah, absolutely.
Oh man, is the cry for the stands.
How weird, man. 8 for 1, Sussex, after being put into bat on a gloomy and fresh morning up here in Durham.
Sunburnt in Sunderland. Was Harmy not involved with? Is Harmy not involved with Yorkshire, or was that only a short-term thing?
He was
He was,
yeah.
because Martin Spate was helping them with a bit of batting coaching while they were going through that transitional period in the winter.
Yeah. He might just be coming in to do a bit of a guest appearance. As Potts comes in again, and this one's pitched, I think, very similar to the shout before. However, this one squirts off the pad out through the gully region for a leg by.
Well, he gave that everything in that appeal there.
Yeah, there's a bit more energy in the appeal, but I still think it was pitching outside leg. 9 for 1. Yeah, Harmy, I mean, I speak to him a little bit, and he absolutely still adores Durham. And he'd be obviously wanting to give a little bit back. Now James Franklin has left the club. Just saw that he's been announced as the, speaking of franchises, Mumbai Indians fielding coach for their next tournament.
Who's that, James Franklin?
Yeah.
When is the next tournament?
That's a great
Must
question.
be months away.
Yeah, it's normally April, isn't it?
Yeah. Ben Rain starts a new over from the Lumley end. There's a short leg in there in Nick Maddinson. Still haven't heard about Backgate yet.
No.
No doubt that'll come in about mid-October when everybody's forgotten about the cricket season.
Such a random thing as well, the back gauge and...
Well, I mean, I saw the back close up, and you could see the little marks on the back of the
spine of the bat.
spine of the bat
Yeah.
on the lump where the gauge hadn't gone through, and it had dug into the bat a little bit. Rain balls, that's left alone. But his argument was that he'd used the same bat before in a game against Sussex, and the umpire who was here for the Sussex match had put the bat
through
the gauge, and it went through. In fact, that was the last match Durham played here 5 weeks ago in the One-Day Cup. It's an awful long time ago. Too much cricket, though, of course, remember?
Yeah. All those games in August.
Yeah. So that was Wednesday the 17th of August, and it was Russell Warren, the umpire, who put it through the back gauge. That's a late leave there from Allsop. And it had been very wet in Derby 2 weeks ago and really humid, so there were even suggestions, had the bat swelled up in the humidity?
Right.
Anyway, it didn't go through the gauge, so it was taken away by the referee, Mike Smith, and it sat in the room next to us for a day until eventually we then followed up with Boxgate, because one box was brought out for it to be packaged away and then sent off to the ECB. Then another box came out. Rain in. This has gone off down towards vacant third man.
She's open.
The pub is open for the day. Limited service at the bar though, because the chef's away on holiday. 2 runs there. We already have them on 9 for 1.
11.
Yeah, 11 there you are.
Yeah.
Bit sticky, the scoreboard there, wasn't it?
Has been today. Apparently Graham Madison, the normal scoreboard operator, is not in the house today.
Is he not?
That's why William said he was running around doing all the updating
right.
for everybody.
Rain comes in again and bowls. That's left alone, it's gone through the keeper. Anyway, go back to the bat. So a box came, then another box came, and then eventually the bat was sent off to the ECB. So it's for them to decide. Durham said the bat had been used before and it fit through the gauge previously. So I looked at the bat, didn't particularly look that well used, but
who knows, mate?
A sign of the times, maybe, of the season he'd been having. I don't know, but they do have lots of different bats, don't they? I mean,
you do. Yeah.
Ben Stokes at Worcester, when he scored that century, he used 5 different bats in that innings because he was just testing them all out.
Seemed to go okay.
Yeah. Rain balls, and that's left by Allsop outside the line of off stump. That is the end of the over. But Derbyshire were fined 2 points because one of their players failed a back test in a one-day game, and what we're led to believe is that Durham because it was in a championship match,
16.
can face the equivalent of 16 points loss.
Knowing our luck, we probably know what's coming. We've got a little bit of history with the ECB and points deductions, etc.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean
it doesn't matter so much this year because it's been such a poor year in terms of wins, just the 2 wins, so they're not really going anywhere.
What would it put us to second bottom? Not even. That wouldn't even impact the table.
I suppose it depends what happens in this game against Sussex, who are second bottom, and final match next week against Notts, who I presume can go up this week.
I'll do one more over. That'll be Matthew Potts bowling from the Finkel end to the left-handed Ali Orr. This one's left nicely through to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. But yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? The back gauge, and I don't know. Probably just sums up his time a little bit here with us.
Well, yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, to me, it just summed up everything of what's been quite a bizarre season in many ways. But the other suggestion was that the V on the bat wasn't central; it was slightly to one side.
Right.
So
as Potts comes in again, this one's a bit of pace and bounce allowed through to the keeper. It can sometimes happen when the bats are made that they don't quite line up.
Maybe down in ECB headquarters, down in the basement in a disused London Underground tunnel, they've got a room which was set up by Q, and they can fire laser beams at the bat to see what its size actually is, and whether that V is in the centre or not. And maybe nothing will happen.
We can build the pyramids, but we can't build the bat straight. As Potts comes in, and this one's pushed down the pitch for no run.
Didn't Duncan Fernley go into pyramids at one point?
I don't know.
The Egypt branch of the office.
Who was it? Who had the podcast out there? Was it?
Oh, it was
Scotty
Churchy,
and
wasn't it?
Churchy,
yeah. They were #1 cricket podcast in Egypt. Or they were the #1 podcast in Egypt, weren't
something like that.
Because they got Jordan Henderson on.
That was Jordan and Mo Salah, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
Potts comes in, and this one's pushed out into the offside for no run. Wow, what a random connection that is. Scott Borthwick went to school with Jordan Henderson, which is then led on to Mo Salah.
Farringdon Comprehensive School in Sunderland, wasn't it? Known locally as Farah lad.
Potsy lives not far from there, actually. Well, lived. His mum and dad. He's going to come round the wicket now.
What was his cricket club? Washington? Philly?
He started off as a very young player at Philly and then moved to Washington before he went on to the academy, And this one's driven nicely away through extra cover.
Wrong-footed rain.
And we're going to just check the outfield here, and it looks like it's got enough to just trickle over the line. Tees Ben Rain.
Couple of yards.
It's a nice shot that from Orr. Moves on to 10. Sussex on to 15 for 1.
So you're off to do some coaching in the indoor school, are you? Who have you got? Who are you coaching?
My year 12s.
Right,
from this morning. Yeah. So they're in this morning, and I've got the year 13s in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We've got a game tomorrow at Queen Ethelburgers
in York.
Yeah,
very nice.
Our last game of the summer, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Is that where the kid who played for Wolsingham, who's on Durham's books, did he go there? Queen Ethelburgers.
Harry Crawshaw went to Queen Ethelburgers. Yeah, absolutely. He's got an exciting winter coming up, joining my old club at Scarborough. Him and Johnny Bushnell. As Potts comes in to bowl the last ball of his 4th over, and this is a tight leave, but a good leave from Ali Orr, who's looked quite compact.
They'd be able to go and see the sharks in the aquarium.
That's it. Just down at Sorrento there.
With a moving floor.
That's it.
That was the first aquarium I went to, where you go through tunnels and sharks are swimming above you.
Yeah, absolute beauty, Used to be about 10 minutes from my house, that one. 15 for 1. I'm going to leave you.
Right,
Adrian's going to do an update for Radio Sussex and then join Marty in a moment.
He's still not bothering to come on. Unbelievable.
Slacking.
Unbelievable. Thanks to Ashthorpe. Adrian Harms will be on with us very shortly once he's done his first update of the day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 15 for 1 the score. If you want to get in touch, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter or weircricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Rain is bowling here to Alsop, who's on 4 from the Lumley end. comes forward and defends that one. The ball bounces quite high as he plays it into the deck. The stand they brought in for the one-day international a few weeks ago is still there at the far end of the ground, and there's a peppering of spectators in it. Playing in the middle of the square, just slightly to the left of us. Rain in, that's gone through to the keeper. This wicket may well have been used for the one-day international a few weeks ago, in the heat of July. Square doesn't actually look in bad nick, given it's the final game of the season here. While Durham have been away, there have been 1 or 2 games here, and England played India women in the T20 a week ago on Saturday, I think it was. Rain comes in and bowls. Left alone. That didn't look too far off the off stump. It was left by the batsman. Yeah, it angled across quite nicely. Allsop's 26 years old. He's made his debut against for Kent against Hampshire in 2014. This is his 75th first-class game. He's nearly at 3,500 runs, 8 centuries and 1850s. Highest score 150. Hampshire against Warwickshire in 2019, and the same score this year against Leicestershire, and that's flicked away off the legs down to fine leg for 4. There's nobody around there. Just veered slightly offline, Rain, and Allsop was able to help it on its way. He got 137 not out in the last game against Worcestershire, which was a draw, and 135 against Middlesex in July. So he started off on the books of Wiltshire as a minor county set up as an under 14, and then joined the Hampshire Academy. So he made his Hampshire second team and first team debuts in 2014. Played for England Lions 2016 to 2017, and joined Sussex this year after quite a few seasons with Hampshire. And when he's not playing for Hampshire or Sussex, his club cricket has been at Potterne in the West of England Premier League. And at the minute he's waiting for Rain to continue this overs, because there's been a delay. They've taken short leg out and they've put Nick Maddinson from short leg to point. Got 3 slips in place. And this is defended by Allsop back to the bowler's end. Just joining us, Haynes, the man out this morning. Start of the 4th over, chasing a ball from Matty Potts, which left him wide of off stump, and he clipped it to the keeper, Chris Benjamin, who's been signed for 2 matches as an emergency replacement for Tom McIntosh, who's injured his hand. Benjamin joined Durham. He's played 10 first-class games for Warwickshire. Last ball of the over from Rain. He's appealing. Now I would say, although the batsman's got his back to me, that was too high and outside of off stump. And the umpire at the far end, Surendiran Shanmugam, is not convinced it was on target and says not out. End of the over. 19 for 1, so 4 from that over. Hampshire against Warwickshire. I really do not know why Haynes played at that one. It was so wide of the stumps. He was at full stretch trying to reach it. Possibly a clever tactic from Potts to bowl it there to try and lure him into a drive, and it worked because he clipped it behind. Potts then from the Finkel end, our end of the ground, round the wicket he comes to bowl here to Orr. That's a drive, and it's gone to point. Stopped by Maddinson. For a moment, I thought he was going to go straight through the covers for 4. Had the energy, but he found the man at point. Potts turns, comes in and bowls. That's guided down the floor through the slip corner and away for 4 runs. Man at third slip couldn't get down quick enough. It's Coghlan went underneath him. Scott Borthwick's gone to retrieve it and give it a wipe and a dry. I didn't pay much attention to whether or not the stand on the river side of the ground was actually open for this game. The stand I call the Castle stand, because there's nobody in there. Has been open in recent weeks, but not the biggest of crowds today. In the cooler conditions. Potts comes in again and bowls. It was just veering towards leg stump. It's been played out through deep mid wicket. And that should be at least 2 runs for all, possibly 1 for the throw. Is he coming back for a third? No, he isn't. Ball is quickly back to Potts. Michael Jones, I think, who fielded it, and he seems to be in a little bit of pain as well after going down hard on his left knee. And there's a massive smear of mud on his left knee now.
Right up in the northeast of England in Durham for the penultimate match. Very cloudy and overcast here. Really well a brief break.
Potts comes in
Sussex are batting
and bowls. That's defended on off stump. It rolls up to Rain at mid off. No run there. Looking at the head-to-head stats from these two, 35 times they've met in first class cricket. Durham have won 12, Sussex have won 18, and there have been 5 draws. And Sussex have beaten Durham more than any other team, so they have 1 more win compared to Yorkshire and 2 more compared to Lancashire. So Yorkshire 17, Lancashire 16, Sussex 18. This is left alone outside the off stump. But, and this is an important statistic, 9 of Durham's 11 wins have actually been since 2007. They didn't beat Sussex for the first time until 2001. And of the 7 home victories, they've all been here in Chesley Street. Of the 4 away, 3 were in Hove and 1 in Arundel in 2015. Potts comes in and bowls, and that's wide of off stump and should have been left alone by Orr, and he had a flash at it and played and missed. Nearly did a Haynes. That is the end of the over. 25 for 1 after 10 when the scoreboard catches up. Durham have lost 8 matches at home to Sussex, 6 of those here, with the others at the racecourse in 1993 and at Hartlepool in 1995. And there have been 10 defeats away. So a defeat in Arundel was one of the more recent ones, and a hammering in 2017 when the double 100, what was his name? Who's now at Lancashire?
Luke Wells.
Yeah. He got a double 100, didn't he? Van Ziel got runs as well in that match. Anyway, welcome along, Adrian.
Good to see you, Martin. Thank you for putting up with my late arrival. As in comes Ben Rain, round the wicket bowls to Tom Alsop, who clips that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. I have to say, though, the trains were on time, which was good. 7:30 out of King's Cross. And I got to the ground, there was a taxi driver who was extolling the virtues of Sunderland, so I thought, oh, Marty will be pleased. Telling me they're 5th in the table and all is looking good, so that was good. But then I got here and it was a bit of drizzle, and I looked at the scoreboard and saw Sussex were 2 for 1, and I thought, oh dear, that's not a great start. In comes Rain, round the wicket bowls to Alsop, who's forward to ball of good length and plays it down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. So Sussex with a debutant in this game, who was Charlie Tear. I presume it's pronounced Tear or Tear, I'm not entirely sure. He's a wicket keeper. who has played for Scotland under-19s. I've not met Charlie, but we'll no doubt meet him during the 4 days up here. So Sussex making a change behind the stumps. And Ollie Carter won't wear the gloves. As in comes Rain and bowls. And Allsop, no, there's a peel now. I'm not sure what that's for. He can't believe it, Ben Rain. He's got his head in his hands. Whether he thought that was LBW.
Yeah, it's hit the back thigh pad. He never offered a shot.
He's convinced he's got his man. He can't believe it. He's wandering back. He was down on his haunches in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his head, a bit like Basil Fawlty. If you remember that all those years ago, but he just couldn't believe it. He wasn't given out. But Tom Allsop survives. He's on 8. Alior on 14. Sorry, 16. Sussex 25 for 1. I think the forecast up here is okay actually for today, and I thought tomorrow as well. So hopefully that little interruption we had, but it was only a couple of spots of drizzle, to be honest. As Rain is in again, bowls, and Allsop lets that one go outside of the off-stump ticket. There's a new wicket keeper in for Durham this week.
I'm just looking at Charlie Tier here, because when I went through the scorecard before this started, I'm sure Carter's name was initially listed.
Yeah, and I think Carter is in the side, but they've just replaced him keeping-wise. So he's had a difficult time behind the stumps, Ollie Carter. I'm not surprised. I mean, I guess at this stage of the season, from a Sussex point of view, it's all about looking at next season, and I think they're probably having a look at Charlie Tier over the next couple of games.
Carter's not playing.
He's not in the game. In comes Rushworth and bowls, and also this could be tight, and he's given out, and I wonder how much of that was due to the previous one that hit the pads. And Ben Rain looked absolutely furious that it wasn't given out, but on this occasion he's pinned Tom Allsop in front, and the second wicket goes down for Sussex, and Ben Rain yelled at Tom Allsop as that decision was given. At the Centurion from last week, he's made 4 centuries this season as Tom Allsop. Not his day today. He's on his way for 8, and Sussex in trouble here, 25 for 2. And Ben Rain picks up his first wicket of the day.
It looked fairly adjacent.
Looked a good shout.
Yeah.
It did look a good
I
shout.
think the last one looked a good shout as well.
Well, and I sometimes wonder, Martin, whether the umpires turn one down, he thinks, well, I don't know. But, I'm not saying that had a huge influence over his decision, because even we're pretty much wicket to wicket. But Ben Rain was getting pretty worked up that the first one hadn't been given. I'll tell you what, though, I wasn't expecting to see Matthew Potts bowl. I read somewhere I thought that last week was going to be his last game. I'm delighted he's bowling. It's great to watch him, and he played in the game down at Hove, Martin, when unfortunately you couldn't make that game, and Cheteshwar Pujara made a double 100, but there was a fascinating bit of cricket between Potts bowling down the hill, and this is, bear in mind, with all due respect to the people here at Durham who clearly knew about Potts, not many people around the country knew what a fine bowler he was, and the battle between Potts and Pujara was the highlight of the match. And Pujara, who's been in great form, he's averaging over 100 for Sussex in the Championship. He didn't have to work as hard all season as he did that morning against Matthew Potts. It was terrific cricket.
On a track that, Durham didn't bat very well in the first innings. I watched it all through one eye from home.
Yeah.
But on a track that didn't offer much.
No, it got flatter and flatter. And indeed, some of the tracks at Hove have been, they've been hard work for the bowlers this season. That's not to say they're bad track. They just, they favoured the bats, no question about that. But he really ran in hard, and I think we were all sitting there watching, thinking, oh, he's a good bowler. Didn't know much about him, and did I hear you say he's got 50 Championship wickets for the season?
Yeah.
No? Yeah. Well, he's been
continuing our run of Toms. Here's Tom Clark.
And run of left-handers, Marty, as well. Look, he's the 4th one of the morning. So anyway, here comes Ben Rain around the wicket. Durham with their tails up in and bowls, and Clark is forward to a good length ball, plays it out into the covers, and that's the end of Ben Rain's over. He's bowled 6 overs, and he has taken 1 for 11. And Sussex, having lost the toss to this one, have been asked to bat, have lost Tom Haynes with a very poor shot. I'm sure Tom will be the first to recognise that. It was a wide one outside the off stump that he didn't need to play it, but he did, and got a nick through to keeper Benjamin, and then Tom Allsop LBW to Ben Rain. And poor old Tom Haynes has had he's had a tough time of it, Tom. He broke his hand back in the middle of the summer. He made a big double 100 at Derby, second game of the season, but if you take out the runs he scored against Derby, Tom's averaging over about 20, so on the back of a successful season last year, he's had a tough time. I don't know whether perhaps the weight of captaincy is perhaps not helping him, but he had been really disappointed with the shot that he played as much as anything else.
Potts in, bowls. Oh, that's a good leave. That really angled back after he decided to leave it alone.
Dear,
can't believe his luck there. Potts only bowled in the one innings, didn't he, down at 2 for 75, 33 overs. Because they lost Chris Rushworth to a head injury, didn't they?
He got hit, but then Potts carried the attack. And on a pick, I mean, Potts, he didn't get many wickets, but
Travaska's got a fifer, but he bowled 36 overs.
Yeah, and Potts, it was just he was going for no runs. It was just a terrific. And he bowled down, it's like down the slope, and he was excellent, really good to watch. And then he got in the England side.
In comes Potts again. That's left alone.
I've had an email in from Gary Knight, which I'll read Gary at the end of the over. And you talk about Tom, so I'm not alone in my... he's such a good player, Tom, but it just hasn't quite happened for him since that second game of the season at Derby. So Gary's got some points he raises. So thank you, Gary, and thank you for all your emails throughout the season. Can I give the email address, Marty, just to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you wanted to get in touch.
Potts in, bowls. Oh, that was nearly out as well. And Orr playing the wrong line there. He's on 14, but Potts has got him all over the place this over. On the previous one.
He played and missed, didn't he, off the last ball of the previous over as well. He would, we were saying how, whereas Tom Haynes has, by his own admission, probably had a disappointing run. Ali Orr is the player who has emerged as his opening partner, and this season has sort of added bits to his game. And I was just talking to Ash in the back of the box when we came in, and he's, he really does look like one for the future.
Potts in. That's sort of a block shot into the ground there, which bounces out into the covers like a check drive, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, and this is, and I think this is really good. You've got an England bowler who's taken wickets and done really, really well for England. I mean, what an experience! That's how you want to test yourself against the top bowlers, and Ben Rain as well from the other end. So, I mean, even without Chris Rushworth, this is a good seam attack with with the lights on and cloud. It's an opportunity for these young Sussex batsmen to prove what they're about.
Got 13 wickets last week at Leicester. Potts as he comes in again. That's left alone. Very, very tight once more. Orr doesn't know what to do here, does he? He's managed to get bat on one ball in the last 2 overs from Potts, and he's left 2 or 3 now in this over. Well, that was the 5th of it. 3 that could have easily clipped the stump. I mean, so they're good leaves, given that they haven't.
They are good leaves, but as I say, I think that certainly the one earlier on in the over, Matthew Potts couldn't quite believe it had hit the stumps, and he was surviving, and it's not easy out there. But as I say, I think it's a great opportunity.
Ball moving around under this low cloud with the lights on. Good toss to win. Potts in for the final time in this over. What a ball! How's that not hit the stumps?
Well,
he can't believe it. Potts is standing there with his hand above his head in just disbelief that he hasn't got him out in that over.
Well, you'd have to. At the end of the day, you have to say 3 very good leaves because the ball didn't hit the stumps. But
it was a maiden.
He clearly knows where his off stump is. Ali. So Gary's been in touch and he says, "I'm watching the live stream. It looks like Sussex are in for a testing period on a greenish wicket. It's got a bit of tinge of green, but hopefully we can build a decent total. Perhaps more importantly, it's overcast and the lights are on, and these two are good exponents of helpful conditions. And then comes Ben Rain running into Tom Clark, the 4th left-hander at the order for Sussex bowls, and Clark is forward and plays it to backward point, no run.
I have to say, listening to the weather forecast in our breakfast show at 7 o'clock, there was certainly no mention of rain, because if there had been, my ears would have pricked up, and so rather surprised to see it raining just before they came out to start the day's play, and then they went off at about 1:45, was it 11:15?
Yeah.
They hadn't been out there long, only 3.1 or 3.2 overs when they went off. 10:45 was when they went off, and they came back on in 10 past. So it was a bit of a surprise, but I did question the light at the start of play, and I felt we were on the cusp.
Rain in bowls. Clark is beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery. The ball goes through to keeper Benjamin, and there is no run. Yeah, when I got to Durham, and there was a couple of spots of rain on the windscreens, and I said to the fellow, I thought the forecast was good. He said, well, I'm surprised. He said that the forecast was for no rain. He said, I think it's going to be a bit overcast all day. But he said,
bit of cloud.
yeah, but he said, I don't think we forecast any rain.
I mean, at the minute, the floodlights are blazing away. This cloud base has lifted quite high, so it's a bit brighter, but it does look like we're about to get more darker stuff from the west. But the forecast suggested quite heavy cloud cover between 11 and 12.
Raining again. Bowls to Clark, who plays to backward point, and there is no run.
Sorry, from about midday to 1 o'clock. So it could be that there might be something else just waiting for us in the wings up there. I've had an email from Angus. He says, "Hi Marty." He said, "I've been listening to you for years. I retired this summer and promised myself a county game. I'm now on the train coming down from Perth, and I couldn't believe it. Just got on the train when you said they'd stopped for rain. Very relieved you're back on again," says Angus.
Well, safe journey. Rain in bowls. All Clark's beaten outside the off stump, and this is testing. Ball goes through the keeper. How long is it going to take from Perth down here?
Perth down to Edinburgh, probably about less than an hour, I would have thought.
Right.
It's that central train line that goes right up the spine of Scotland, isn't it? But lucky him, be able to come over the Forth rail bridge. I've never done that before. I've always wanted to do that.
Rain is
Beautiful town, Perth.
I've not been. Rain on his way. 2 slips in a gully really, and bowls, and Clark, that's a poor shot. And he knows it, Tom Clark. He didn't move his feet, he just waved the bat at it. The ball goes through, and that's not a shot he'd be proud of. He's lucky to get away with that. He remains on 0. Sussex 25 for 2. Picking up on Gary's email, he says, "I'm sure Tom Haynes is regretting playing such a rash shot and an extremely wide delivery. Apart from one big score, I think it's fair to say his form has dipped significantly this season, though his hand injury hasn't helped matters. I do wonder if he will relinquish the captaincy next season to concentrate on his batting. I believe captaining a struggling side has definitely impacted his performances." As in comes Rushworth around the wicket, bowls, and Clark, that's a good delivery, and that lifted just short of a length. And Tom Clark beaten again outside the off stump, and this is a testing examination from Rain and Potts. End of the over, 25 for 2. All 14, Clark yet to score. Rain has bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 11. Just to finish off your email, Gary said, "If Bujara can be tempted back, I can see him captaining the championship side with Tom perhaps in charge of the Royal London Cup. Tom Haynes in his prime would be wonderful to see in 2023. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that you say, Gary. And the shot that he played this morning was a shot of a man who just looked pretty bereft of confidence, really. So let's hope everything comes good for Tom, and I'm sure he'll be working really, really hard with Grant Flower to get some runs second time around.
Potts from the Finkel end, and that confused me there because a big clump of mud came off the back of his shoe, and it looked like that was the ball, but then I saw that there was another thing, and that was the ball, and it was played to short mid-wicket. Perth is, I said town, it's a beautiful city. I remember going there years ago when I was a kid, and my dad on his teddy bear rounds, and there was a Highland Games in the centre of Perth in this big showground down on the banks of the River Tay. Lovely area. There was a documentary I watched not that long ago where it followed the River Tay from its source. As Potts comes in and bowls, that's left alone, from its source right the way out to the mouth, sort of near Dundee. And I think they still use these old fishing nets in the Tay in Perth, where they line them up across the river a bit like cricket nets. They look like cricket nets,
right.
And they're on big poles. Big salmon river, I think. Can't be too far to Edinburgh from there, but half an hour, 45 minutes on the train.
Okay.
Or is on 16, Potts bowls, and he's bottom edge this out into the offside, no run there. Robbie Stoke has been on. He says the weather here in Thailand seems quite similar to over there. A gloomy, overcast day with intermittent showers. The difference is it's about 32 degrees here. Enjoying the commentary, keep up the good work. That's 12 degrees of wasted heat, in my opinion. Quite sticky. I've been to Singapore and it was really humid there. As soon as you walk out the door, you're damp. So I would imagine it's quite sticky and humid in Thailand as well. It's cool here today. It's very much an autumnal morning. 25 for 2 as Potts bowls. It's gone back towards the bowler's end and is eventually picked up by Jones at mid-on.
can't tell you how good it is to see Potts playing in this game. I mean, let's face it, he's had a long summer, but he's clearly keen to play. And
Well, he hasn't played in the last 2 Test matches as well, so
Okay.
bear that in mind.
So, yeah, but
I think Lees might have played in this one, but he hurt his hand last week playing
Right.
against South Africa, which I wasn't aware of.
But just watching there that Ali Orr played down the onside of the track and Potts is sort of diving across to stop the ball. So it's. I mean, he'll go on the tour, I'm sure, to Pakistan.
Comes in and bowls.
Shot.
That's driven through the covers. That's a nice shot. Met on the bounce. Half volley. Around about off stump and away for 4, just to the Castle stand on our right. Not the Castle stand, the County Durham stand.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, Ali Orr, wasn't it? Foot to the pitch of the ball. You talk about Thailand. Well, not quite Thailand, but Martin has been in touch in Twickenham. He's a big Sussex fan, and he's got some
Can he
questions.
walk from Twickenham to Thailand?
Yeah, well, he's got some questions for you, so I'll ask
Alright.
you these questions at the end of the over. So,
Is he in Eel Pie Island?
is he what?
Eel Pie Island. That's in Twickenham. That's where the inventor Trevor Bayliss lived, who did the clockwork, the wind-up radio. Can you remember?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know.
I think Mick Jagger lived on Eel Pie Island for a while as well.
I've been to Twickenham a few times, but I didn't know that. In fact, I went to it's been a busy weekend really. We got invited to a wedding that was very nice on Sunday. Unusual to have a wedding on a Sunday. And that was in Richmond, from where this in the park, and it had a view over. You could see towards Twickenham, and lovely part of the world.
I drove through Richmond Park last year on my way from Hove for the game that never happened in the One Day Cup because of the rain, because it's too far south to guarantee the weather. To Middlesex, Radlett.
All right, okay.
The M25 was its usual car park round Leatherhead and that, so I just continued up through Esher and Walton on Thames and up round over the river at Kingston, I think it might have been, was it?
Yeah, well,
you might around through Richmond Park.
Yeah, you might have gone over Walton Bridge and around that sort of way.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not happy with the ball.
Oh, how many overs? 13.5
Well,
overs?
he's probably done quite well the ball really to last that long. No,
Well, last week there were 2 balls that made it to at least 40 overs. Had a presentation in the middle of the field and gave each ball a silver watch. A long service to cricket.
It has been.
Potts then round the wicket and bowls. Ball fended over to Dixon in the covers. I don't know what was wrong with the ball, but the umpire took a look at it, gave it a rub with his thumb and handed him it back. So it did go underneath the covers. Maybe hit the wall at the back, I don't know. But
So Martin says, welcome to my native northeast, Adrian. So he might live in Twickenham, but he's a native of the northeast. He said, ask Martin to guide you a purveyor of stotty cakes, S-T-O-T-T, stotty cakes, and ask him for ham and peas pudding. If you struggle,
you wouldn't like peas pudding.
If you struggle to find one in Chester Street or beautiful Durham, then head directly to the Crown Posada pub in Newcastle and get a stotty and a pint of rivet catcher or snack lifter. Is he pulling my leg there?
No,
Martin?
the Crown Posada is a well-known pub. Many other pubs do exist, of course.
Is Ben Rain around the wicket? He comes in and bowls to Clark, who's forward. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark, and he's going to get runs down the ground. That was a nice shot, beautifully timed through mid-on. He's going to pick up a couple and maybe 3. Well, they think about 3.
They were always hesitant there, weren't they?
Always keen to come back and pick up a 3rd for Tom Clark. Tom Clark not so keen, and it's 2 to Clark. His first runs total goes to 31 for 2.
Do you have a midday bulletin?
No, just on the hour.
Right. The Crown Posada is a very nice pub down near the quayside.
Right.
Just off the quayside, a tiny throw, like a pitching wedge away, really. And it's coffin shaped, so it's quite narrow. And it's very popular with real ale drinkers because they do lots of different real ales there and whatnot.
Is Rain in and bowls to Clark. Clark sits on the pad. That looks close, and he's given out. He was only half forward, was Tom Clark really, and he looked at the umpire, and I think he was hoping, please don't. But I think in his heart he knew, and he just wasn't far enough forward. Tom Clark, he's wrapped on the pad. There was, the only question was whether it was, because certainly height wasn't a problem.
It was underneath the knee roll.
Yeah.
He's out for 2.
And Tom Clark goes, and Sussex, whose batting has improved this season under the eye of Grant Flower, but this is a really testing examination against 2 quality bowlers, international bowlers, and at the minute Sussex are struggling. 31 for 3, and Clark is the third wicket to go. LBW and Ben Rain's second wicket of the day. So when Martin was talking then about a rivet catcher or sneck lifter,
Yeah.
he wasn't trying to. He wasn't pulling my leg.
No, there was a job on the shipyards, rivet catcher. They'd make these hot rivets and then they would throw them, and a guy would catch them with these big tongs and they would bang them in while they were still molten hot and hit it with a hammer, and it would, so put in from one side, hit it with from the other side, and it would form the rivet.
Now the new man coming out, we were talking about the Sussex side because this is Ollie Carter who's coming in, so he's in the side, he's not keeping wicket. Charlie Tier is making his debut, so...
Well, I've just looked through the scorecard and he wasn't on the scorecard.
Right, so let's just see what the BBC or the other scorecards are saying here. But that is definitely Ollie Carter.
The Cricket Info scorecard doesn't have Ollie Carter playing.
Well, it looks to me like Ollie Carter. Or is it Daniel Ibrahim?
The NV... Well, Daniel Ibrahim's playing.
Okay, right, well, it is... Sorry.
The NV play scorecard, I think, did have Carter playing.
Okay, right. Well, that's my fault. He looked every bit like Ollie Carter when he came out to bat. But I can tell you now that is definitely Daniel Ibrahim. So my apologies for misleading our listeners. So Ibrahim in at 5. Charlie Tier in the side as well. So Sussex are I mean, there's a lot of experience in this Sussex side, and this is a tough examination. Under the lights, grey skies, and you've got your experience of Haynes, who's the skipper, and Allsop already back in the pavilion. Tom Clark has just joined them, and Daniel Ibrahim coming in at number 5. This is a tall order. However, he waits as the 3 slips go down. Rain coming over the wicket to the right-handed Ibrahim. He's on his way and bowls, and Ibrahim looks to clip that one down the leg side. There's been very few misdirected deliveries by Ben Rain, but that was one, and Ibrahim will perhaps be a little cross with himself. He didn't just tickle that one down to fine leg and get himself on the way.
39 wickets in the championship this year for Rain.
Well, I think on a gloomy day, these two are always going to be a handful. Daniel Ibrahim, who last year became the youngest player in the championship history to score a half-century.
He's got 358 in all in first-class cricket.
Yeah. In comes Rain and bowls. Ibrahim is forward to ball of good length. He punches that to mid-off. There is no, and that half-century came on his debut down the A1 or the M1, would it be at Headingley, Martin, last year? A1. Hour from here, a bit more than that.
About an hour and a half.
Right.
So
okay.
From my house, Headingley's 96 miles.
Is it?
That's the nearest ground.
Whenever you're sort of coming up here and you drive, whenever I get to Leeds, I think, I'm nearly there. Then you see a sign that says Durham, and you think, oh no, it's a bit further than that. Quite a bit further. Rain. 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Ibrahim covers up and plays that with a very high left elbow to mid-on. There's no run. Right, I've
sort of mentally compartmentalise. So you get rid of the mentally because journeys. So it depends how far you're going. So for me, for instance, coming back from Taunton a few weeks ago, you start to think you're getting there when you reach Bromsgrove, even though it's still 3 hours or more from there. And then you get onto the M1 at the East Midlands Airport and you think, I've cracked the back of this journey now.
Yeah, that's a trek. In comes Rain and bowls, and Ibrahim gets his first runs. He runs this back little square on the offside. He picks up 1, and that's a good bit of fielding. Very good bit of fielding. Chasing back, is that Travascus? No.
Can you hear the news or not?
Is no. You do need to do.
Yeah, they'll be doing an update in a minute. But applause for the bowler. Yeah, the other thing is, then you hit the M18A1 at Doncaster and you're thinking you've cracked the back of the journey. And then Wetherby, you generally think you're home, even though it's still 80 miles from there. So, when do you think you're home? When you've reached the M25?
Do you know, it's funny, if I'm coming down from up north, when I get to Warwick services...
Warwick?
I think to myself, I'm well on my way then, because you pass Birmingham and you think, you're on your way back.
Still quite a long way up, Warwick services.
Yeah, I don't know, it's just one of those points. I always think to myself,
Here's Potts starting a new over from the Finkel end, and he bowls here to Ibrahim. Daniel Ibrahim is 18. He's from Burnley. The mighty Clarets, as they say. This is his 11th first-class match. He's got 408 runs, 3 half centuries. Highest score was 94 against Worcestershire last year, and he's had a 58 against Glamorgan and 55 on debut against Yorkshire as well.
Yeah,
both of those last year. Highest score this year, 36 against Middlesex. That's left alone. Played for England under 19s. He's been with Sussex since the under 14s, and his cricket club, it's a great name, this Preston Nomads from the Sussex Premier League.
Yeah, if he'd converted that 90 odd to 100, he would have been the youngest player ever to score a century in the county championship as well. But Sussex were chasing a declaration at Worcester last year, and he got out, and it was a shame because he batted beautifully.
So he was only 17 at the time then, was he?
He was 16 and however many days it was.
Yeah. Potts in. This is defended, it runs up to mid-on. We heard from Angus earlier saying he's coming down to Chester Street on the train from Perth, and in our news they're talking about a lack of trains to Chester Street at the moment. Alright, here's the update. Durham puts Sussex in gloomy conditions here in Chester Street. We've had a bit of rain as well, so there's a slight delay earlier in the first hour. The floodlights are on, and Sussex are 3 down. They are 32 for 3. Ben Rain has taken 2 of them. Tom Alsop LBW for 8, and Tom Clark LBW for 2. And the first wicket of the day was Tom Haynes chasing a wideish ball from Matty Potts. He clipped it to the keeper, Chris Benjamin, who's been signed on an emergency deal for 2 matches from Warwickshire by Durham. That gave Potts his 50th wicket of the season for the first time. Some other news from Durham today, briefly. Sean Dixon, their opening batsman, is to leave at the end of this season, and he'll be joining Somerset next year, and says that is for family reasons. Yeah, so the story in the news just before they came to cricket was about the lack of trains to Chesley Street, and if you miss one you can quite often be waiting, or if a train's cancelled you can quite often be waiting maybe 2 hours for the next opportunity to get a train up to Newcastle. Ibrahim's on 1. Potts comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side of the keeper. In fact, during that update I don't think you missed anything, because there was a bit of a delay while certain discussions were going on the field. Angus says, I get to Chesley Street just before 2. He said, sadly I'm not going over the 4th rail bridge this time, as I'm actually coming from Glen Eagles, so he's gone slightly wide, so that'll bring him down through Dunblane and round that way, I would have thought. And he said, I have to go home Thursday evening, so I hope Durham can wrap it up in 3 days. Well, I hope you enjoy what cricket you do see here when you get here. Potts to Ibrahim. That's gone down the leg side. That's a great one-handed take by Benjamin. Gets a round of applause for that.
Good take, wasn't it? Yeah, Daniel Ibrahim's birthday, he would have just been 17 when he made that 94 at Worcester. His birthday's on the 9th of August. But then we got us looking to the youngest player to score a century in the county championship was a gentleman by the name of Godfrey Bryan, who was 17 years, 245 days. That was Kent against Nottinghamshire in 1920. And Deepak Patel for Worcestershire, he was 17 years, 270 days. He made a ton against Surrey in 1976. And then Dan Lawrence, more recently, he was 17 years and 290 days. He made, again against Surrey at the Oval. That was in 2015. But Daniel would have been the youngest ever. 6 more runs.
Potts bowls. Slow one out the back of the hand this time. Took all the pace off it, but the batsman saw it. That is the end of the over as it's played up to rain at mid-on. 32 for 3. That was a maiden from Potts. So Potts... there you are, 1 for 17 from 8 overs, 3 maidens. Adam Goddard, what's any news on what's happened to Ned Eckersley? Yes, he left when the T20 finished. He was one of the best batsmen in the T20 in a poor Durham side, and then he was told after that Durham were going to look to play Tom McIntosh, the 19-year-old wicketkeeper. So Eckersley basically left, and it was quite some weeks before Durham put out anything to say he'd gone. He'd in fact turned up on BBC Radio Leicester commentary with Richard Ray and announced he'd left Durham weeks ago on a match that he was doing there in the One Day Cup. So I gather he's back in London now.
In comes Ben Rain. in and bowls, or is forward, clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Martin got in touch from Twickenham, just finishing off his email then. He says, is it cold in first-class cricket's northern outpost? I'm surprised Durham didn't make a promotion push. They've got such a great academy over the years. And I guess Matty Potts came through that, did he?
Well, yeah.
When was the first time he sort of got on your radar?
Well, his debut was in June 2017. It was the day of one of the many general elections we had around that time. Made his debut there. But generally, I mean, looking at his stats, 14 wickets in 27, so he played a few first-class matches then. Was considered more of a white ball player. 1 wicket in 2018, 2 in 2019, and 2 in 2020, but that was a short season. This is first class. And then last year, he sort of broke through and made a name for himself in the county championship and took 23, and then filled out a lot during the winter. He's been on the weights, and he came back at the start of this year. He looked like a different bloke altogether. He looked like he'd put a couple of inches on and full of muscle and a lot quicker.
There's no play going on because there's a change in the field, and what's happening is that there's now a short leg. So the field is, there are 2 slips, a short leg, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Ben Rain is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ali Orr, who's 20 not out. Sussex 32 for 3 as Rain is in and bowls, and Orr is beaten outside the off stump. Little play and a miss from Ali Orr. Ben Rain cups his face in his hands. That wasn't far away from the outside edge and the off stump. There is no run. Martin was talking about Eel Pie Island. And Martin's been back in touch. He says Eel Pie Island is also famous for the rock and blues bands in the 1960s, of course. The Stones, the Faces, and many, many more. I'm actually a fan of both Durham and Sussex, so loyalty's divided. As a kid, only one of them had a first-class county, and I was a big fan of Imran. Imran Khan, of course. And comes Rain down the leg side. That was an all-directed delivery. We haven't been too many of those. And Ali Orr looking to flick that one down to fine leg, missed out. And there is no run. And Martin goes on to say, the view from Richmond Park you mentioned was memorably captured by J.M.W. Turner, whose house in Twickenham is well worth seeing. Of course, arriving in Durham by train, you would have seen the marvellous view of the castle and the cathedral in Durham. Pity you didn't stay on a stop further to see the bridges of Newcastle another time. I've been up that far on the train, all the way up the east coast line to Edinburgh. And comes Rain and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays it into the offside. He was after a single, but it was never there as he played it into the covers. There is no run. What is it Berwick, where you run pretty much alongside the beach, don't you?
Yeah, you get up to Berwick, and then north of there you've got Dunbar and Eyemouth, and at one point the railway is really chiselled into the cliffside, isn't it? And you're looking down on the sea. It's a cracking view there.
Yeah, it really is. Rain, still gloomy here, still floodlights on. Not that much wind neither, as Rain is in and bowls, and Orr is solidly forward, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He made 200 Ali Orr down at Taunton in the One-Day Cup. An innings full of, I think how many sixes it was, might have been 11 sixes. It was an extraordinary innings, but it's a whole different mindset needed today.
The last game Durham played here was against Sussex in the One-Day Cup. You know, they haven't been here for 5 weeks.
It's just extraordinary, isn't it, Martin? That's unbelievable.
But remember, though, there's too much cricket.
Well, Sussex had the same this year, that they had 60 days and only 4 matches, which was the games in the One-Day Cup. In fact, 5 in the end, so the semi-final. In comes Rain and bowls, and Orr is beaten outside the off-stump. The ball goes through. To keeper Benjamin, there is no run. Ali Orr survives the over. He's made 20 off of 47 deliveries. And Sussex, having lost the toss this morning, have been asked to bat, unsurprisingly, are 32 for 3 with Orr on 20 and Daniel Hebrim on a single. The men out, Tom Haynes, who played a shot that he'll rather forget, I think, caught behind for a duck. Tom Alsop, LBW to Ben Rain for 8, and Tom Clark, LBW to Ben Rain for 2. I think it was 8.
Did you manage to see anything yesterday?
Yeah, bits. Yeah, we when it was very, very busy, Martin, and we managed to get ourselves on Constitution Hill to the side
just
of
up from Buckingham Palace.
Yeah. And but you had to be there early. I mean, we were sort of round the back of Green Park by 8 o'clock. We got to Waterloo at 7, but it was for a while. I didn't think we were going to get anywhere near it. And
well, at one point yesterday morning, I saw some pictures on Twitter of the police basically shepherding people away from
They
the
were.
area.
No, they were.
Change of bowling now. Coughlin replaces Potts.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's nipped in sharply, and batsman's gone down on his haunches there.
I think I got a little nick on that because
Yeah.
the slips were all up, but Coughlin just turned and walked away. Yeah, so
Yeah, they were basically directing people to Hyde Park, where I think there were some big screens there, weren't there?
Yeah, there were, and all the there were big flashing signs up saying this way to Hyde Park, and I thought for a long while we weren't good because it took you all around the back of it, all the way down Piccadilly by the Ritz, and then there was a gate open, and I thought, if we quickly go through here, which we did, but it wasn't long after we got in that it was that it was shut, and you could see no more people coming in.
Coughlin in again, he bowls, that's gone through to the keeper. He hasn't played in many matches this year, Paul Coughlin, in the county championship. He's had a sort of side or a hip problem which kept him out for a while. Never seems that far away from an injury, and I remember him hobbling around at Arundel when Durham lost that game in 2018.
God, you've got a good memory.
Well, he was limping around on the boundary in front of us, and I was thinking, why is he still on the field? And transpired he had a hairline fracture of the back and missed the rest of that season, and didn't see him for a long time. Comes in again and bowls. Just got a new 2-year contract 2 or 3 weeks ago. Where's he at now then? This is his 5th game this year, and he's taken 9 wickets, best figures 3 for 47.
I remember coming up here and how well he played, and then he went to Notts. Did he hurt his shoulder? Was that with England? He hurt his shoulder.
Yeah, he was. Well, that was another injury. Yeah, he was out in the Caribbean playing for the Lions, I think. That's gone down the leg side. So he came back. He'd signed for Notts, came back to play for Notts, but hardly played for them because he was out for months with a shoulder injury. Then I think he suffered a broken thumb, and then Durham were due to play Notts the next season in the One Day Cup at Grantham, and it didn't happen because it rained, but he was on crutches then because he'd torn his hamstring. And then it was announced at the end of that season he was coming back to Durham.
Yeah, well, he's making up for lost time, perhaps.
Comes in and bowls. This is defended. Well, in terms of his career, I think he's 29 years old. So he's 30 next month. And this is his 51st first-class match, I think.
Crumbs. He's got a brother as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, his brother left Durham.
Right.
2 or 3 years ago, was it? Comes in and bowls. That squirts away along the floor, wide of the slip cordon for 2. Ibrahim on strike there. End of the over then. The run's gone. 34 for 3. And we're 14 minutes away from lunch. Bearing in mind they were off the field for a while. 25 minutes I think it was while they were off with the rain. So 11:15 until 11:10. So lunch will be at the normal time. Tea's pushed back 10 minutes, and then the final session will be 16 minutes longer than it normally would be to claw back the overs they would have lost to the weather. Gibson is coming in now to bowl from the Lumley end. So this is Oliver Gibson, who is 22 years old. This is his... I've got to work it out. I never write down how many matches. I think this is 5th match, maybe.
Okay. Well, he's going to come in with 7-3 on his back. He's going to be bowling to Ali Orr. 2 slips in a gully. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as comes Gibson bowls, and Orr clips this to mid-on. And there is no run.
5 games so far, 7 runs, and he's taken 5 wickets. Best figures 2 for 25. That was at Leicester last week, and he took 2 for 62 at Derby as well. He's been with Durham since the under-15s, played for the academy, the second team for 4 years. Shotley Bridge in the North East Premier League for 3 years, and then Burnopfield.
He comes, bowls, and all drive down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ali Orr. Beautifully timed, and a lovely shot straight down the ground through mid-on. for 4 runs. All goes to 24, and Sussex to 38 for 3. It was a sad day yesterday, Martin. But the pageantry, and you watch I'm always fascinated by the lines when the soldiers are marching past you, and they're playing their instruments. And I think, crumbs, I couldn't even play an instrument yet. I don't walk at a straight line. That was extraordinary. So yeah, the pageantry was a real spectacle.
What were they claiming in the news today? 250,000 people filed past the coffin.
Right. Yeah. It was right. I was one actually.
Were you?
Yeah.
Did you go and?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. In comes Gibson and Bowles, and all drives to backward point, and there is no run.
Did you see David Beckham?
No, I went on the front. They kept on saying the queue. I'm fairly lucky, Martin, from where I live, because up to London doesn't really take that long. And I was umming and ahhing whether to go. But when the queue was 24 hours, I was thinking, I'm not sure about that. That's a long time. There was work and things to do. But on Friday evening, they announced the queue had gone to 19 hours, and I said to my wife, I'm going to go. So I went up there about 11 o'clock and queued, and it didn't take. I think it was about 14 in the end. And comes Gibson Bowles, or his forward plays to mid-on, and there is no run. But the main thing was for me, it was cold. I mean, you wouldn't have been cold, Martin, but for a southern softie like me, it was about 4 in the morning. It was cold. But there were people from all,
Can you explain to me why you felt the need to do it, and what it was like when you were there? Because that's a long time to be standing outside in the cold, and
yeah.
Why did you want to do it?
In comes Gibson around the wicket, and Bowles, and all drive doesn't time that into the covers, and there is no run. I just guess a lot of respect for the Queen, Martin, and I remember when the Queen Mother died, I went to see her lying in state as well, and I thought, yep, I just had to go and pay more respect.
2002, wasn't it?
Yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah. So Westminster.
When you were there, how long were you actually in the room for?
Not very long.
No.
So you went into Westminster Hall as Gibson turns and wheels around, and he's in around the wicket and Bowles, and Oregon plays very carefully down the ground to mid-on. He's looking for a single, but it wasn't there. And they were tidy enough over, just costing the 4 runs from Oliver Gibson, and Sussex are 38 for 3. Ali Orr's made 24 of those. Daniel Ibrahim has made 3 in listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Martin Emerson. So you come into the hall at the top, and then you get a moment to pause at the top of the steps, and you walk down in a line with other people. By the time I went, Martin, there were 2 lines past the coffin, because they were trying to get more people through. Mm-hmm. And then you wander down, and you just have a brief moment.
Coghlan starts his second over. This is pushed off to point. No run there. Travaskis fields it.
It was very well organised, I have to say. There was plenty of places to get a coffee if you wanted one, or go to the loo, or whatever you needed to do. But yeah, it is a long time. My feet were hurting at the end, Martin. I think that day I did 34,000 steps. So that kept me going for a few days.
Coghlan Bowles again. That's up towards mid-on. No run there.
I thought that was going to beat the field. That was a good bit of fielding, actually. Is that Ben Rain? He was very quickly across, because that was nicely timed by Daniel Ibrahim. Just going to have a quick look at how the other game. I've got half an eye on the. It's such a shame, isn't it, in the county championship that Surrey and Hampshire aren't playing each other twice, because they're the 2 best sides in the championship this season.
It's whacks into the pad.
Wow. We're just looking here. Kent are 34 for 5 at Hampshire. Perhaps they got a hangover from winning the Wonder Cup. They need Kent are not guaranteed First Division cricket next season, Martin, and they need a result probably in one of their 2 matches. Surrey 76 for 2, but it could be a terrific battle for the championship. But it's just the way the fixtures work out that Surrey and Hampshire only play each other once, which is a bit of a nonsense, really.
That's through to the keeper. Is that a no ball being signalled, or 1 for the over? 1 for the over.
He sort of put his hand as if it was a no ball, but you're right.
Yeah, I think he was holding his fingers up to the other umpire, signalling 2 to the over. Yeah.
That's umpire Mallender at this end, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, you were right, Martin. It's a dot ball.
In comes the bowler. That is defended by Ibrahim. No run there.
It's very tight here, isn't it? You know, Paul Cogden's come into the attack. He's replaced Matthew Potts, but there's no respite here for Sussex. He's just following a very good line and length here.
Did you make any friends in the queue?
There's a few people you spoke to. There was a lady. There was a group of ladies who had come down from Worksop, who I was speaking to.
John Hampshire, the former umpire, used to live in Worksop.
Did he?
That one's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, went to his house.
But she was. So that was when you got to the end. In fact, when you got as far as Lambeth Bridge, I thought, oh, we're nearly there now. We went across the bridge, and we said to a policeman, "Oh, how long from here?" And he said, "Probably 3 hours." And I thought, really? We're there now. But then when you got into the garden,
there's a crisscrossy thing.
It was like at Disneyland when you're going up and down the queue lanes the whole time, and there were lots of queue lanes. But this lady was getting worried because she was booked on her train ticket had her on a timed train back to Worksop, and she was trying to work out if she didn't make it whether she could get a train to, I think she was saying Sheffield or somewhere. So she was keeping half an eye on her.
Sheffield or Wakefield.
In comes Gibson, round the wicket, bowls to Orr, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. But I think, and she was with their friends, and then they decided if they didn't, they were going to wander down to Green Park and see the flowers. But London was absolutely mobbed on Saturday, and they actually shut Green Park. There were that many people around the bottom of the Mall.
I did tell the story last week, but the Queen came to Sunderland in 1993.
Comes Gibson and bowls, and all right up on his toes and plays defensively down to mid-on. There is no run.
So it was one of her jubilees, and she was announcing city status for some towns, and so Sunderland became a city. So she came up to bestow city status in 1993, and she came up on the train. So I was working for a freelance agency in Newcastle, and we never got press passes for royal visits, so we used to just have to mingle in the crowd, just keep a watching brief. If anything happens, let the office know. But 9 times out of 10 nothing ever did. And she came straight up to the barriers and started talking to me, and I thought, what do? I'm not allowed to talk to the Queen, I'm a journalist. And then I'm thinking, I've got to say something, she'll wonder why I'm mute. So I started to enter into small talk with her, and then she pointed to the guy next to me. Oh, where's that gone?
That's a super shot by Ali Orr, isn't it? He's belted that away over mid-on. Didn't seem to hit it very hard, but it's whistled away for a boundary. Good shot.
Yeah, slightly over pitch from Gibson there. Gone for 4. And she turned to the guy next to me, and she made a comment about something he had in his hands. Now, he looked absolutely shocked, and she was talking about the size of the camera lens he had in his hands, but the way it came out, and he just went bright red. And she was basically inquiring, is it heavy? But the phraseology she'd used initially, and people were laughing all around, and he looked so embarrassed. And then he was just, no, the camera lens, no, it's fine, And anyway, she walked off with a little smile on her face, and I was thinking, they used to talk about her sense of humour, and was that done tongue in cheek? And the guy, it was so funny. Give some balls here, that's blocked. And the guy, he turned to me and he said, I have never been so embarrassed in all my life. And he was bright red, and everybody was laughing around him. And the Queen went on her merry way with a little smile on her face. And I thought, it's worth a line or two. So I wrote this story, the Queen embarrasses a photographer. And anyway, filed it, and the national papers, the Sun rang back, we need to find the photographer, get a photograph of him. This is hooked. Where's that gone?
That's gone fine leg.
Down towards final leg, pulled it into the ground.
That was like a one-day shot, wasn't it?
And anyway, we managed to get a photograph of this photographer later, and transpired he lived near where I live now. He lived next to Roker Park, and it was on the front page of the Sun paper the next day, that the Queen's quote and what she said to him, and this photograph of this guy with his camera lens. And I've still got the cuttings. In fact, I can show you a screen grab of it without reading out.
So you were right. So you were right next to them, Martin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Gibson in. That's left alone. I remember my dad going up to Newcastle races years ago, must have been in the early 90s, and she was there for the Northumberland Plate race. And he was standing next to the parade ring, and she came walking right past him, and he put his camera up to take a photograph, and as he pressed the button, the spring flew out the top of the camera, and it wouldn't take the picture. So he never got his photograph.
Look, I've been to a couple of events working, with the radio where the Queen's been there. I went to when the Magna Carta celebration was on. And, oh right, okay, okay, yeah.
Listeners may be interested to know on that occasion back in May the 19th, so May the 18th when she was here, right. 1993. She wore a green hat and a green coat.
So I didn't know that Sunderland wasn't a city.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was it was the largest shipbuilding town in the world.
So when they won the FA Cup, they were a town, were they?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I didn't know. Yeah, you live and learn. I better go, Martin, and do me update.
Well, we're nearly at lunch here. This will be the final over. Coghlan bowling it, and he's bowling to Orr, who has 29. Oh! I don't know how that hasn't hit the stumps. Nobody in this ground will be watching that and think, how did that not hit the stumps? Orr has been quite fortunate in a number of the balls he's left earlier in the day from Potts. That one angled back in, and it was right on the bail. How it hasn't flicked the bail off, I don't know. But you heard the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick there. And that's driven back towards Coghlan, and he flies through the air and stops it one-handed. Good work from him. Yeah, the exclamation from the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick said it all on that previous delivery. Coghlan in. Oh, bottom edge. It's gone past the keeper and away for 4. He'd gone wrong-footed there. 4 runs. Just quickly give you a rundown of what's happening elsewhere in the scores, because Essex are playing Lancashire and Chelmsford, and Lancashire are 83 for 6 in the 28th over there. In Southampton, Kent, who are struggling, as was mentioned, Hampshire have got them at 34 for 5 in this division. In Cardiff, Glamorgan 98 for 1 against Derbyshire. Middlesex 91 for 4 against Leicestershire and Leicester. In Worcester, Worcestershire 99 for 4 against Notts, the leaders. Here, Sussex now 47 for 3. As Coghlan comes in once more to bowl to Orr, and it's defended. Somerset are playing in Taunton, 55 for 1 against Northants. Warwickshire 73 for 3 in Bristol against Gloucestershire, and Surrey at the Oval 82 for 3 against Yorkshire. So they are the scores on the doors. I think actually they say morning session should bring you 3 wickets. If Durham finish with the 3 here, as Coghlan bowls, this is an in-swinger. It's played up to Jones at mid-on. I think Sussex, after the start they were 2 for 1 and then 25 for 2, 31 for 3. If they don't lose another wicket with this next ball, then 3 down on a morning like this is about par, I think you'd say. So lunch is about to be declared as Coghlan comes into bowl. All defends. So a slightly shortened session because of the loss of play due to rain for 25 minutes. They will claw that time back later. But Sussex are 47 for 3. Orr has 33 and Ibrahim 3. And we've had 22 overs instead of 32. So tea will be pushed back 10 minutes, and so tea should be 10 past 3, but it will be 20 past 3. But the times stray all the time, even in these games in September when the supposedly earlier starts, they still finish late. And the final session will be 16 minutes longer than it should be, in order to allow the claiming bag of overs lost to the weather. So there you go, that is lunch. Sussex 47 for 3. 2 wickets for Ben Rain and 1 for Matty Potts. We'll see you in 40 minutes' time.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers, So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
It's lunch here, the players just coming back out in a moment or two. The floodlights remain on though. It's quite a gloomy day. Good toss to win from a Durham point of view because they reduced Sussex to 47 for 3 at lunch. The first wicket of fall came at the start of the 4th over when Matty Potts had Tom Haynes caught behind for a 7th ball duck by emergency keeper Chris Benjamin, who's joined for the final 2 games of the season from Warwickshire. So that was Potts' 50th wicket of the season, and then Alsop fell for 8 and Clark falling for 2, both LBW to Ben Rain. Orr's just about to resume on 30. On the other hand, Ibrahim on 3. They're 47 for 3. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
There is no charge. Later meeting dates are 3rd of November, the 1st of December, 10th of January, 2nd of February, and the 2nd of March, 2023. Please welcome back players Neil Malabar and Shanmuga Surabhi. The Durham side led by Captain Scott Baldwin.
Well, welcome back to Durham for the afternoon session on the opening day of this county championship match between Durham and Sussex. A shortened morning. We had a bit of drizzle around soon after the start of play this morning. That it was enough to bring the covers on and some sheeting to cover up the bowlers' run-ups, and it meant that in the morning session we only had 22 overs. So we are going to have a slightly extended session now, and hopefully we'll make up those overs throughout the day. Sussex 47 for 3. Ali Orr has ridden his luck a little bit, it has to be said, but he's batted, he's played some nice shots as well. He's on 33. Daniel Ibrahim is on 3. The men out. Tom Haynes, the skipper, out for a duck. Not a shot Tom will be particularly proud of. A wide ball outside the off stump, and an edge through to Benjamin off the bowling of Matty Potts, who's going to open the bowling after lunch. The other bats out. Tom Alsop, LBW for 8. Just a suggestion upstairs, talking to the guys around the press box, that maybe Tom Alsop might have been a bit unlucky. There was a big appeal a couple of balls before he was given out, and I sometimes wonder when that happens, whether the umpire is... obviously the umpire takes each ball on its merits, but I wonder whether that might have been on his mind. But anyway, Tom Alsop looked like he might have been a little unlucky, and then Tom Clark looked like he was very much LBW 4-2. So in comes Potts running in over the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward and runs straight away after lunch for Daniel Ibrahim. He's worked the ball down to third man. I don't think it's quite going to carry. Good bit of fielding prevents the ball going over the ropes. That's a really good bit of fielding. And Daniel Ibrahim, Liam Travaskis who's chased that back. Good chase all the way down to the third man boundary. And that's pretty impressive. And halfway through September, and he's just all that effort to save one run. But you never know. That could be the run that decides this match. So well fielded by Travaskis, and the Sussex 50 is up, and Ibrahim with a 3 down to third man with the first ball after lunch. Floodlights are on. Cloudy skies. That being said, there's a few breaks in the cloud. No blue sky, some pale blue sky away in the distance. But it looks to me and feels like a pretty good day to be bowling. And we were just saying it's quite chilly up here in the northeast of England today. Now, changing the field. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish, straightish mid-wicket. Then there's a deep square leg and a fine leg, and that's very much one of Ali Orr's favourite shots, that hook onto the leg side. As in comes Potts and bowls, and it's a double bluff from Matty Potts right up in the block hole, and Ali Orr plays the ball down to mid-off, and there is no run. Orr on 33, Ibrahim on 6. He's a big bat twiddler, is Ali Orr. We often watch him and see how many times he twiddles his bat as he waits for Matty Potts. There he goes. Oh, just the one toe. Potts coming around the wicket. The bowl to Orr. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and a good tumbling save, and Orr might feel he's rather missed out there. That was a ill-directed delivery, and Orr rehearses the shot. He was just looking to tuck that one down to a fine leg. The ball goes through to the 2 debutant wicket keepers in this game. Chris Benjamin, who's keeping wicket for Durham. He hasn't got a number on his back, and Charlie Tier, making his debut for Sussex in this game, 18-year-old, went to Seaford College. I think he was under the eye there of Chris Adams, who's a sports master down at Seaford. In comes Potts and bowls, and all drives firmly into the covers, and there is no run. And, according to the card, he's going to bat number 6. So Sussex with an inexperienced side here this week. Daniel Ibrahim is 18. Charlie Tier is also 18. So it was important at the top of the order. The likes of Haynes and Allsop make runs, but they've gone. It's Ali Orr, who's only 21, has made quite a name for himself this season, as in comes Potts and bowls, and Orr is solidly forward, a ball of good length, plays it down the onside of the pitch. Potts goes to field with his left hand, and there is no run. But I think it's just me that's feeling a bit chilly. Martin's just come back into the room.
I've just asked them to try and put the heating on, because I think it's still stuck in summer and aircon, and it needs to be warm.
Yeah, he's got his put his coat on. Well, a terrific view here, almost wicket to wicket, as in comes Potts around the wicket, bowls to Orr, shot. Ali Orr thought about that, and there are 2 men set back on the leg side. The trap was set, and Ali Orr wasn't going to take the bait. But it's so cold, there's a wasp trying to get in through the window, and he can't. So he's flown off. He or she. 50 for 3 at the end of the over. Orr on 33, Ibrahim on 6, Matthew Potts 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. He picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes in the 4th over of the morning. Paul Coughlin has just pulled his trousers down as he sort of gets himself, I don't know what he's doing, perhaps tying up a bit more, but he's going to bowl the opening over from this end of the ground. There we are, from the Finkel end. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Daniel Ibrahim. It's getting a bit brighter, actually, Martin. I think that, I was just saying there's a bit of pale blue sky around, and the light's probably better than it has been much in the morning.
Yeah, it's breaking up now, isn't it? Yeah. Coughlin in. Ooh. That's an attempted leave from Ibrahim, and he's played it. He pulled the bat away rather casually, and it bounced off the blade. Coughlin bowled 3 overs before lunch, none for 6, 1 maiden.
Strange shot, really, wasn't it? He was definitely looking to leave the ball. The lights are almost improving by the minute, actually, at the moment.
Coughlin in. It's left alone again by the 18-year-old batsman. He's to have a colleague, Russell, who was from Burnley.
Yeah, he was born in Burnley, Daniel Ibrahim, but he's always lived down on the south coast, and his father's a very fine player for Preston Nomad, so cricket very much in the...
I bet he doesn't have a Burnley accent.
No.
Coughlin comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Yeah, Russell, up the mighty Clarets. The Burnley Cricket Club is right next to the Burnley football ground. Have you been to Burnley to cover a game?
I've been to Turf Moor, but I didn't notice the cricket ground.
Yeah, well, it's actually quite popular with away supporters, because they normally open the cricket club on a match day. You can park in there as well.
I'll tell you this neck of the woods where I did come to cover a football match donkeys years ago, which was a cup tie. I went to Darlington, and that ground, I'm sure, shared it with the cricket club as well.
Shortish ball there from Coughlin. Yeah, that ground's demolished now, but you would walk round the cricket ground.
That's right.
At Darlington and Feetham's.
That's it.
And into the football ground at the back.
I covered it. It was a first round. No, it wasn't. It was a third round cup tie. Darlington against Farnborough, and it was freezing. I remember driving up thinking this isn't going to be on.
You're right.
And it was.
Coghlan in. Everyone leaves that one outside the line of off stump. I used to watch a lot of Darlington games when they were at Feetham's. Be down there regularly.
What for work or?
No, just second team really.
Oh, okay.
My dad had a mate who he played cricket with called Kenny Ellis, who played for Darlington for a few years, and then my dad ended up scouting for them for a while. So this is through the sort of late 70s, early 80s. We used to go down there quite a bit. Coghlan comes in and bowls, and this is up to mid on, no run there, end of the over. And then I used to go down, and there was a guy called Luke Rain who was the press officer, so I used to organise tickets through him and sit in the main stand when they built the new stand. And then not long after that they moved, George Reynolds built the new stadium on the outskirts of Darlington, and they moved there.
I think I went to that stadium as well, because I think
well, that's owned by Mowden Park Rugby Club now, because the football team went bust. And it was saddled with debts as a result of that stadium, effectively.
But that was a big stadium, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a 25,000 seat stadium. It was, on a similar plan to Derby County's ground, really.
Potts in bowls and all clips nicely down to deep backwards ways. Pick up one, he's looking for two. Very quickly, and the throw comes in, and it's a big, quick, good throw coming in from, was that Travaskis again? I think it was. Who chased down a ball in the previous over, but good running by Alior. He's very quick between the wickets. He was always looking for two. I think we're going to get a glimpse of sunshine in a minute, All goes to 35. And Sussex do 52 for 3.
Can you remember a few years ago you came up here for a game which was the end of the season, and you were staying in the Seaburn Hotel, and I came and picked you up, and it was shorts weather. It was the last week.
Yeah, it was. It was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it was. It was absolutely. And if I remember rightly, Martin, the weather down on the south coast was awful. In comes Potts, bowls, and all clips this one down to fine leg. Picks up another single fielded by Coghlan, and there is no run. And that's bad, Adrian. I should have turned off my phone and didn't do so. Someone's trying to ring me. They can go another time. 36 to all, 53 for 3. I remember that game at the Feetham's, Martin, because I was very early in my sort of reporting days.
Still had the excitement.
Well, and
got the adrenaline going.
Well, I got there early, and I was all set up, and I was all ready, plenty of time for the game. And because it was a third round cup tie, some of the larger stations were there, and some of the BBC stations, and I was all set up, and a fella came in at about 2:30 and said I was in the wrong place, and I'd have to move my equipment elsewhere and all the rest of it. So it was a bit of a palaver. As in comes Potts. People were trying to pull rank on the junior reporter. In comes Potts and bowls, and Ibrahim plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
Was it the newish stand that you were in? It was quite an impressive stand. It dwarfed the rest of the ground.
I remember looking out, and I think from where we were commentating from, to the right of that was the cricket pitch from memory.
Yeah.
So perhaps it was.
Because the main stand originally was a little wooden thing.
Right.
Because one of the things that used to characterise Feetham's was the fans all switched ends at half time.
Right. So. In comes Potts and bowls. Short, and Ibrahim pulls without timing. There's a short leg in place who momentarily thought he was going to have to take evasive action. He did, but Ibrahim didn't time it particularly well. Goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And in fact, the winner of the game in that particular third round cup tie, and they went on to play, got a plum draw away to Arsenal, which was at Highbury back in the day.
Who won then? Darlow? Did Darlow win off?
No, Farnborough won.
Did they?
Yeah, they did, and they were the low. I think Darlington would have been a second division side in those days.
Yeah, they did.
Farnborough were in the conference as it was. In comes Potts over the wicket bowl. Oh, good delivery. And Ibrahim was groping at fresh air outside of his off stump. The ball goes through to Benjamin, and there is no run.
There was a period where Darlington went out of the league, and ended up in the conference for a while.
Before they went out of business. And have they reformed now?
They came back into the league.
Right, okay.
They went out of business when they were in the league. I remember going to see them in the new stadium.
Potts. 2 slips going down, short leg in place. Ibrahim wrapped around about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the leg side. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Sussex, having lost the toss and been asked to bat this morning, are 53 for 3, all on 36 Ibrahim is on 6. Potts 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. In listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms and Martin Emerson.
Yeah, I saw them play at home to Hartlepool, and it was probably the biggest crowd they had there. Because it was capped at around 10,000, the new ground. The council wouldn't let them have any more than that, maybe 12,000, something like that. Anyway, Hartlepool ran riot that afternoon and hammered Darlington, and I think Hartlepool got into the playoffs and Darlington ended up missing out, and then the following year went into free fall. Coghlan in bowls, driven out towards the covers, no run there, cut off by Potts. George Reynolds died last year, I think, but the club had ceased to exist as the Football League side for quite a period of time, and so the local rugby club took over the football stadium, Mowden Park, and Darlington reformed, and they're in the National North, something like that.
Okay, that's good.
And they play at a rugby ground, but not their football ground, which has become a rugby ground, if you see what I mean. That's through to the keeper. What's the rugby ground called where Darlington play?
He bowls a decent lick here, Coghlan, doesn't he? Mm-hmm. That first smacked into the gloves of Benjamin. He's quicker than he looks because he's got quite sort of a languid approach to the wicket. But he's
Blackwell Meadows they play at now, which has a capacity of 3,300. Coghlan in bowls, defended by Orr on middle and off there. Runs up to mid off to Rain. There is a YouTube video which I happened across accidentally a year or so ago. The bizarre stadium which bankrupted a football club. There's quite a lot of information in there.
So it's still there?
The new ground is, yeah. I mean, it's just on the outskirts of town. You can see it on the train, actually. Coghlan in. Oh, nearly a nibble behind there. Or played and missed, and he was looking at the keeper as well.
He was.
To the point where I thought he must have got something on
No, I
it.
agree. So what's on the Feetums now? Is that being turned into housing, or?
I think they might have built some houses where the football ground was. The cricket ground's still there, because Durham were meant to play Gloucestershire there in 2020, I think, in a one-day cup game.
Right, okay.
But then everything was expunged because of COVID.
Oh, because of COVID, right.
Because Sussex should have been here that year as well, shouldn't they? And Durham were meant to play them here.
Yes, that's right.
Season. Coghlan up to the stumps. Bowls playing out into the covers by one, or run there.
Well, talking about who we might be playing next season, he was saying Kent 41 for 5 down at the Aegeus Bowl. They're in real. They could go down, Kent. Ben Compton, the opener, is still there. He's on 20. And Joe Everson, who's done very well for Kent, hasn't he, since he left Nottinghamshire? He's been a good acquisition. Scored runs in the one-day cup final at the weekend.
Coghlan comes in and bowls. It's left alone. That is the end of the over.
So just those scores.
It's a maiden again, his second maiden in a row.
In those other games. So in terms of promotion out of this division, Notts are going to go up, and Worcestershire are 103 for 5 at New Road against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex are almost over the line, but they're 108 for 4 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Glamorgan not out of it. If they could win this week, they're 111 for 1 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan are the final visitors of the season to Hove next week, but I think at the minute it looks like Notts and Middlesex. But in terms of coming down, Gloucester are doomed. It's really between Warwickshire, Somerset and Kent who's going to take that other relegation place. Potts is going to carry on, running towards us, coming into bowl to Daniel Ibrahim. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim stretches forward to a ball of good length and just plays it into the offside, and there is no run. The race for the champs, so Kent 41 for 5 against Hampshire, and Surrey are 101 for 3 against Yorkshire at the Oval. So we're going to go to the final round of matches. Surrey's last game is at Lancashire at Old Trafford, and Hampshire's last game is at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. So all set up for a good end to the season. Just hope the weather plays ball over the next week or so. As in comes Potts, the 2 slips goes down, he's in and bowls, and Ibrahim again is forward, plays it out into the offside. Again, there is no run. We're in the 27th over of the day, so Sussex barely going along at 2 and over.
There you are, there's an aerial photograph. It's now a housing estate.
Right, okay.
Greener Drive.
What a shame it wasn't named after something to do with the football club.
Well, there's a new leisure centre and office facility called Feetham's House just across the road.
Pots in bowls, and Ibrahim tucks this to mid-wicket, but again there is no run.
I went to college in Darlow. I did journalism college there in 1989, 1990. That was a...
So could you commute from Sunderland down to Darlington? Is it?
Yeah, that was a great year, that.
Yeah.
I was the youngest on the course. I was only 18. I went straight from sixth form college, and quite a few of the people in the class had finished degree courses, and that was their professional course. And so a lot of those were sort of 23, 24-year-old or whatever.
Pots in and bowls. Ibrahim again for good length delivery. Ibrahim plays to mid on. There is no run.
And out the back, the main college complex at Darlington was in Cleveland Avenue, but we were in a big terraced house round the corner next to the arts centre. And on the ground floor, we never in the basement, I think that was the radio course. There was also a course for Scandinavian people to come and learn journalism and English, which I thought was a bit peculiar. And then we were upstairs.
Pots. Bowls. Ibrahim clips this down towards fine leg. In fact, it's deep backward square. It comes in Leon Travaskis. One more to Ibrahim. He goes to 7. The total 54 for 3.
But it was a really good year, really good fun. And we went off and did stories and trips to here, there, and everywhere. And then towards the back end of the course, from about Easter onwards, we'd finished most of our exams and spent a lot of the time just playing cricket in the back garden. There was this tennis court and a bit of grassed area next to it, so...
Happy days, eh?
Yeah.
This is interesting field placing. There's a 2-man set back on the leg side for Ali on a shortish straight mid-wicket. Pots in bowls. That was short, and Ali ducked. He ducked very early for that, actually, and I thought for a minute that was getting on the helmet, but well judged by Alior. End of the over, just the 1 run off the over. Sussex are 54 for 3 off of 27 overs. Potts 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24, all 36. Ibrahim 7.
There's an email that came before lunch from Martin, which I think you may have received as well, I'm not sure. Basically says, I'm always happy when... Good morning, gentlemen, from Leighton Buzzard. I'm always happy when my two teams play one another, as I don't mind who wins. I had hoped to be at the ground to see it, but we've been trying to move to the environs of Durham, but have been frustrated 7 times now in the space of 15 months. Here's Coghlan starting a new over. Maddinson's in its short leg, but the ball goes just slightly past him from Ibrahim out towards mid-wicket to Potts. Never mind, he says there's always next season. 7 moves frustrated in 15 months. That's a nightmare. And Angus says, I can support your story about the lack of trains to Chesley Street.
Oh, that sounds bad news.
I got to Newcastle, but got a 45-minute wait for the last 10 minutes of the journey. That's through to the keeper.
It's a strange leave that from Ibrahim, isn't it? He sort of shows the bat, takes it away.
Yeah, and tucked it in under his...
strange, isn't it?
Anyway, thanks for keeping me sane. By the way, I missed the punchline of your Queen story due to going into a 3G area. Be grateful if you could repeat it. It was a comment she made to a photographer which embarrassed him greatly, and it ended up on the front page of the papers. It was very funny. In comes the bowler, and he's got him this time. Ibrahim decided to play at that one, and he's edged behind on 7 from 42 deliveries. And Coghlan gets his wicket. Bowled well today, Coghlan. That's 1 for 6 from 5.3 overs. He's bowled 3 maidens as well. So Chris Benjamin, signed from Warwickshire, takes his second catch of the day, and he's just pushing outside the line there, Ibrahim.
Yeah, it was a poor shot, wasn't it, really? I just wondered with Daniel Ibrahim, he got himself slightly bogged down, which was in turn putting a little bit of pressure on Ali Orr, who's... good job Ali Orr's there, because he's on 36, but Ibrahim goes. Sussex 54 for 4 in the 28th over. Now this looks like, is this going to be Charlie Tier, or is this going to be the new... Who's this coming out? a bit tall to be a wicket keeper, doesn't it? I've not seen or met Charlie Tier, so I have. Or is this? Let's just see who this comes out. Or
It's your right-hander, if that helps.
so I've got to wait for him to turn round.
Calls.
Ah, right. Thank you. I thought he was a bit tall to be a wicket keeper. It's James Coles.
The name's Coles.
Yeah.
James Coles.
So that's another 18-year-old in the side today. So Adrian Hebram's 18. James Coles
Big for 18, isn't he?
is 18. Yeah, he's really filled out this year, Jack. That's what slightly. So there was somewhere else I was 2 or 3 weeks ago, and James came out to bat, and I thought, who's that? I mean, he made his debut when he was 16. He's the second youngest ever player to play for Sussex, but he really has filled out in the last couple of years. Well, last year certainly. Funny you talk about Matt Potts, so how he's filled out. I don't know whether these players do quite a lot of gym work and all the rest of it. Nonetheless, Sussex in a bit of a pickle here. Under the lights, cloud cover, good bowling attack here from Durham. They've relied on seam all the way through, and James Coles is going to be faced with another slip. No, he's got 3 slips, and the short leg is to go in place as well. So
Have you got a half pass?
oh, crumbs.
So Coles is the name of the game. I wonder if he's ever been to Newcastle. 18 years old, debut against Surrey 2 years ago. Coghlan bowls. Coles plays that back to him. This is his 8th first-class match, and he has 236 runs. And he has a high score of 59 against Leicestershire this year, and he got 54 in the last game, a draw against Worcestershire. Coghlan from the Finkel end, right arm over, that's left alone. 1 ball left of this over, which so far is a wicket maiden. That is the 2 balls left. 2 balls left. No, 1. Scoreboard's gone so slow to the point where I think it must have speeded up and already put the score on there, but it's quite slow today. So 1 ball left. 2 dot balls, a wicket, 2 dot balls. Comes in and bowls, and that is a leave. It is a wicket maiden.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Weather improving actually here in the northeast of England. We had a brief delay for rain earlier on today. The floodlights were lit. It's still gloomy though, and Sussex in trouble. They're 54 for 4, having been asked to bat this morning.
Bouncer from Potts, start of a new over from the Lumley end. Gone through to the keeper.
Rather tentatively outside of the off stump and was caught behind off the bowling of Coghlan. Meanwhile, in the first division, the battle for the county championship.
Got an update on Greener Drive in Darlington, which I'll wait until Adrian's back. Potts turns, he's bowled 11.1, 1 for 24 so far, 3 maidens, comes in, that's left alone. Coghlan's figures are fantastic, 1 for 6 in 6 overs with 4 maidens. I've got an update for you, Adrian, on Greener Drive. Potts balls, oh, he's bowled him off stump, played and missed, and that is the end of all for 36. And the way things are going, you don't think Sussex are long for this world unless they can somehow find a partnership from somewhere, because
well, I'm wondering where. I mean, you've got young Charlie Tier coming in next. Shame that for Addy Orr, because I think he's batted, but I think there's been a problem. That
he's left it again.
Yep.
He's left that many today that have just missed the off stump, and then eventually it's a leave that gets him out.
Yeah. Charlie Tier, I don't think he's going to come in next. Jack Carson can bat. He made a very nice half century last week. So this looks like the size of a wicket keeper, doesn't it? So this is this young man's debut, and what an experience for him coming in at an international cricket ground, but against an international attack. And I tend to agree he's going to need, really need somebody to come to the party here for Sussex, because they are in all sorts of trouble. 54 for 5, and 2 wickets have gone down since lunch. In fact, 2 wickets have gone down with the score on 54. So, young 18-year-old. I don't know a huge amount about him. I'm educated at Seaford College down in Sussex. He's played cricket for Scotland under-19s. And Sussex have struggled in the wicket-keeping department this season. Mohammad Rizwan was signed, but was only here for a few games, the Pakistan wicketkeeper, before he went off to international duty. Ollie Carter has kept wicket in the Championship, Tom Alsop in the 50 over. But it's been a problem for us at Sussex since Ben Brown left at the end of last season. The problem hasn't really been resolved. So Charlie Tier is a young man. What an opportunity. We said this earlier on, this isn't easy. Lights, cloud. The light is better now than any time during the morning. Away to the left over the pavilion, there's some pretty nasty looking cloud, but let's hope that's not going to come this way. And the young man's got to face Matthew Potts, who's been so good for Durham and England this season. First ball, Martin, from an international bowler.
Well, you've got to learn somewhere.
You have.
Potts in, and he's up on his toes and fends that down. It goes off towards the slip cordon, no run there.
So I'm just trying to think, in terms of the rest of this Sussex batting order. It might well be that Jack Carson moves up a place. I don't know. He's a more than capable batsman. And you've got Henry Crocombe, Sean Hunter. Of course, we didn't probably see the best last week of Fahim Ashraf, who made his debut last week against Worcestershire, but didn't have the best of debuts. He made a couple of runs and struggled with his bowling. Sunny's about to come out, Martin. Look at that.
Yeah.
Is that cloud away to the left?
And it's going to go straight in again.
Is that where that weather's coming from?
Looks like it, I think. Yeah.
Oh dear.
This was what you spotted quite a while ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Potts bowls, short leg in place. That's left alone. Got a leg slip. And 3 in the slip cordon, plus point, plus short mid wicket. So this is his debut, is it?
This is his debut. Yep. And Ollie Carter's had a difficult time behind the stumps with the gloves.
Scotland under 19.
Yeah, I wondered whether they might look to do something a little different this week. So I'm not surprised to see that there's been a change. But it's a tall order coming in up here.
Potts in again, bowls. Up he gets off on his toes and defends that as well. That's the end of the over. That's a wicket maiden for Potts. So that's his 4th maiden, 2 for 24. Coghlan at the other end, 1 wicket for 6 runs. 6 overs, 4 maidens. He's been really good today.
Yeah, he has. Very good. And he's sort of built the pressure at the other end. So yeah, when you look at the average age of the Sussex side,
West Chiltington and Thacombe Cricket Club.
Right. Where have you got that? So, 'cause I was looking for some information on the way up on the train because it wasn't the greatest reception. In comes Coghlan over the wicket, bowls. Coles lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Benjamin, and there is no run.
So he's 18 years old. He's played for Scotland under 19s. Started playing for Sussex Seconds last year. And he's been with Sussex since academy, so under 14s onwards.
Yeah.
So how old did you say he was?
18.
18 years and 100 days.
Here comes Coghlan again. Bowls and Coles drives nicely. Runs here for James Coles, and it could well be 4 runs. The ball is racing away across the outfield, which has been slowed up by a little bit of rain and a good diving attempt Ben Rain down below us, but it ran away for 4 runs, and a nice shot by James Coles to get off the mark, and Sussex go to 58 for 5. So I'm just looking here. We'll work out this average age of this side in a minute, but there's a lot of young players out here, and this is a bit of an education, really. Ibrahim 18, Coles 18, Tier 18. There's Coles waits. Coughlin runs away from us. Floodlights still on, bowls. I moved a long way off the pitch, Martin. My word, that was taken by Benjamin in front of, in between sort of first and second slips. Moved miles away off the pitch. And James Coles comes down and does a little bit of gardening, as if to say, It was, and the sun is trying to come out. There's some really heavy cloud away over the pavilion to our left-hand side. A little breeze to blow it on if it comes this way. Coughlin in, bowls, and Coles just jerks his head back out of the way as the ball whistles past and through to keeper Benjamin, and there is no run.
West Chiltington is a village in the civil parish in the Horsham district of West Sussex.
It's nice around there. Coughlin, 3 slips go down, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg. Coughlin in bowls. Coles is solidly forward, a ball of good length, and Coles plays it to mid-off, and there is no run. James Coles on 4. For those of you just joining us on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson on commentary duty. And Sussex struggling, have been asked to bat this morning, are 5 wickets down. In comes Coughlin, bowls, and Coles. Now, did that go off the pad? We have to wait for the umpire's signal. It signals as leg buys. It was veering down the leg side. It clipped the pads of James Coles. Runs away for 4 runs. That's the end of the over. Welcome runs for Sussex, who go to 62 for 5. Coles on 4, Tier yet to score, and Coughlin has bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, and has taken 1 for 10.
Just looking on the map here, because I hadn't heard of this West Chiltington, there's just below it is an Ashington and a Washington.
Right, okay, so you could be up here.
Yeah, and I know, for instance, just as you're driving just north of Brighton and Hove, there's a Southwick there as well. There's a Southwick in Sunderland. So it's just to the north-east of Arundel. We went up there one night from Arundel. It was a bit further west. We went over past Goodwood Racecourse.
Right,
dropped down into a little village beyond there for a pub meal one night.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, and Potts starting a new over, 31st over. This is defended by the new man Tier, played in the offside. Yeah, Isabel Duncan was with us, and she took us to this pub.
Right.
And it was she said it was Outside Edge, the cricket comedy, had been filmed or something.
Oh right, or not the same place, because the repair shop is filmed around there as well.
Right.
There's a museum down there, and the name of the village is. Crumbs have got a lovely cricket ground. Come on, Adrian.
Potts bowls pulled down into the ground and short mid wicket. Where's Goodwood on here then?
It's in the village of. It's the Wealdon Downland Museum where the repair shop is filmed. Singleton. They've got that's obviously not. They've got a lovely cricket ground there, just off the road, off the main road that runs through the village.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the place you're thinking of. That's not far from Goodwood.
I'm just wondering if it might have been somewhere like Pulborough, somewhere like that. Next ball is played up towards mid. No run there.
Ian Arbour's just sent me an email. Do I know when the list of released players will be released? I have no idea. But we were saying it's that time of year, isn't it? I mean, Sean Dixon has announced today that he's moving down to Somerset. So is that time of year when you start to hear about players who are moving counties?
Potts comes in and bowls. This is a thick edge wide of the slip corner and away down to vacant third man is open for the afternoon. Get your fine ales at the bar.
Yeah, his first runs in first class cricket. Charlie Tier will be delighted about that.
I've seen your Weald and Downland Living Museum. So that takes you up past Goodwood Racecourse, does it? Right, so then we drop down. It would have been...
Pulborough's a little further from there.
Yeah, Cocking.
Oh, right, that rings a bell.
Or West Lavington, somewhere around there.
And there's a place called Levant there as well, I think. Something like that. So you didn't go racing?
No, it was a beautiful evening as Potts Bowls swings away from tier.
Take.
I mean, when Durham have played at Arundel, it's normally been June, mid-June.
Yeah.
And we went up there and we actually stopped and there was a gate at the side of the racecourse. We just wandered through the gate and you were more or less on the finish straight. And beautiful views down across the valley. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and you can see right across, on a clear day, right across to the Isle of Wight.
Some of my friends have been down Goodwood this last weekend because it was the Festival of Speed.
Yes, it was.
So
yes.
Potts Bowls, and that's played away up past the bowler and away for 4 by the looks of things towards the far end of the ground. Oh, the ball's just slowing. Is it going to get over the ropes?
You stopped it, you know.
It stopped.
Or chased.
Yeah. It just slowed up. There's one thing that I saw at lunchtime, which I can't remember seeing before. Gibson it was who chased that. They were cutting the outfield at lunchtime.
I was surprised at that.
Eh? No, they were going backwards and forwards with lawnmowers, and I've never seen that during a lunch interval. Well, I'm just presuming the umpires decided that the outfield was too slow and the grass was too long and ordered it to be cut. See it at the end of a day's play. I mean, particularly you've got to have eyes in the back of your head when you're doing an interview at Worcester, because the groundsman's straight on the pitch at the end of the day's play with his grass cutter, and if you're not careful, you could end up getting run over. So
yes, they are, but yeah.
And Derby as well, they cut the grass as soon as the day's play is finished there. But
well, Paul Coughlin's going to come into bowl to Charlie Tier. He took 3 off the last ball of that over. He goes to 7 as in comes Coughlin bowls, and Tier lets that go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Benjamin. And there is no run. I should wish a happy birthday today. It's a happy 21st birthday to Henry Crocombe, playing in this game.
Yes, he is. He's in my notes. He's 21 today. Yeah.
I'm sure he. I don't know what you'd normally do on your 21st, but I'm sure he won't be out having having a glass or two, because he's
on my 21st. I actually ended up driving.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's bad luck. In comes Coughlin. Oh, that's a full toss.
Yeah.
And Tier plays it into the covers. They've taken 1. And that's all they'll take as Tier goes to 8. The totals. How on earth did that happen, Martin? You should have had a word to your mates about that one.
No, well, the actual day of my birthday, I think, was a Thursday. And we drove down the seafront to a restaurant, probably a couple of miles from where I was living at the time. And I just didn't fancy it. I don't know if I just...
You grown up, Martin.
Well, I just thought maybe there was too much pressure on me to enjoy myself that night. I only had the one drink and drove home. But the Saturday night we had a big party at the cricket club. That was quite fun.
In comes Coughlin and bowls, and Coles is forward, plays to mid on, and there is no run. 76 for 5.
They had one of these. Hired a woman who came disguised as something else, you know.
Oh, right, okay.
You know, this sort of thing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, of course, I knew straight away who she was, and then at one point she started taking the mick out of me in front of everybody.
Oh, that's not nice. In comes Coughlin bowls and clipped away nicely by Coles. He's going to get runs here down to 5 leg, always deep backwards square. Good bit of fitness. I have to say Durham have fielded very well here today. They've chased everything down. Coles picks up a couple more runs. He goes to 6, the total to 72 for 5. So did you respond in kind, Martin, when she
Well, I mean, I could tell straight away who she was. She'd obviously been given a bit of material by some of the lads in the dressing room and whatnot, but then she got this basically...
Careful.
Yeah, I'm trying to choose my words carefully. She got an item out in which she was going to... She said she was going to hit me with it. Basically.
Okay.
And me nana stood up and said, "That's my grandson, leave him alone."
In comes Coughlin bowls, let go outside the off stump by Coles, taken by Benjamin. There is no run. I'm sure it's happened to most of us at some stage or another, Martin.
Yeah, so a funny
So
thing
did the lady leave?
Well, once you'd done a bit.
All right.
I don't even know if that kind of thing is a thing anymore, is it?
Do you know, I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Coughlin in and bowls, and Cole's up on his toes, steers that to point. There is no run. End of Paul Coughlin's over. He has bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. Sussex are 72 for 5. Tier on 8, making his debut. James Coles is on 6.
Martin Billingham emailed. He said Greener Drive, which was built on the football ground at Darlington, is named after Ron the Man Mountain Greener, who made 515 appearances for Darlington between 1955 and 1967. So there you are.
I think David Speedy played for Darlington.
He did.
Did he?
Yeah. And there's a famous match when Sunderland were playing Coventry City in I think it was the League Cup, and Speedy squared up to Gary Bennett, who is now our Sunderland co-commentator, and Bennett shoved him into the paddock in the clock stand at Roker Park.
It's going to be Matthew. Is it me or you, Martin?
I can't remember.
I think it's you.
Is it me? Is it Rain comes in here and bowls?
I've just worked out the average age of the Sussex side. It's 21.3 years. So they are. So 3 18-year-olds. Ibrahim Coles, who've played Championship cricket. Charlie Tier is making his debut. He's 18. But then you've got Ali Orr, who's 21. Tom Clark, who's 21. Jack Carson, who's 21. Henry Crocombe, 21 today. The senior player in the side is Fahim Ashraf, who's 28.
So Crocombe's boosted it up with his 21.
He has a little bit.
So what was it, 21 and what?
I make it 21.3.
You want to get that in the BBC feed. Rain bowls. This is left alone by Tier. What was I going to say? Yeah, David Speedy. I remember doing a story a few years ago, and because he had a bit of a reputation, didn't he? And he became player coach of Spennymoor United.
Oh, crumbs!
And got sent off on his debut as player coach for them.
That's fine.
There's Steve Harmison walking around the ground in his Durham tracksuit with Marcus North. Should get him up and ask him what he's doing here. The last time I saw him in a tracksuit, he was the manager of Ashington Football Club. Rain in. This is driven off past point and away. 4-4. Travaskis couldn't get down to it, and the ground staff field the ball from just in front of the near end of the Castle stand. Norman Robinson says, "Hi Marty, thanks for the cracking commentary. You referred to the old Darlington FC ground, which is now a housing estate, and mentioned Greener Drive. It is named in honour of legendary Ron Greener, who played nigh on 500 games for the club and is the most appearances holder for Darlington." So thanks to Martin and Norman for pointing that out.
He's played quite nice here, Charlie Tier, hasn't he? He's hit a couple of nice 4s on his debut.
Yeah, he's on 12 now. From 14 balls, 76 for 5, Sussex. In comes Rain, that's left alone. Why is Sussex fielding such a young side? I mean, I can understand One Day Cup. You know, Durham had quite a young squad with the One Day Cup, because they lost Bedingham and Dixon for quite a part of that to injury, and Alex Lees couldn't play this year. He was playing for England.
Well, to be honest, I mean, this has been pretty much the way of things for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
They've gone down this road of youth. So with the likes of Ollie Robinson, Geoff Archer not around because, you know, they're playing international cricket or they're injured. George Garton's had long COVID, so George hasn't been around for much of the season. But George only 24. I'll check how old George is in.
Tier plays this to short extra cover, no run there.
So there's not a lot of experience around the side, and that's been, you know, one of the issues around Sussex. I mean, they finished bottom of the Championship last year, finished second bottom this year, and I was at a members forum last week, and someone was saying, you know, obviously there is concern about, you know, are the youngsters. I think the feeling is they are progressing, and under the, you know, batting wise today it's been difficult. Grant Flowers in as the batting coach. The main problem they've had, Martin, is they just cannot bowl sides out. That's been the problem all season.
Durham have had that this year as well. Rain in. That's gone down the leg side. It's stopped by Benjamin one-handed.
Stopped. And in terms of signings they made, I mean, Steve Finn came in the winter, the tail end of last season, but he spent a lot of the season out injured with knee problems. So there's just not a whole pile of experience around the side, and they've brought in Fahim Ashraf, who's the Pakistan Test cricketer, to have a look at him over the next 3 games, because Sussex are very, very keen to get in an overseas bowler. He looked a bit ring rusty last week down at Hove, so he'll be hoping for an improvement. But Paul Coughlin's going to carry on. Total of 76 for 5, running away from us. Bowls to Tier, and Tier clips this nicely through mid-wicket.
Nasty bounce.
Was a nasty bounce off an old wicket end, I think. Picks up a single, does Tier, and that's... was that James Coles? I do apologise. It was James Coles who clipped that through mid-wicket. He goes to 7.
Are the Sussex team staying in Newcastle, perchance, or not?
No.
So it's not Coles to Newcastle then? No.
You're a bit quick for me today, Marty.
Are they in Durham, are they?
Yeah.
Well, are you in Durham as well?
I am in Durham.
So how are you going to get around the next few days?
Well, there's a couple of Sussex supporters up here who have sort of offered to run me to and fro, so...
Right.
As in comes Coughlin over the wicket bowls, and Tier... Well, it looked like Tier was looking to leave that as well, and the ball seems to have hit the bat rather than the other way round. And they're going to come back for 3 runs down to third man. Good running by James Coles, and a very good throw coming in from the boundary edge from Liam Travascus, all the way down in the distance, right over the top of the stumps. But good running by Coles, and he helps Tier on his way to 12, and Sussex to 80 for 5. I don't know when the Sussex lads came up yesterday, because often with these long trips from Hove, it's all about coach drivers' hours, isn't it? And how long the coach driver's allowed to drive for. I don't know whether they came up on Sunday or whether
It's interesting as well, because all of the rounds of games in September start on a Monday, except for this week, which I presume is because of the one-day cup final at the weekend.
Yes. In comes Coughlin bowls.
He's
bowled him. Bowled off an inside edge. An attempted leave by James Coles. And I have to say, well as Durham have bowled, I'm taking nothing away from the Durham bowlers at all. They have bowled a very good line and length. I'm not sure the Sussex bats have helped himself here. Who's looking to leave that James Coles. I think he's taken an inside edge onto the stumps.
Yeah, did bottom corner of the bat.
Yeah, he was looking to leave it. And it was... he sort
of jabbed down on it.
He did.
It was half in the mind to leave it, and then I think he thought he needed to play at it, and he's just pushed down on it. It's come off the bottom corner of the bat and bounced onto the off stump.
So Coughlin picks up his second wicket. James Coles is on his way, and Sussex are 80 for 6. I'm assuming the new man out will be Fahim Ashraf, who's played 14 Test matches for Pakistan. So. He clearly knows. Well, you'd like to think he knows what he's doing. And saying he made a couple of runs last week, but to be fair, I think he'd only pretty much just got off the plane. So, but Sussex want to have a look at him, not just for his batting, but in terms of his bowling. So we'll see how he goes. Left-hander comes running out. He looks full of intent and enthusiasm, and he's coming back into bat with Charlie Tier. Sussex 80 for 6 in the. We've only had Martin.
Yeah.
We're in the 34th over of the day.
In September 2013, Sussex were bowled out for 112 and 116 here. It was at the time, it may still be. Well, yeah, this was definitely their lowest aggregate score since 1926.
Yeah.
Prior to that, their lowest total against Durham was 117 at Hove in 2001. And then they broke that in both innings in Chester Street in 2013.
And a very nice message, thank you for that, but a very nice message from the former Sussex scorer, Mike Charman, who must be listening. Hello, Mike, if you're listening. And he says, say hello to Martin. So, very kind of you, Mike.
Yes,
haven't seen you for a
me
while.
And Mike were out with, was it the first pink ball match in Abu Dhabi? Mike was scoring for MCC.
Right, well, he says hello.
Yes, Durham, yeah.
He says to me that Charlie Tier, and I'm presuming it's spelled Tier as in Tears for Fears, as in opposed to Charlie Tear, but Charlie Tier plays for West Chiltington and Fakenham Cricket Club, my home village club, for whom I now umpire. I was treasurer there.
They brought their own umpire.
In comes Coughlin and bowls, and driven nicely by Ashraf to mid-on. There is no run. Goes on to say, I was treasurer there for 12 years up until last November. Give my regards to Martin. How lovely to hear from you, Mike, and I hope you're keeping well. Mike Charman, who was scorer for many, many years. I'm sure Mike was here that day when Ollie Robinson scored 100 on his debut.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah. And sadly, the lad who died was at the other end, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, Matt Hobden.
Yeah.
In comes Coughlin bowls, and Ashraf covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And they put together a partnership for the 10th wicket for Sussex, which stands to this day, and I hope it stands forever. Ollie Robinson and Matt Hobden. Ollie's first class debut, and he made a ton. And when you talk to Ollie, he's he sort of grew up really as a bat who could bowl a bit, and that's all turned around. I keep thinking one day when he plays a test, he's going to get some runs. In comes Coghlan, bowls, and forward comes Ashraf, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He's bowled very tidily here, Paul Coghlan. He's bowled 9 overs and has taken 2 for 17, including 4 maidens. And Sussex in a mess here. They're 80 for 6.
A mess is the word I would use. It was ironic that Ollie Robinson got those runs here on his debut, because it was a game that he should have been at here, which saw him leave Yorkshire, because he turned up for a T20 game in Leeds, and the match was here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was the story at the time.
Right. Okay.
So
I'll ask him, Mike, because he talks about those days.
I read an interview with him recently, and he was on about when he was playing for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
He still felt like he lived in Kent, and spent a lot of this cricket season to and fro to Kent to visit his mates and go out and do the usual things. So Rain comes in here to start a new over, and in this interview, I think he said he would go nightclubbing and then drive up to Yorkshire to turn up for training, and wasn't taking it seriously. And eventually, I think Yorkshire got upset with his lack of self-discipline and timekeeping and that kind of thing.
It was the last wicket partnership was 164 between Ollie Robinson and Matt Hobden, and it was in 2015.
Didn't Robinson get 110? Does it say what he got?
No, it just gives me the partnership there. I took a photo of the pair of them over on the balcony holding the record book.
It's just gone the way down the leg side for 4.
Nice shot.
4 off the bat from Tier. He moves on to 19 from 20 balls.
Well, Mike will be pleased with the way that he's batting, but I mean that was a perfectly good shot, wasn't it? It was just down the leg side, and he just.
Well, if Mike's listening, where's the village where they filmed Outside Edge? Then, Mike, you tell us which village it is. That's a weird-looking cloud over there, Adrian, isn't it?
Yes, it does. It looks like it's pouring with rain, doesn't it? In fact, Mike might be able to tell
cloud that one.
Mike might be able to tell us as well, because Charlie qualified. Well, he's played for Scotland under-19, so somewhere through the family there's some Scottish blood.
Yeah, they once passed through Edinburgh on a train. That was the joke, wasn't it, when Jack Charlton was the Ireland manager.
Right,
players playing for Ireland who had no links to Ireland whatsoever. This is played up to mid-on, no run there. I think Tony Cascarino, wasn't it discovered later that he should never have played for
Ireland? He wasn't eligible, wasn't
he?
I won't say anything because I know you've got an update to come. But we've had a couple of emails in. One from Peter McGreel down in Chichester, which isn't a million miles from. We were talking about the repair shop in the village of Singleton. Mm-hmm. It's just down the road to Chissington to Chichester.
Rain bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Got an update coming soon. The World Road Race Cycling Championships, so the World Cycling Road Race Championships, it started in Wollongong at the weekend in Australia, and something's just caught my eye on my Twitter feed here from Cycling Weekly. Magpie attacks keep coming at World Championships. I thought there was a team called Magpie who were attacking left, right, centre. It's birds attacking the riders. That's left late by Tier there. Here's the update. Well, my colleague Adrian has just done the maths here. This is a rather young Sussex side. They're averaging 21.3 years, and they are struggling here against a Durham attack, which includes the England pace bowler Matty Potts, but also the wiseness of Ben Rain and indeed Paul Coghlan, because Sussex were struggling on 47 for 3 at lunch. They are now 84 for 6. They have lost the wickets of Ibrahim for 7, all for 36, and Coles for 7 in the period just after lunch. Coles bowled by Coghlan, leaving a ball that ricocheted off his bat and hit the stumps, or had left a load of deliveries earlier. How he wasn't out, I don't know. He left another one from Matty Potts, and he lost his off stump on 36, and Ibrahim was caught by the keeper off the bowling of Paul Coghlan. So Durham very much on top, having won the toss here. Still a gloomy day, the floodlights are on. Plenty of action to come though, 61 overs remaining, and you can listen to it on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Yes, Peter's been in touch, and he says, good afternoon, Adrian and Martin. As Paul Coughlin picks up the attack running away from us, coming into bowl to the left-handed Ashraf. He's bowled, he clips that down to fine leg, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice looking shot by Fahim Ashraf. It was erring down the leg side from Paul Coughlin. I think he's bowled very well today, but that was a loose delivery, and Ashraf wasn't going to miss out. He picks up his first runs, and Sussex go to 88 for 6.
So, notorious birds continue to swoop and attack riders in Wollongong in Australia. So that's not good, is it?
I didn't know they had magpies in Australia. 3 slips in place, backward point cover mid off. There's a mid on and mid wicket and a fine leg as in fact down in front of us Ben Rain is, I don't know if he's drying the ball. The other could just be a little damp from a bit of drizzle we had earlier on today. As in comes Coughlin running away from us. I will read your email, Peter. As in comes Coughlin bowls and Ashraf is forward into the covers. There is no run. So he says it looks like another Sussex batting collapse. It looks like a team that is drifting along. The captain Tom Hames needs to concentrate solely on his batting and let go of the captaincy, and it's taking a toll on him. Is Finn Hudson-Prentice injured? If not, why has he been dropped? Well, I don't think he's injured unless he's got a hand injury, because he was out at lunchtime doing some laps of the ground with the strength and conditioning coach Matt Spence. So he's certainly here, Finn, and certainly he didn't seem to be injured in any way, so I can only assume he's been left out. In comes Coughlin bowls, driven by Ashraf nicely to mid-off, and there is no run. Where is the coach Ian Salisbury? No communication from the club, so we supporters can only speculate. Sussex communication to its members and supporters is now laughable. Well, there was a members forum last week, Peter. I'm not here to defend the club, but there was a members forum, and if you were at that, no idea what's going on. Sussex are now barely functioning above minor counties levels. Such a shame they've fallen so far, says Peter. Thank you for your email, Peter. As in comes Coughlin bowls and driven uppishly by Ashraf into the covers, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And you say, can I give him some hope? Well,
there's only 2 weeks of the season left, Peter.
That's a very quick response, Martin. Yeah.
It looks really naughty to the left of us now, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of stayed up there for a while. There's lots of really black, glowering clouds.
That might just get it dark enough for them to go off.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Here comes Coughlin around the wicket bowls. That's right up in the block. Oh, nicely played by Ashraf down to mid on. He's only going to pick up a single. Is Fahim Ashraf. He goes to 5 and Sussex to 89 for 6 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson with the floodlights on and grey skies. I mean, there have been some, as we've discussed continually this season, Peter, I mean, in general, the Sussex batting has been pretty good. I think there's been an improvement with Grant Flower. He's worked very hard with the younger players. I mean, we've seen Tom Alsop picking up, 4 championship hundreds, Ali Orr with a couple, and hundreds in the limited over. Coughlin in bowls. Tier drives pleasantly into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 89 for 6. Tier is on 19. Ashraf is on 5. But it's the bowling which has been the problem, and you're not going to win too many games of championship cricket if you can't bowl sides out. And in fact, the game that Sussex did win, which was against Derbyshire, where there was a...
wasn't that something to do with a declaration or something?
It was a very strange declaration by Derbyshire. And, fair play to Sussex. They chased down the target. Ali Orr made 100 and batted really well, and there were runs from Mohammed Rizwan as well. But it was a game that looked as if Derbyshire certainly couldn't lose. But in trying to win it, they declared. And they did. Yeah, much to the annoyance of the Derbyshire media people who were there. But it was a very, very odd decision. But that was the game Sussex won. I think Derbyshire were...
Ben Rain's not happy with the ball here.
No. And I think the umpires are going to have a look. Oh, we can have a consultation. They're just putting it through a little gauge there, aren't they, to see whether it has gone out of shape. I was going to say, Martin, we had a lot of this, and last week at Hove was particularly frustrating with the ball continually being questioned, and I just wondered why umpires maybe can't have 2 or 3 balls in their pockets or a box of balls out on the field at square leg, keep coming off the field, and it just stops the flow of the game. I do understand if it's out of shape.
There's a lady at Hove who used to have a suitcase with them.
Brenda, Brenda still comes out, and Brenda does a great job. Brenda does a great job, but it just takes so long. The umpires sort of walk to the side of the ground, and it takes forever.
Anyway, Rain's been handed the ball back, and he continues here in bowls. And Fahim Ashraf defends that one. This story from Australia, I'll just read a little. This is from Tom Thewlis in Cycling Weekly. He said, riders competing at the 2022 Road World Championships in Wollongong will be thanking helmet sponsors for their top-of-the-range lids, which they have the privilege of wearing during racing in the coming days. Not only do they help them, of course, in the event of a crash, but also helps to ward off potential dive bombing from magpies on the roads around the town or the city. Rain in, bowls. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. He said, Wollongong is home to a large population of the birds, and locals refer to the start of the current season as swooping season because the birds clatter down onto cyclists, pedestrians and anybody they set their eyes on in a bid to protect their young. And he says this just happens this year to be in time for multitudes of world-class cyclists using the local roads to train and compete. Bauke Mollema has become the latest rider to share footage on social media of himself and Dutch riders coming under attack from the birds on a group training ride. So I have seen footage of these magpies in the past. As rain comes in and bowls, this has gone off towards backward point and will be a run for Ashraf. I was looking through Ashraf's stats the other day.
Yeah, I mean he's made 91 in a test match.
Yeah.
What, 636 runs at 31, so he can play.
Well, he scored 116 on his debut for Faisalabad against Multan in 2013. He's had 105 for Faisalabad against Abbottabad in 2014. But this is the one, because it's the sponsors' names. So his best bowling, 6 for 65. Habib Bank against Khan Research Laboratories. They were dancing on the streets of Khan Research Laboratories that night.
And he's taken 24 test match wickets, so Sussex are certainly going to have a look over the next 2 games.
Rain in, that's left well alone. Well, he's got test runs, 636 test runs. He's played in 31 one-dayers and 42 T20s as well. And just over 2,000 runs in first-class cricket. 10 half-centuries.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sussex have got him over for these last... He has had, I think he'd split the webbing on his fingers before he came over, and Sussex were quite keen to get him a little earlier. But it's probably a case of Sussex getting to know him and for him getting to know Sussex to decide whether it's something that will go forward into next season.
He's at the non-strikers end of the moment because Tia is on strike on debut and turns that one down towards fine leg 4-2, and he moves on to 21. And he's looked quite comfortable, actually.
Yes, he's batted very well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Ashraf played for Faisalabad for 5 seasons. He's played for Islamabad, Central Punjab, and then jumping off the page, Northants in 2019.
But I think if you're getting an overseas, and it's something we've discussed so much this season, you just got to get someone in who's going to stay for the season. I think this sort of constant chopping and changing isn't good.
Yeah. Rain in. This is defended. Well, Durham this year started with Keegan Peterson. He played in the first 5 games. He's meant to play in 6 but went home for personal reasons. Then they had Rachin Ravindra for 1 game and he got a double 100 on his debut here. New Zealander. And then Nick Maddinson came. Hasn't set the world on fire by any stretch of the imagination. Did get a half-century last week at Leicester, which was his first. Multitude of players during the T20 because Ashton Turner, the skipper, dislocated his shoulder in the second game. AJ Ty was on holiday visiting friends in Middlesbrough. They gave him a phone call and he was brought in as an emergency signing. Now Ashraf did play against Durham for Northants in 2019.
Good stat. Gibson is coming back into the attack, running into bowl to Ashraf, who's solidly forward, pays attention to the offside, and there is no run.
So the first game, which was a Durham victory here, was in July 2019. Durham won by 7 runs. I really can't remember anything about that game.
Sounds like a great game.
Yeah. Durham all out for 148. Northants then out for 141.
Right.
Well, they both must have.
So was that a T20 or was it a Bob Willis?
It was a T20 match.
Right.
Yeah. I was going to say. Right.
Gibson in bowls and Ashraf with a very high right elbow punches the ball back to the bowler and there is no run.
So the other game was at a T20 as well then. It was Northants won by 21 runs in the August. Now I remember that match because my daughter came with me and scored on that game.
Okay.
During the school holidays.
That was here or at Wantage Road?
Down at Wantage Road, because it was a nightmare to commentate down there, because every time there was a wicket they'd put an advert on the screen before you could see what the score was.
In comes Gibson bowl, short, and Ashraf looking to pull that delivery. The ball hit him round about the thigh pad, ends up in the slip cordon, and there is no run.
Yeah, on the way back from there the next morning, it was a lovely summer's day, and we drove all the way through Rutland, and we went to Rutland Water and had lunch there.
Lovely.
Nice day. Right, I'm going to step aside for a few minutes because Rob Rush has come in, so Rob can join you for a little bit. He's on ECB reporter's duty this week as well, so bring Rob in and I'll be back a little bit later.
Oh, Rob, good to meet you. Rob will be with us in a second as Gibson runs away from us, comes into bowl to Fahim Ashraf and bowls, and Ashraf steers that into the covers, and there is no run. Let's bring Rob in for a natter. Hi, Rob.
Afternoon.
Yeah, great to meet you. We haven't met before. Lovely to have you here. Sussex struggling. 92 for 6. I mean, I think Durham have bowled well for the conditions, lights on and cloud cover. I think there's been one or two not particularly good shots from the Sussex bats.
Mix of both. Very much a mixed bag.
Gibson in and bowls. Ashraf up on his toes, steers that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
As you mentioned, a couple of leaves that then turn into chop-ons, which give away your wicket cheaply. I mean, there's been some very good deliveries. Matthew Potts, as a Test cricketer, should be doing it at Div 2 level, kind of showing his class. And yeah, as you mentioned, a very young Sussex side, coming a little bit unstuck against some very good, consistent bowling.
Gibson in around the wicket, bowls right up in the bucket. Nice shot by Ashraf, plays it onto the onside, fielded at mid-on by Matthew Potts, but not before Ashraf has gone through for a single. He goes to 7, and the total to 93 for 6. Tier on 21. Ashraf is on 7. We were talking about it. Martin's been in touch saying there must be a chance that Sussex have fielded several of the youngest teams ever in Championship history, but there may be an element of kids growing up faster these days thanks to diet, fitness regimes, etc. He says, after all, Arsenal fielded a 15-year-old at the weekend. Yes, they did, in the Premier League. He won't even be 16 for another 6 months. Yeah, in terms of this side today, the average age is just over 21.
It will be Ben Rain to continue. As he runs in towards us from the far end. In, and bit of a uppish edge that just dies down quietly for no run.
Yeah, I was explaining to Martin that Fahim Ashraf is in for these 2 games, but I mean, these will be conditions that are, if you think about the conditions that are almost alien to somebody coming off of the subcontinent to play, arrive in England, and you're playing under the lights on a chilly day in the northeast of England. This and against a very good Durham attack who have bowled very well today. This isn't easy.
Be Rain. He's in again and just prodded. Good forward defence from Ashraf back towards him for no run. I sort of mentioned up in the press box when the floodlights have been on since start of play. There's no let up for this batting attack. You know, Tom Haynes, who's been in relatively good nick over the last couple of seasons, you know, he goes second over to Matthew Potts, and then, as you mentioned, a young side at that is always going to struggle. As Rain is in and defended into the offside. I think Nick Maddinson in there at extra cover.
Steve has been in touch and he says, good afternoon, I've just tuned in for the first time today, so apologies as this has been covered already. And he asked why Delray Rawlins isn't in the Sussex squad. I don't know, it is a question I will ask though. He hasn't figured for the last 2 games. I don't know whether Delray's got an injury or quite what the situation is, so I will ask. And he said, I'm hearing lots of noise that Kent's Ollie Robinson is a target of Sussex. Any possible truth in this?
I'll answer that after this ball, as Rain is in and left outside the off stump. I don't know, is that no ball by the umpire or?
I don't know, we've seen that a few times already. It looks like it's signalled a no ball, but it's signalling
2 left for the over.
2 left for the over, yeah.
I don't think got to be careful what I say here.
Well, there are. I've heard a few rumours that Durham might be a destination for Ollie Robinson.
Durham is a lot more likely than Sussex.
Right. Yeah.
From what I'm, various people.
No, I picked that up around the ground today. A few people were saying about that.
It's unfortunately, I think you're going to have to wait for all the rumours to be ended by the official. By the official communications.
But he played some T20 here, didn't he?
He was on loan for the season because Kent have 3 wicketkeepers on their books in Sam Billings, Jordan Cox and Ollie Robinson. So he came up here for guaranteed game time as Rain is in and defended by Ashraf. Yeah, so Kent struck a loan deal with Kent. Durham struck a loan deal with Kent, for Ollie Robinson to come up here for the entirety of the blast. Slightly... From what I know Ollie can do, I'd say it's slightly underperformed a little bit, but Durham's T20 side hasn't been the best over the last few years. So I imagine that's how all the rumours have come to fruition. And unfortunately, I think you're just going to have to wait and see on that one. But
it seems like he's leaving Kent, whatever.
As Rain finishes the over, and a play and a miss outside the off stump from Ashraf. Maiden over for Ben Rain, Sussex 93 for 6.
Well, thank you for your email, Steve.
Of course, Sussex employ the other Ollie Robinson.
Yes, they do, and they share the same birthday, which is crazy. Not the same year. They're both born on the 1st of December. But I think Ollie Robinson is 1993, and I think the Kent Ollie Robinson is 1998. I think there's 5 years.
Kent Ollie Robinson is a lot younger.
Yeah.
He's a lot younger. But yeah, like I say, I think on that front, you're going to have to wait for Durham or Kent to come out and officially confirm it. But those rumours do hold weight to them to some extent.
Talk about underperforming. I mean, Sussex haven't had a good season in the Championship. They haven't now for, the last couple of seasons. Bottom last year, second bottom this year, and I've identified that, in my opinion, the batting has improved, but the bowling, you can't bowl sides out, so you're not going to win too many matches. When I looked at the second division this season, I thought Durham might be an outside bet. Have they underperformed in your opinion?
I'll tell you after this ball.
In comes Gibson running in over the wicket and bowls. Up on his toes is young Charlie Tier making his debut. Plays defensively into the offside. There is no run.
I think, yes, to an extent they probably have underperformed a little bit. They haven't helped themselves. Obviously, Nick Madison last week with the bat being too big. I think that's one of the first times I've ever seen that. So having a 16-point deduction slammed at them is obviously not ideal, and Marty's probably mentioned it to you several times. The square here hasn't produced results.
Gibson bowls. Tier. That's a lovely looking shot by Charlie Tier. That's beautifully played. It was short, and he just eased the ball through the covers for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by the 18-year-old. Picks up a boundary, goes to 25, and Sussex to 97 for 6.
Short, wide, you deserve to get hit for that, and Tier did exactly what he should have done. It's a very good shot. I think I was up here for the Middlesex 4-day game. Like day one from pretty much now onwards was wiped out due to rain, but it's 400 plays 500, and by the end of day 3 we were still only Middlesex's first innings. So the square hasn't exactly helped. Durham haven't helped themselves to an extent as well.
Gibson in bowls and down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Benjamin. That's going to be a bye, and the total goes to 98 for 6.
I remember there was a game against Notts. They were bowled all out very cheaply on day 1, and I think they lost that game. And the only other win they had before last week was against Glamorgan, if I remember correctly, up here. And I think Glamorgan had a injured bowler. They were down Tim van der Gougten. I think he was out for the majority of the game. So yeah, there's a multitude of factors. Obviously, if you look around what the fans have been putting on certain forums and stuff, they're maybe not exactly best pleased with the setup, but
Gibson in bowls and forward is Ashraf down the offside of the track. There is
as you might be able to tell by my accent, I'm not from round here. So.
No. So where's home for you?
Hampshire.
Right, whereabouts?
Little town called Fleet, so not too far from Reading, Basingstoke.
Aldershot.
Yep, that sort of area. So I've been watching developments down at Southampton with a very keen eyes today.
Right.
If we can pick up a few more wickets, that'd be helpful.
Right.
But yeah, sort of taken a keen interest in Durham since being up here for uni. It's not been a great season.
Gibson in bowls. Ashraf drives nicely through mid-on. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Matt Potts is in hot pursuit. Is it going to go for 4? Well chased by Potts and a sprawling dive. He's annoyed he didn't stop it, but it's a nice shot by Ashraf, who goes to 7. And the goes to 11. I'm sorry, that should be the 100 up for Sussex. 102 for 6 with Tier on 25, Ashraf on 11. So where were you at Newcastle?
Sunderland Uni.
Right, okay, fantastic.
Sunderland Uni doing sports journalism, so I've just come back up now for my second year. So yeah, like Mark mentioned, I'm covering for the main ETB Reporters Network guy. This week I've jumped on comms a few times before, so I really do enjoy it.
Well, it's great to see you.
Yeah.
So, nice shocking shot by Fahim Ashraf. He goes to 11. The total 102 for 6 here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Gibson in bowls, and Afresh clips that to mid-on, and there is no run. This time it's fielded by Matty Potts. It's the end of the over. 102 for 6, Tier on 25, Ashraf on 11. If you're just joining us and wondering what happened during the day, well, we started on time under heavy cloud and floodlights on. We had a bit of drizzle. Durham winning the toss, unsurprisingly asking Sussex to bat, and Sussex have struggled with the exception of Ali Orr, who made 36. Owed his luck a little bit, did Ali Orr, but played some good shots as well. And now Charlie Tier, the debutant wicketkeeper, is on 25, just trying to get Sussex towards some sort of a total on what's been a difficult day for this young side.
I think that's what I think can't be understated is the fact that Sussex have been asked to bat in the most bowler-friendly conditions you can think of, as rain will continue. Driven back past him, but only straight to mid-off by Tier for no run. So yeah, Sussex have been asked to bat in probably the most bowler-friendly conditions you can think of, and as we mentioned, young batting lineup. I don't know too much about Sussex, unfortunately, but listening to you guys up in the young squad, Tier on debut, he's looked pretty good. You wouldn't have thought it was his first game, but obviously 102 for 6 is not great reading, and you're looking just to get somewhat resemblance of score, as rain is in and left alone outside the off stump.
Spending quite a lot of time down at the GS Bowl. I guess Sussex supporters will be curious to see how Ben Brown has done this season.
He's done all right for us, actually. He's currently, I think, batting, or he's not. He's playing against Kent, but he's not keeping. He's got a broken finger, if I remember correctly. So
I wonder why he didn't play in the last game, actually.
Yeah, so he suffered a broken finger just before the Northants game. I think it was the last game that we played, as rain is in again. Short delivery and pulled, but down into the ground and straight to Nick Madden. So yeah, Brown's been... Red Bull stuff he's been good at. He's got a few scores against Kent earlier in the season. We brought him in to open in the One Day Cup side that made it to the semi-finals. It kind of puzzled me a little bit because his white ball record is less than impressive. But I think it was very much a case of we didn't have many other people, obviously, with it going on at the time of the 100. All of our senior players had been taken away from us, so he was one of the last ones left and was asked to do a job, and did help us get to the semi-final. As rain is in and just tucked away into the leg side, and there will take a single. There moves the score to 103. Excuse me. It's been, I'd say it's what we sort of needed. If you asked Hampshire fans back end of last season what do they need in order to try and get back up to winning the title, it would have been a really well established wicketkeeper batter, and obviously we were fortunate that Ben Brown kind of fell into our laps. You took another one away from us in Tom Alsop,
who's done very well and made 400.
He's done very well, and we always watch him with admiration and hope he goes well for the rest of his career. As rain with 2 balls left, as the first, and just defended by Ashraf. So yeah, it's been an overall very good campaign. He's playing today. Ben Brown, he's batting 6, which is sort of where he's normally batted.
That's where he batted.
Normally batted. He's floated between 5, 6, and 7. So Hampshire have crammed their top order with 3 makeshift openers, which have moved Nick Gubbins down to 4, who's normally a 3. James Vince, the captain, is then moved down to 5, and Ben Brown is slotting in at 6 today with Liam Dawson away on England duty. So as rain will now complete his 14th over, in and tucked away straight to mid wicket by Ashraf. End of the over, Sussex 103 for 6.
I'm indebted to Chris Adams. Hello, Chris. Lovely to hear from you. We were talking about Charlie Tier, who I'm presuming, Chris, I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but was at Seaford College, where Chris is in charge of cricket, and he tells me, we were talking because Charlie's played for Scotland under-19s, and the reason is that Charlie's mum is Scottish, so now we know. So thank you, Chris, for listening. Great to hear from you. Hope all well. And Charlie Tier is really batting very nicely. He's on 26. That's 103 for 6. I'm going to need to make way for an update, but I'm going to leave you with Martin as well, and speak to you in a mo.
Big Gibson to continue. Slightly back of length and just pushed away into the offside by Tier for no run.
So you're back in Sunderland then, are you, Rob?
Yeah, just came back up last
Freshers
weekend.
week this week or last week?
This week.
Yeah.
This week, so
but of course you're a senior student now, and you wouldn't be
second
dabbling
year
in
now.
such silly shenanigans. Inside edge there from Gibson's delivery. That sounded nasty. Tier's on 26, I think, and Ashraf on 11. So they needed a partnership of some description. A tweet earlier.
Yes, there is, Joe, up in the northeast of England where it's gloomy.
I tweeted about Orr's wicket as Gibson comes in once more from the Finkel end. Balls, that's left alone, and goes low through to the keeper who spills it. Chris Benjamin, playing after Tom McIntosh injured his hand at Leicester last week, which Neil Colleen said that was one of the reasons why there were so many byes. He wasn't going to get carried away by the fact Durham gave away 53 byes last week because the keeper had an injured hand. So I tweeted, Orr has led a bit of a charmed life today. He could have been bowled by any one of a number of balls he left, only the width of Carnish instead of Varnish in it at times. And now his luck's run out, bowled for 36 while leaving a ball from Potts, as this one's... Where's that gone? Oh, Tia looked to turn that through the leg side. I'd lost sight of the ball there. It went up in the air and seemed to disappear into the trees momentarily, and then came down towards gully, no run there. Steve's described as salad leaves. Garnish, I think he's thinking of, rather than
a series of unfortunate typos.
Yes. Damien says, Martin, enjoyable comms as always, but do us a favour though, don't say so-and-so team needs a partnership here because Durham are looking threatening, because they always do get a partnership, he says. Played up to mid-off, no run there. What's this partnership worth now? When do they come together? 80? 23. Partnerships for this innings: 2, 23, 6, 23, 0, 26. It's often the way a team really struggles with a new ball, lose lots of quick wickets, and then it's the tail who get the majority of the runs. Gibson in, bowls, off the pads, worth a shout, that's out, and that's the end of Tier for 26. So he departs, second highest score for the team on his debut, but he played right across the line there, and Gibson strikes for the first time.
Plum.
Yeah, I'm using the plum trees on the Vale of Evesham at plum harvest time analogy there, I think. Bat nowhere near the ball on that occasion.
Sussex have never really got going this innings, and it looks like it's just going to keep petering out towards the end, but Durham can't let up now. They have to get these remaining wickets quite quickly. As you mentioned there, you can't let the tail put anything substantial together.
Wicket maiden there for Gibson, that was the last ball of it.
I think that's Jonathan Bushnell on as sub-fielder. Jack Carson is the new batter at the crease. And I think... Is there a slight change in bowling here? Is it going to be Nope, Ben Rain will continue. Looked for a minute there as if Matthew Potts was interested in taking over, but Scott Borthwick is sticking with Ben Rain. He's got very good figures: 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 26, at an economy of under 2 and over. Ashraf currently 11 off 28, and he'll be on strike.
So who's Jack Carson in then? It will be probably Henry Crocombe on his 21st birthday.
Marcus North just walking down just in front of us, Durham Director of Cricket, as Ben Rain starts his 15th over. He's in and driven brilliantly back past him by Ashraf, and it will run all the way for 4. Slightly over pitch there from Rain, and Ashraf gave him the full treatment straight back down past him down the ground.
Yeah, it's the man who's with Marcus North who's interesting us today, because he's in a Durham tracksuit, one Steve Harmison. This is their second lap around the ground. Marcus has got a cricket ball in his hand. If I turn the mic up, wouldn't you hear what they're saying? Conversation between the two. Somebody's walking behind the sight screen in red shorts and a black t-shirt, obviously just having come out of the gym.
Rain is in again and played off the back foot this time by Ashraf, and he'll go for more runs. Won't go all the way. They'll pick up 2. Very nice playing shot off the back foot there from Ashraf. He moves himself onto 17.
Mentioned during commentary after lunch that I was surprised to see the grass cutters out on the field during the lunch break. Apparently they are cutting the grass in the afternoons because there's too much morning dew, so that's what's been agreed with the umpires for this one, apparently.
The joys of playing cricket in September.
Yeah, which they do every year. So
slight change of angle now for Rain as he's in again and induces a play and miss out of Ashraf straight away. Drops his bat to the ground as if to say, can't play at those.
The way this season was set up, there were 8 county championship matches in a row from the first, well, April the 7th I think the season started, all the way through to mid-May. Then the T20 started, and the odd championship match during the T20.
It got to the point, what was it? It was a county match during the week and then a T20s at the weekend,
yeah.
I think. It's Ben Rain in again and tucked away into the leg side by Ashraf for no run.
And they had a couple in July as well, a couple of T20s in July, and then a couple of championship matches in July, and then Durham, final 4 weeks of the season, as most teams, a game every week, whereas Derbyshire only had 3 in that spell, but still an awful lot to play for come September, as is often the case most years.
Rain in, and again Ashraf plays this into the leg side and they'll take a single.
Lots of people going about playing cricket in September and now it's not the summer. Well, it is, because in fact today is the last day of meteorological summer, so tomorrow is the start of meteorological autumn. But, and I've said this many times before, you know, when I was at school I can remember summer after summer going to play cricket and not getting a game in because it was raining, and then you get back to school in September and it'd be the best weather for weeks, and nobody can point to you generally in a particular week in this country and say it's going to be dry that week. So, you know, I've sat here plenty of times in June watching the rain lashing down, or July, August, matches abandoned in high season.
Rain is in and just defended into the offside by Carlson. Ended the over, Sussex 110 for 7.
The 2012 season, Durham lost an entire game at Surrey, and I don't actually think it rained for the 4 days they were there, but there'd been that much rain before they got there. It was considered the field was just too damp all the way through. Just looking through my stats, because they lost a whole game here once to Notts to the weather. There was a match in 2012, I think it was. I did the first day or two against Hampshire, and the sides forfeited in innings because Durham were facing relegation, and they were trying to get a game in the bag because so many matches that year hadn't actually been able to finish because of the weather. I think my father-in-law, mother-in-law got married, so I missed the last 2 days of the match because of their wedding. That was July, August, something like that. Here's Gibson, and that's away down to fine leg for 4 leg byes, I think we're going to see. No, it's off the bat. Off Ashraf's bat. 114 on the board now, so that's one of the lowest scores Sussex have got against Durham wiped away.
It's not quite getting the right length there. Gibson too short on the hips, and Ashraf just able to turn it away.
Gibson in again. Short one round the wickets, left by the batsman. No run there. Yeah, Durham lost a game to Nottinghamshire 2008 here. Bowler in again. This is whipped away off the legs out towards long leg for 1 run. It was late April when that game was lost against Surrey at the Oval. The next match they lost was late April again. Not a ball bowled at Northampton for 4 days. Hampshire 1997, that was in July when they lost a 4-day game here. The big dark cloud that we were talking about just across to the west of us a few minutes ago is now sitting right on top of us as Gibson bowls, and that stays low and bounces twice before it hits the keeper, and then bounces off his pad. It was a really wet summer in 2011 as well. My timeline on Facebook at the minute talks about how bad 2012's been and how bad 2011 was. So that was August when Durham and Hampshire couldn't get a game going properly here in 2011, and eventually they forfeited an innings each. That's through to the keeper. So that's the height of the summer. You don't get more height of the summer than August, really, do you? So they both forfeited their first innings. Durham made 225 in their second innings, and then Hampshire, well, Hampshire had batted actually. They'd made 275, then it rained. No play on day 2. A little bit of play on day 3. So the first day they didn't get going until 3:46. As Gibson comes in and bowls. This is defended. This was pre-floodlights, of course, here. And then having got going at 3:46, bad light prevented play from 5:17. Third day they didn't get on until 1. So it's difficult pinpointing when the good weather's going to be. Sussex 115 for 7 here. So I think they once they've got a couple of runs, they have then avoided their 2 lowest scores against Durham, which I mentioned earlier, happened in the same match, 112 all out and 116 all out in September 2013 here.
Change of bowling. Matthew Potts is coming back on. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31 so far for Potts.
Just doing a few warm-up moves here. Martin Billingham's been back on. We've talked about Greener Close, which was built on Feetham's football ground, and he gave us the details as to who it was named after. There's more to the story.
Potts around the wicket and a thickish inside edge onto the pads. Slips and keeper went up half-heartedly thinking for an LBW, but clear inside edge there from Ashraf.
Interesting, Ashraf's squad number's 0-0. Isn't that the same gauge as a model railway?
Yeah, double O.
Double O. Martin says, just to bore you further about Ron Greener, he says his wife Margaret was my form teacher for my first year at Shotton Secondary Modern School.
Potts in, and I think a slur ball slightly back of length and just dabbed behind square on the offside by Ashraf for a single.
He said, all a bit of a shock after my time at Wheatley Hill Juniors. So there you are, from Wheatley Hill to Shotton Colliery. The album that wasn't sung by that band from Lanchester. Was it from Lanchester to Memphis? Gone out of my head now. From Langley Park to Memphis it was. Paddy McAloon was the lead singer. Prefab Sprout. From Wheatley Hill to Shotton, the album they didn't sing.
Potts coming over the wicket to Carson and left outside the off stump.
Angus has arrived. He messaged us first thing this morning to say he was on his way from Perth in Scotland, and then he'd reached Newcastle and was waiting 45 minutes for a train. He's now got here. He said, I'm starting to get worried though, the game will last only 3 days. He has to get back before the game's due to finish, I'm sure. Bernard's been on. Dear Marty, a very good start by Durham today.
Potts in and driven behind square by Carson. He'll run away for 4 runs down towards third man.
Which listeners may be interested to know is vacant. Bernard says, a very good start by Durham today. Hopefully the end for Sussex will come sooner, but cricket commentary is a great tonic to the dreadful pains in my knees. Oh no. Poor Bernard suffering knee pain.
Changing the field after that. Third man pub has been shut. I think that's Liam Chavaskis who's gone back. Paul Coughlin has taken himself out of third slip and put himself at a backward point. As Potts charges in again. Bowls and forces Carson just to defend back up the track.
Katie says, if, like you say, the new ball is so tough, the top order are never going to get many runs, and it's the tail who will get the runs, should teams be looking to put the bowlers higher up the order so that they soften up the ball for the batters? Doesn't work like that, Katie. Our teacher did that once when we were at school.
Potts in again, and a bouncer that rises up, and Benjamin's not able to take it cleanly one-handed.
Yeah, we were playing a nearby school in a cricket game, and the nearby school had been bowled out for something like 5 or 10 the previous week. So our cricket teacher decided he would reverse the batting order. So I think I went in last instead of first or whatever. When I went in, we needed 9 to win, but the last pair were at the crease and we lost by 8 runs or something like that. And then he blamed us for it and stormed off and left us to get the bus home on our own. I thought, well, you were the one who reversed the batting order. That week they had all their players back and they made 45, I think. Whatever it was.
Ben Rain heading off the field.
Changed the boots after his spell earlier.
Bushnell's back on as 12th man.
Here's Gibson, right arm round from the Finkel end. Bowling to Ashraf. The ball's played up to Potts. Mid-on, no run there. Quite a few of these Durham players have now got really big muddy patches on their whites. Ground's damp.
So Michael Jones has got a... He's got a huge one on his left.
I think he had that from about the first over this morning. Neil sent a picture of prefab sprout in Witten Gilbert. What a great picture. Yeah. Gibson in. Oh, leading edge. Back up towards the bowler's end, but it's wide enough to avoid capture. Witten Gilbert is just over the hill from here, really. From Chesley Street, you go up to Sacriston and then drop down to Witten Gilbert. And that was the first place I ever went anywhere where there was a sign in the pub saying mobile phones not allowed. And I thought maybe the manager of the pub just wanted a bit of peace and quiet and not wanting people on their phones, but apparently it interfered with the television signal at the time.
Yep, that does check out.
Yeah. Gibson in. Oh, he floats it wide of off stump. It was a Yorker length ball.
Very good take from Benjamin behind the stump start.
He's got that between first and second slip there. Neil Mallender, the umpire's in discussion with...
Is Potts asking for a caught behind?
I think he might be. And Mallender said no, he's played and missed it. It's gone through the keeper. Gibson again bowls. Shortish ball pulled out towards deep square leg for one by Ashraf. This partnership then is worth 18. It does feel at the moment as if things have just settled slightly for Sussex.
Ashraf does seem to, he's taken a little bit more of a, not an aggressive, but a positive approach to it. Maybe because of the lack of partners he has left.
Well, he's instilled a little bit of calmness, hasn't he? But Carson's on 4 from 8 and he's on strike now. Gibson comes in to bowl to him. That's played out into the offside, picked up by Maddinson. No run there. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or you can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. When do lessons start properly for you then? Is it next week?
Next week.
Right.
Next week. I believe I've been slightly screwed over. I have a 9 AM Monday start. Which isn't great.
Welcome to the real world. Gibson in. Playing a miss there. Goes through to the keeper.
I know some of my other uni friends...
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to get into broadcasting professionally, chances are by the time you've left college, most gigs will be on breakfast shows in production teams where you'll be getting up at 3 in the morning.
I know some of my uni friends have been have got 9 AM Friday starts, and I'm not sure I'm not sure which I prefer.
Now the umpires are just looking at the light here, and they've had a conversation, but for now I think they're going to stay on. But I was just saying about that big black cloud that's right above us now. Slow moving, but if they're going to stay on with the light like this, then I would imagine hopefully we'll be okay for the rest of the day. Can't see too much around the corner as to what is heading our way.
Might be a change in ploy here from Potts. There was 3 slips in at the end of the previous overs. Gibson coming in to make it just 2? I think he is. Oh, it's Borthwick, sorry. Yep, just the 2 slips now. 2 men back on the hook for Ashraf if Potts goes that way, and he's in again. Bowls, and it's a double bluff. It's full length and just prodded back up to mid-off for no run.
And says, I tuned in just as your colleague was talking about Ollie Robinson, the Kent batsman, slash wicketkeeper in his room had moved to Durham following his blast loan up there in the summer. Due to an annoying work call, I missed the ending though. So do you know if he's coming? I was at the one-day cup final at Trent Bridge on Saturday and he looked decent with 43 or 48 balls.
As Potts in again and flicked off the legs, and he goes for 4 runs.
Yeah.
Very good shot by Ashraf, flicking it off the legs into the leg side. I don't think the fielders picked it up straight away, and it splits Jones and Travaskis and ends up going for 4.
Initially I thought that was going to be a catching chance for Travaskis, but he just couldn't get round from deep square leg to long leg. It was out of his range and bounced just in front of him and went for 4. Well, I think as far as that's concerned, it'll be for Kent to announce what's happening there.
Through the official channels.
Yeah.
Potts is in and left alone outside off from Ashraf.
I know, it's been mentioned numerous times since he was here in the summer, so see what develops in the press and all that malarkey.
Because depending on who you believe, he's staying at Kent, he's coming to Durham, or that's definitely one for Durham and Kent to announce if it happens.
Yeah, there won't be much point in them in announcing some if it doesn't.
Potts in and turned fine off the legs. Michael Jones comes round and stops the boundary, but they'll come back for 2. Ashraf does seem to be starting to move along here
a bit now, hasn't he? Yeah.
31 off 46 has moved the score to 127 for 7. 6 off the over, still got 2 balls left, and I think he's looking to just get Sussex to a score. Albeit it's not much at this point, but it's something that they have to bowl at in first innings. As Potts changes and comes around the wicket in now, and Ashraf just prods this out to short extra cover. Is that Sean Dixon out there?
I mean, Potts is the fastest bowler here, but it would be interesting, the way things are at the moment, if suddenly 3 wickets were to fall quickly, whether the umpires would consider Durham starting an innings in this light.
Floodlights have been on all day, haven't they?
And I say that bearing in mind they are allowing Potts to bowl here, but they have just had a conversation about the light a moment or 2 ago, so we are, as they say, on the cusp.
Durham with Borthwick and Travaskis as the spin bowling options seem to go that way, as Potts comes in to end his 15th over and driven by Ashraf, but it's straight at mid-off for no run. Sussex 127 for 7, and the umpires, no, it just looks like a change of normal change for the umpires, no further discussion.
Well, even with the floodlights on here, you can't see the definition in the players' faces now. The floodlights are on full pelt, they have been all day, so as I said a few minutes ago, if they don't go off now with the light the way it is, then hopefully they'll be on for the rest of the day. It is coming up towards 3 o'clock. I've got an update to do in the news at 3, and then we'll bring Adrian back in. Are you here all 4 days, Rob, are you?
I am indeed.
Yeah. Nice little earner for you.
Is indeed, and as you say, gets me away from Freshers Week, and I suppose it depends how you look at it, but I'm very happy that I'm here. Last game of the season for me it'll be.
Yeah.
Obviously with this is Durham's last home game, and who are you guys? Who?
Not next week. Finish off there. Coghlan back into the attack, replacing Gibson. He's bowled well today, Coghlan. This is turned towards short mid-wicket. He has taken 2 for 22 in 10 overs with 4 maidens, a wicket maiden as well with one of them.
Seems just settled into a rhythm pretty much straight away.
Yeah.
There's been a few booming in-swingers that he's been unfortunate not to take wickets with, and he's picked up 2, probably deserved a few more. And
his first 6 overs, 1 for 6 and 4 maidens. That's how tight things were.
Speaks for itself.
Comes in again and bowls. This is played short on the leg side. No run there. So I would imagine all these towns and cities with universities back, it's going to be bedlam, isn't it, in the city centres and stuff the next week or so.
I think Newcastle.
The Freshers.
I think Newcastle on Freshers Week this week as well.
Yeah. Coghlan in. That's gone down the leg side, taken by Benjamin. Benjamin has played 10 first-class matches for Warwickshire and has been signed on short notice to replace Tom McIntosh, who's got an injured hand. So Benjamin has arrived with a view to playing in this game, in the final game at Nottingham. It was a very late announcement this morning. It was only around about 9:15, something like that, when I got notice that they were about to put something out. Coghlan in. That's played back to him. He scored 17 here in a T20 victory for Warwickshire in the summer. Put together a decent partnership which took them over the line. Did play against them in the One Day Cup though, which was seems like only a week or two ago, but it's longer than that now, as Coghlan bowls. This is defended. So I was down at Warwickshire for the game there, and George Maddy was the wicketkeeper for Warwickshire that day, Darren Maddy's son. So that was August the 21st, and then Durham finished in the One Day Cup on the 23rd. As Coghlan bowls, ball played just short towards point, no run there. I didn't do that match, Rob did that one for me at Leicester, and then there was nothing for Durham for the remainder of that week because they weren't in the One Day Cup knockout phases, and the following week they had no game either, and then it's been a draw in Derbyshire, a win in Leicestershire, and now this game here. That was another maiden from Coghlan. So that's now 2 wickets for 22 runs, 11 overs, 5 maidens. I can't hear output, but I'm sure they will be blasting in my ears very shortly.
Bit of a breakout in the middle.
Towels have been brought out for the batsman and a drink on the hour. Surrey 190 for 5 at the Oval against Yorkshire. Quite a lot of wickets around the country, even by lunchtime. Warwickshire 157 for 6 in Bristol against Gloucestershire. Somerset 140 for 2 at Taunton.
Kent have just lost their 7th.
Yeah, Kent 145 for 7 in Southampton against Hampshire. Lancashire were all out for 131 at Chelmsford. Essex 37 for 4. That looks like a pearler of a wicket. Potts comes in and bowls this one from the Lumley end. An attempted cut from Ashraf, playing a miss. Glamorgan 207 for 3. Now that's more like it. Sensible there in Cardiff. They're playing Derbyshire. Middlesex are in Leicester, where they are 177 for 5. Worcestershire in Worcester are 181 for 5 against promotion hopefuls Notts. Bowler comes in again, and this is pushed off to... pushed off towards point. One run there. That brings Carson back onto strike. Potts comes in and bowls, and it's just steered beyond the slip cordon and down towards third man to Jones by Carson. Three wickets this morning, 4 this afternoon. There's only 2 of the batsmen who are out who gone into double figures. Orr for 36, Tier for 26. Ashraf has 32. Here's the update for Radio Newcastle. It's been a gloomy day here. We've had the floodlights on all day, but Durham put Sussex in, had them 3 down at lunch, 47 for 3. They're now 129 for 7. The last wicket to go was that of the debutant Charles, who had batted ever so well for his 26th. Then he went LBW to Oliver Gibson. The only other player to have been out to get the double figures prior to that was Alior, who was bowled by Matty Potts for 36. But Fahim Ashraf, the Pakistani international, has 33, and the other end he's been joined by Jack Carson, who has 5. So Sussex now 130 for 7.
Apologies, Martin, I turned off the wrong microphone. In comes Potts, bowls, and Ashraf hits that. It's a mistimed hook, and he's caught at mid-off, and having batted very nicely for Fahim Ashraf, he was looking to pull a short delivery by Matty Potts. He got a thick edge. The ball ballooned, leading edge. The ball ballooned into the air.
Potts has hurt himself,
and he's caught up. Well, I think he was relieved to get a wicket. Was Matty Potts? He sort of went down on the pitch as if he was praying.
He's limping away though, and he's picked himself up. That's another 5 for Matty Potts.
Well, there we are. That was his little celebration. So more wickets for Matty Potts. No, that's his third, isn't it? Is that his third for Potts? Anyway, Ashraf has gone, caught by Oliver Gibson at mid-off. It was a short delivery, an attempted pull from Fahim Ashraf, who batted very nicely. But he's on his way now. Another wicket goes down, and now Durham really are into the Sussex tail. I mean, Sussex back quite deep. Jack Carson coming up at number 9 has a top scorer in first-class cricket of 86. He made a half-century last week on his first appearance of the season. But here comes the birthday boy. Henry Crocombe wanders out, 21 today. So, happy birthday to you, Henry. Playing county cricket on your 21st birthday. It's amazing. Henry seems like he's been around for... Well, he's been around this side for 3 years now. He's been around forever, and he wanders out. You'd think he was older than 21 for the amount of cricket that he's played, but he's wandering out to join Jack Carson in this indifferent light. I mean, there are lighter skies around actually. That darker cloud is very, very slowly making its way over the ground, and I suspect, I don't know, I've just got the feeling that later afternoon here we may get sunshine and we may well get all these overs in. So. But either way, Sussex in a bit of a pickle. 131 for 8, and Sean Hunt to come after this. And I think Durham will be hoping to get this wrapped up fairly quickly. We've had 50 overs.
You see, that was a big bee outside on our microphone. Did you hear that there?
I did hear a bee.
Yeah.
I prefer that to a wasp, Martin. So Sussex will be playing the way that Fahim Ashraf played, and in the end, he got undone by Matty Potts. But Sussex wanting, I didn't really see him back that much last week at home because he only made a couple of runs. But if Sussex are looking for someone to come in and fill a void, sort of like the David Visa role, but what they really want is someone who can take wickets. So we'll have to see how he bowls. Last week it didn't go well at Hove. Could have been all sorts of reasons for that. Hove isn't an easy ground in which to just walk into and bowl. The slope does make it difficult. He had just stepped off a plane, and he'd hurt his hand, so all sorts of reasons perhaps why it didn't go well, and we'll perhaps get a much better idea here of his bowling capabilities. Now again we've got a delay, and Ben Rain is again showing the ball to the umpire, and this time the two umpires are going to have a natter about the ball, so we have got a delay.
Well, Surendiran Shangmagan has the machine, the little ring thing.
That was the highest partnership of the innings, Martin.
He seems to be passing the ball through it all right. He said it's not changed, there's nothing wrong.
Ashraf and Carson, 28.
Yes, you've had 23 for the second wicket, 23 for the fourth, 26 for the 6th, 23 for the 7th, 28 for the 8th.
Yeah. Now, did they change it? No, I don't think they did.
No, they didn't.
So it's going to be Paul Coughlin who's going to carry on under grey skies, floodlights on, but there are lighter skies around, so if we do go off, my feeling is if the weather comes from where it's been coming on most of the day, we may get some more play, but it is quite gloomy. 2 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg and a fine leg as Coughlin runs away from us to bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson defends solidly down the track. There is no run. I just wonder here, and it's no disrespect to Henry Crocombe's batting ability, whether Jack Carson just might think to himself, do you know what, a quick 20 or 30 might be very valuable here for Sussex. Whether he might just look to get on the front foot a little. We shall see. He's made 6 so far as Coughlin turns and is running away from us again. Bowls to Carson, short, and Carson ducks underneath that ball that goes through to Chris Benjamin, and there is no run. They're just keeping right up to date with events. It doesn't really affect either of these two counties in terms of the table, but it's interesting to see who maybe they'll be in the second division with next season. Middlesex are recovering down at Leicester, 180 for 5. They were in a bit of trouble at Grace Road, but Steve Escanardi's made 64. Ryan Higgins, such a good cricketer. He's on 23, and John Simpson on 36. Coughlin in bowls, and I'm going to hit the thigh pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal as it bounces out on the onside, and Neil Mallender indeed does signal that's a leg by. So 1 more to the total. It goes to 132 for 8. So Middlesex 180 for 5. If Middlesex win that game, I think they're almost certain to be promoted alongside Nottinghamshire, who are playing down at New Road this week. Worcestershire 186 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira 50 not out. Gareth Roderick 40 not out. In that game, something of a recovery for Worcestershire, who were at one stage 90 odd for 5. They were actually 99 for 5. In comes Coughlin bowls, and in behind that is Henry Crocombe. On his birthday, plays it down the track. There is no run. 14 wickets in the day so far at Chelmsford. Lancashire making 131. Essex 42 for 4. Warwickshire, who are still in danger of relegation. I mean, they ran the championship last year. Extraordinary. They were 164 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Kent 146 for 8 at the Edges Bowl against Hampshire. In comes Coughlin bowls, and Crocombe with a play and a miss outside the off stump. A very flat-footed drive through to keeper Benjamin, and there is no run. Ben Compton again in the runs. He made 63. Joey Everson, who made 100 in the first game of the season against Sussex at Hove, then moved to Kent. He made 34. Poor old Harry Finch, formerly of Sussex. He was out first ball, unfortunately. Coughlin in a game, bowls right up in the block hole, and Crocombe sort of clips the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Then the two sides at the top of the table. Surrey 203 for 5 at the Oval against Yorkshire. Ollie Pope is 96 not out, and so Kent 146 for 8 against Hampshire. So looks like the race for the championship could go all the way to the final game of the season, and that would be good. So end of the over. Maiden over from Paul Coughlin. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 22.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if Hampshire win the title, if Durham get the assist.
Because
it was Hampshire who were allowed to stay up when they were relegated in 2016 at Durham's expense.
Yeah. Oh right. Okay.
So I might give Kevin James a ring, our Radio Solent colleague.
And pull his leg.
Yeah. It was actually on this day in 2016. I think it came up. Was it today or yesterday? It came up today. Here's Potts coming into bowl. This is turned away through mid-wicket nicely by Carson. He's going to get 2 here, possibly 3. I think the ball will be stopped before it reaches the boundary. It is. He'll run 3. It's gone up towards the Health Club. I had been looking at flying down to Southampton for the final game of the season in 2016. Problem is, once you're at that ground and you're in the hotel there, unless you've got a car, you're stuck.
Yes.
It's a nightmare to get in and out of Southampton from there. Anyway, I decided the best thing to do was to drive, and then Kevin rang up and said, "Well, bring your golf clubs and we'll go and have a game of golf at Lyndhurst," I think it was, on Livingston in the New Forest.
That sounds nice.
Anyway, got there and it just absolutely chucked it down. And the only thing we did was we got out of the car, we walked in, bought a sandwich and some soup, and then left again. And the photograph of the golf club yesterday or today appeared on my Facebook memories section, and there were wild New Forest ponies wandering the course.
Right, okay.
So they certainly had a nice day. Durham beat Hampshire that week, and as far as Durham were concerned, Hampshire were relegated, and then Hampshire had apparently already been told a fortnight before that as long as they didn't finish bottom, they would be staying up, because the ECB had decided to relegate Durham over financial issues, of which the ECB were very much part of the financial problem. This is defended by Crocombe.
The light's improving, you know, Martin. It's
that big bank of clouds just drifted.
No, that lighter cloud is definitely drifting this way, and it's definitely lighter. Were you talking about Outside Edge a little earlier on?
Yeah.
Because Randy Baldwin's been in touch. Hello, Randy. He says apparently the original TV film in 1982 was filmed at Woodmanston in Surrey.
In comes the bowler. That's played back up 2 mil off. Where?
Woodmanston, which is sort of near Banstead, sort of Epsom area of Surrey. Then it says the subsequent TV series in the early 90s was filmed at Woollerton in Nottinghamshire. WOLL80.
Yes. Woodmanston.
So Woodmanston is sort of, you got sort of Epsom Downs, and you've got Banstead in that area. And Woodmanston, it's sort of on the way to Croydon
with an E on the end.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if that was where we went. Potts with a bouncer this time. It's left alone. So we would have just got back into the fringes of Surrey then, didn't we, if we'd gone there?
What, Woodmanston? Yeah, Woodmanston is definitely in Surrey.
Looking on the wrong map.
If Sussex do get a chance to bowl today, I mean, these are favourable conditions. Just need to get some of a score.
Ooh, that was quick. Was quick. That's nowhere near where we were.
Okay.
So she was either wrong, or some scenes were filmed in the village we went to. It was sort of north of Arundel and Chichester, south of Hazelmere. It was in that middle bit. One of the little villages near.
It wasn't Lavant. I think is it
Lavant race course.
Right, okay.
Potts bowls. Ooh, a bit of dust came up there. He got that late, and he's got that off the toe of the bat there, Crocombe. He's played it up towards deep square leg. Single ends the over, 51 gone here on the BBC, and 136 for 8 the score.
Yeah, and actually, it was a single probably that Sussex probably didn't want to take, because birthday boy Crocombe is off the mark, but he hasn't looked against this attack. It's not easy, and I just wonder whether a quick 20 or 30 here from Jack Carson just might be very worthwhile for Sussex. In comes Coghlan, bowls to Crocombe, who is caught and bowled and on his way. And he didn't look as if he was going to stay there very long, and he's just chipped the ball back to Paul Coghlan, who actually took a very good caught and bowled. It was very low down. It's his third wicket. Crocombe is on his way.
He's a good fielder as well.
Well, excellent catch.
Just right off the toe of the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't. So Henry Crocombe goes. The next man is Sean Hunt.
Henry Crocombe, out for one.
And well, as we said a number of times today, batting this season hasn't so much been the Sussex problem. There has been an improvement in that area. I would say some of the wickets at Hove, you were saying here, in fact, Rob was talking about some of the wickets here at Durham have been quite batter friendly. And I think that would be fair to say about some of the wickets at Hove, where the bowlers have had to work hard for their wickets, and that's aided the bats, no question about that. And there have been one or two of those around the country. Certainly the game at Derby was like that, where the bowlers had to work really hard. But this today is slightly different. There is a bit of a tinge of green to the pitch. It is that time of the year, and perhaps the ball moves around a little. And with the lights on and the cloud cover, it hasn't been easy for Sussex. And you never know, of course, how good a total is until both sides get a chance to bat. And the last man coming up is Sean Hunt, back in the side today, at the expense of Brad Curry, who's played the last few games but played a lot in the One Day Cup. Sean didn't play, I don't think, in the One Day Cup at all. Maybe the first game at Trent Bridge. I have to look back through my records. I haven't seen a lot of him over the last few weeks. I don't know if Dad Paul is listening in, but if you are, Paul, Sean is out in the middle, and he'll enjoy these conditions when he gets to bowl. I'm sure about that.
We're nearly at lunch here, aren't we? So now we're not nearly at
tea.
Yeah, because they said they were going to put tea back.
Yes.
10 minutes. So we're now 20 past 3. But I mean, there's still a lot of overs left on the board. If you're going to go to tea at 32 overs to go, then. But I think if there's a wicket now, we'll have tea.
In comes Coughlin, bowls to Hunt, who's forward and clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And well, we could have a very long post-session.
Had some long ones last week at Leicester. I think there were 2 days where there were 42 and 44 overs.
Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? Yep. So you never know.
I left the ground. There was one night last week I left the ground in the dark.
At Grace Road?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were just coming off the field as the sun was going down, and by the time I came out of the ground, it was pitch black.
In comes Coughlin and bowls, and Hunt defends into the offside, and there is no run. Were you staying in the middle of Leicester, Martin, or did you?
Just on the outskirts,
right, okay.
in the countryside.
Well, it sounds nice.
Well, I booked this hotel, and on the map it looked like it was just on the fringes of Leicester. And then as I was driving down around my mate Mark, and I said, I'm coming down, staying in this hotel, and he said, well, that's at the end of our village. And I thought, it didn't look like that on the map. So I was only about a mile from my mate's house.
Yeah, that's good. Coughlin runs away from us in and bowl, shorter, and Hunt gets right in behind him. Well played, Sean Hunt. Tall man, 20 years of age, came from Surrey, played his cricket at Sendon Horsley Cricket Club. 20 years of age, I think Sean is now. Let me look at my notes. Yep. I'm saying the average age of this Sussex side, a little over 21. And it's been a stern examination today. Coughlin in bowls, and Hunt is going to get runs, and I thought he was going to get a boundary, but it's a very good bit of fielding by Liam Travaskis at Backwell Point. It was played very firmly by Sean Hunt, and Travaskis, who's very good in the field, diving away to his left-hand side. Hunt takes a single. I'm not, without wishing to do Sean Hunt's batting any disservice whatsoever, Sussex need Jack Castle on strike here, who, let's say, got a couple of first-class, well, 3 first-class 50s to his name. I just wonder whether Jack might take a chance here, and as I said earlier, in what could be a low-scoring game, who knows?
They need a few extra runs on the board here, otherwise this will be their lowest score this year, 137 for 9.
In comes Coughlin in and bowls, and Carlson does indeed chip this one nicely through wideish mid-on. It's going to race away to the boundary. Ben Rain is in hot pursuit, and he's going to drag the ball up just inside the boundary. Gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding by Ben Rain, preventing the boundary, but 3 more to Jack Carson, which is a bonus for Sussex. They go to 140 for 9, the other bonus being that Jack Carson has pinched the strike.
They were out for 142 and 143 at Nottingham in July.
Yeah, that was a pretty miserable batting performance.
And they didn't do very well against Notts in Hove either in April, first match of the season, out for 172. In Derby, in the next week, they were out for 174.
Yeah, then they made. Yeah, that was really strange. And they made lot 500 odd.
513 for 3.
Because Pujara made a double ton, and so did Tom Haynes, as the wicket got really flat. So yes, they will want to avoid that.
Barry Wallace says, I was due to go to the cricket on Thursday. Will it last that long? Well, it's going along at a rate of knots at the moment. Potts looking to try and end this innings now with a bouncer. That won't do it. And that's left by Carson. So Sean Hunt is the man at the other end. He's 20. He's from Guildford. Some right people come from Guildford.
I know they do.
Come across over
yeah, there. I know. I wouldn't.
He's been. He was at Surrey under 14, then played for the Young Lions South in 2020. Ashdead Cricket Club in the Surrey Premier League, and he was signed from Surrey after he came through the academy there. Potts in. It's played towards backward point.
It's interesting, really, Martin. Sorry, Martin. It's interesting when the various books show where players were born, and it shows where they're from. And I suspect that Sean was born in Guildford. That's where the county hospital is. It's like Tom McClark. I was saying he was comes from Haywards Heath. Well, he doesn't actually, but that's where the hospital was where he was born, which wasn't far from Horsham, which is his hometown club.
A lot of the Essex players, for some reason, come from Braintree, but again, that's where the maternity hospital is. I don't think any of them have lived there. Potts balls. Oh, that stays low and goes through, and a play and a miss from Carson. Interesting that Carson here, who came in at number 9, is not taking singles when they're available. So on the last ball before this one, he guided it down to third man. There was easily a single there, and he didn't bother taking it.
Yes, absolutely.
Generally, right. It's the futility of trying to farm the batting, isn't it? And trying to see if you can eke out dot balls until either a 2 comes along and you can get a single at the end of an over. Potts balls again. That's wide of off stump and played and missed. So you got plant tonight then, Adrian, in the big city.
Early night, I think.
Early night.
Early start. Early night, I reckon.
Yeah, William, the scorer, just confirming T, because we're now 9 wickets down, T is delayed. So
it's a good line, that East Coast line though, Martin, isn't it? I mean, the train really does rattle along.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 slower bits, but in comes Potts. This is played towards backward point. No, they're not taking the run there. Would have been a risky single, actually. Fielded by Taraskis. Yeah, I mean, there's certain sections where you come up past through York and past Thirsk, and it's four or 5 tracks wide. There's 1 or 2 little pinch points, but the Flying Scotsman train on a morning, the first one, one of the first ones out of Newcastle, doesn't stop at all. Goes straight to
straight to King's Cross.
Yeah, which a colleague found out to his shock as Potts bowls.
Why, was he hoping to stop somewhere?
He was hoping to be in Manchester, and then as the train pulled out of Newcastle and it was announced it was the Flying Scotsman non-stop to London, that was when he realised he got on the wrong train.
No.
So he had to go all the way down to King's Cross to then turn around and go all the way back to Manchester.
Right, so he was late, whatever he was planning to do.
Yeah.
As you say, made over Matthew Potts. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 50 for Matthew Potts, who I'm not sure when the squad is announced to go to Pakistan for the 3-match test series before Christmas, but it won't be far away. I think the pitches will be a little more difficult out in Pakistan in terms of the seam bowlers, but you'd have thought he'd get selected, Martin, after the way that he's bowled this summer. But Paul Coughlin is going to try and tidy things up here. Sussex 140 for 9. Coughlin with very good figures, 3 for 26 in 13 overs. He's in and bowls, and Hunt drives, and he's get runs. Here is Sean Hunt. A couple of runs down towards the third man boundary. Travaskis is in hot pursuit. He's such a good fielder, Travaskis. Chased it back, overhauled the ball, and got in a really good throw, and got applause from his teammates as well. It just looks to me, Martin, I spoke to him actually down at Hove in April, sort of a really wholehearted cricketer. Liam Travaskis makes runs, takes wickets.
Well, he got a 5-er down there. He did plenty of overs though, didn't he?
And he made runs as well, from memory. I think 80 odd. Look back through my notes. But anyway, he's fielded very well today. Hasn't bowled, got a big smear down his trousers. As in comes Coughlin bowls. Oh, Hunt takes that on now. Has he been hit? Sean Hunt? No, he doesn't. Yes, he has.
It's the back of the helmet.
Yeah.
Did you spill coffee all over your notepad when you were here a few weeks ago?
No, I didn't. I spilt it when Sussex were playing Middlesex. I spilled a cup of coffee and it went all over my notepad, which now looks like something out of a museum because all the pages are faded.
It's been brought out of the wreck of the...
And it and also went all over a laptop, which is this laptop.
Oh, no.
And someone suggested I took it upstairs to dry it out at home, so it dried in the sun, and it only works now if you plug it into the main, so I think the battery is not good. And I should sound here on Sean Hunt, because people may be aware, particularly Dad Paul if he's listening. Sean looks okay, he's standing up, it was a short delivery, he went to take it on, he went to hook it, and I think he got hit on the back of the helmet. He's standing up and he immediately signalled to the umpire that he had been hit. And
John blow.
Yeah, John Morelli, the physio, is running out, and Sean's just pointing where he was hit. And he's standing up, and he's a big tall fellow. He towers above John, but John will now go through the concussion protocols. So we will have a little break in play. I looked that up. How many runs Liam Travaskis made down at Hove, but he certainly was a big contributor throughout the match. Martin will find it quicker than I do.
88
Thank you.
in the first innings.
And 5, quite a few.
128.
There we are.
35.5 overs.
Yeah. So Sean Huntley's having a drink out in the middle, so he's certainly the two umpires now wandering over just to make sure he's okay. An update on the light, which is perfectly playable now. I mean, the floodlights are on. I'm not sure. Well, do you know what? It's difficult to tell, but I think we could play without the lights on at the minute. And I'm not sure which direction I'm looking, Martin, over the health club. Right, okay. And over
that's
there,
northwest over there. Yeah, that's bright over there.
yeah, skies are much, much brighter. The clouds look quite high, so hopefully we're going to get quite a bit more cricket.
Yeah, it looks like the murk's sort of drifting in from the west-southwest.
Right. So very quickly elsewhere, just to keep you up to date. Let's go second division first, because that's what we're interested in. Worcestershire 187 for 5 against Notts at New Road, Worcester. Brett D'Oliveira leading the recovery, 50 not out, and Gareth Roderick 41 not out. Tea at Grace Road, where Martin was last week, Middlesex 196 for 5 against Leicestershire. Glamorgan 228 for 3, I should say, against Derbyshire. 100 there for David Lloyd at the top of the order. He's 114 not out. And in the first division, Surrey 222 for 5 against Yorkshire at the Oval. Kent 156 for 8 are the important scores against Hampshire at the Aegeus Bowl. Sean Hunt is okay. I thought he was. He just made a signal to the umpire that he'd been hit on the back of the helmet, but he's standing at the far end. We've seen Seam all day today. It's been that sort of a day. Potts and Coughlin picking up 3 wickets apiece. As in comes Coughlin running in bowls to Huntu with an extravagant drive on the offside, and there is no run. I didn't actually make a note of those last 2 wickets, which was a bit naughty of me. So,
Ashraf caught Oliver Gibson, bowled Potts for 33.
Yeah.
131 for 8.
Yeah. So Rain 2, Potts 3, Coughlin 3, and Oliver Gibson 1. Coughlin looking for his 4th, runs in bowls to Sean Hunt, who takes on a short delivery, pulls the ball away, and he's going to get runs, and he may, I think it's quite going to go to the boundary for 4, being chased back by the ever reliable Ben Rain, who gets in the throw, and it's 2 more to Sean Hunt, who likes that short delivery, doesn't he? He's not scared. He got right into line despite being hit on the helmet and pulled the ball all the way through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. He goes to 5. Sussex to 144 for 9. 2 slips are in place, a gully, backward point. Oh, I might miss me update, Martin.
Oh no. Coughlin was about to start running in there, but Scott Borthwick still altering his field. He's dropping Travascus down to 3rd man. Coughlin in, right arm over. Tries to York. Hunt keeps it out, plays it to square leg to Jones.
Yes, up north in the cricket, floodlights on. It's been a gloomy day here in Durham, Joe, and Sussex have struggled. It hasn't been easy batting conditions, in all fairness, and they're facing Matthew Potts, the England bowler, as well. Sussex currently 144 for 9. Since you were last with us, Fahim Ashraf out for 31. He played very nicely in his 2nd game for Sussex.
Big yelp there from the players. Bit of bat on it though, quite late.
Meanwhile, down at the Oval, Surrey are playing against Yorkshire. Surrey 200.
End of the over, 54 gone, 42 remaining in the day. It's played down into the ground. That last delivery. Brings the end of the over. So Carson is on strike on 12, Hunt on 5. Saw off that final ball.
I just made it, Martin. If I'd had to go to another room like you have to do in other grounds, I wouldn't have made it. So it worked out.
Potts comes in from the Lumley end. That's turned away down towards long leg for 1 to Coughlin. Oh, it's not. They've not taken it again.
No, and I have to say, the way that Sean Hunt has batted, Sean Hunt has looked perfectly capable to me. And I would, he's made 5. He's getting into line. So I think they should take these singles. I don't see any reason why not.
Now, effectively, in the extra half hour added on, as Durham trying to get this final wicket. It's played up to wide mid on no run there.
We can hear the players chattering away clearly, can't we, on the effects mic?
Pot in. Ball played back to him. He throws it back at the batsman and misses. Misses the stumps as well. Some men in bright orange overalls at the far end of the ground, who don't half stand out in the gloomy conditions. Look like they've just finished a shift on the railways. Are they off to the gym? Potts comes in and bowls. Shoreditch pulled away. Shot through deep mid wicket for 4. Will it get for 4? Will it be cut off? Maddenson's out there. He dives. Well, he's on the ropes there, I think, for a moment, but it's miles away from where we are. The applause from the far side of the ground suggests that he kept that in. The boundary tapers towards a V there, so you see this again on the screen as he's chasing after it. Oh, he just manages to drag it back as he then goes flying over the ropes, and he's now got a very, very muddy right knee. $147 for 9. Potts comes in and bowls. And turned by Hunt down towards fine leg. Should be 1, but they're not taking it. So 1 ball left of the over. If he sees this out, then fair enough, but if he's out, he could have been off strike.
So you think T will be when, Martin? When this wicket goes down?
Well, it was 19 minutes past when the 9th wicket fell, so that should have been T then, but because they were 9 down, they had another half hour on. Oh, nearly an edge behind there, playing a miss. And that is the end of the over from Potts. 3 off it. 147 for 9 here on the BBC.
Well, it's been a good bowling performance by Durham. I think we have to say that you know, they had helpful conditions. It's been overcast. The ball is nipping around a bit. The floodlights are on, so they would be ideal bowling conditions. But they have bowled well. There have been very few wayward deliveries, and Sussex have you know, struggled. They're a young side. They say average age just over 21. I think there's been 1 or 2 poor shots in there, as we've said throughout the day. And Sussex need to hope that if they can, well, when they come to bowl today, provided the light doesn't close in again, that they can do similarly. In comes Coughlin running in over the wicket and bowls, and Carson defends from the crease out into the offside, and there is no run. Winning the toss today was Durham, deciding to bowl first. Sussex losing Tom Haynes to a very rash shot outside of the off stump in just the 4th over of the morning. That rather set the tone from the skipper. Others have got in and got going, notably Ali Orr, who made 36. Coughlin in bowls, Carson drives, he gets a thick inside edge through mid-wicket, though they can look to take 2 here. They'll need to get a move on. If the throw comes in, he could be struggling. Throw comes in, that's a poor throw actually, and Paul Coughlin says if you'd have thrown it over the top of the stumps, I might have had half a chance. Who got that throw in? Was that out at deep mid-wicket?
Jones?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Paul Coughlin was saying if you'd have, if it had come anywhere over the stumps, I don't think Shaw Hunt would have got back. But in the end he did, and Jack Carson goes to 17 on 49 for 9. Coughlin runs away from us. Bowls, and Hunt drives down the ground, and there is no run. It's difficult to tell at a ground like this exactly what the crowd is. because it is a big arena. But I was looking away to the stand away to my left towards the pavilion. There was quite a few people in there, so perhaps better attended than many might have thought. But I guess it is the last game of the season. Perhaps people are getting a last glimpse of the cricket before the winter comes. Coughlin in bowls and driven away by Carson into the offside. This time they'll settle for the single because it's the 4th ball of the over. And Carson goes to 18. And the applause around the ground is for the 150 up for Sussex. In a bit of a struggle. 150 up in the 56th over. And it brings Sean Hunt on strike. There's going to be a change in the field. There's still the 2 slips in place. There's a 3rd man way down in the distance. A backward point to cover mid-off. There's a mid-on. The mid-wicket is going back to deep mid-wicket. And a fine leg. As Coughlin runs away from us. Comes into bowl to Sean Hunt. He's in and bowls, and Hunt right in behind that. I think Jack Carson should have a bit more faith in Sean Hunt. You know, he's got right in behind the line. He's already been hit, so he's prepared to put his body on the line here. Sean Hunt, and he's perfectly capable. He'll probably get out now. Coughlin wheels round in front of us. Comes into bowl to the tall right-hander. He's in a bowl, so this short Hunt takes it on. It's a hook shot, and he pulls it all the way out to deep mid-wicket. And they don't take the single. I don't really understand that, to be honest. That was a perfectly good shot. I'd want to take a shot. If I'd have played a shot like that, I would think that says to me that, yeah, and I think Sean Hunt there, he just sort of held his hands out as if to say, well, what are we doing? Because that did seem a slightly odd decision not to take a single. Anyway, they decided not to. End of the over, 150 for 9. Carson on 18, Hunt on 5. And these two have added 14 for the 10th wicket. And we're going to get a change of bowling at the Pinker end. And I think it is going to be the first over of spin of the day. And it is going to be Liam Travaskis who's going to come into bowl.
Bowling change on the end, Liam Travaskis.
Well, bowling wise, he will be the 5th bowler used by Durham. Potts has taken 3 for 53, Coughlin 3 for 33, Rain 2 for 33, and Gibson 1 for 24. Travaskis left arm around the wicket. First ball is played by Carson to short leg. Comes in again and bowls Travaskis, and the batsman goes down the track and drives. It's stopped by Rain, diving across to his left at mid-off. Travaskis this season's taken 16 wickets. His best figure's 5 for 128 at Hove. And batsman comes to take a look at that one and is then waiting for a ball which loops in, and he more or less toes it into the ground. Bit of top spin on it. No run. And he comes again, a little whip shot this time out towards short mid-wicket to Bedingham. Dot ball.
Well, he took about 3 steps down the track there, Jack Carson.
Bowler in again. This is played to mid-wicket, no run. The keeper, Chris Benjamin, has got minty green straps on the back of his pants.
Yes.
Travaskis in, bowls, it's played back to him along the ground, bounces off his knee, but he manages to stop it going for runs, and he starts with a maiden.
I wonder whether that was about I mean, I can't believe that Durham in any danger here of losing points with over 8s, because when you get 9 wickets going down, it's very difficult for the umpires to call a side. But perhaps it was just an experiment to see whether Jack Carson would hole out somewhere down the ground. But what has happened here is that Sean Hunt is going to be facing, looks like Oliver Gibson coming back into the attack.
There have been 18 maidens out of the 57 bowled so far.
Oh,
39 overs left to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would think there's virtually no chance of getting that amount of overs, and not least, I mean, there are some brighter skies around, but at this time of year, I mean, the light does go very quickly. I mean, you were saying at Grace Road last week, Marty, it was dark when you left the ground. I mean, I think you're struggling to play much after half 6, 7 on a decent day. In comes Gibson, running away from us, coming into bowl to Sean Hunt. He's in the bowls, and Sean Hunt with a play and a miss outside the off stump. That was a little bit agricultural. And he was looking to hammer that away through the offside, but he played a rather tentative little prod, and the ball ends up in the gloves of wicketkeeper Benjamin, and there is no run. 2 slips and a third man. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Fine leg on about the 45 degrees. Gibson wheels around, number 73 on the back of his shirt, and comes in past umpire Mallender. He bowls, and Sean Hunt is right in behind that. That's a perfectly respectable forward defensive that he plays to mid-off, fielded by Matty Potts. And there is no run. I mean, these aren't annoyance runs for Durham now. It's more probably sort of annoyance time. They'll probably think, right, we've taken 9 wickets. Let's get in, have our tea, and then go out and start to get some runs on the board. Hunt just waits. And Gibson again is on his way. Bowls, and Sean Hunt is dropped. He got a little nick on that. It went through to keeper Benjamin, who put down a pretty routine chance, I have to say. It was low, it was to his right, but I think at this level that's a catch that you really expect to be taken, and he gets a consoling pat on the back from the fielder at first step, but he'll be disappointed about that, Chris Benjamin, particularly when you've come to a club on loan. You want to make an impression if you can, and that was at this level that was a routine catch. Gibson again bowls, and Hunt drives without timing to mid off, and there is no run. I don't think it's a drop that's going to make a huge. Well, who knows? These two. We had a 10th wicket partnership. We were talking about it earlier, of 164 all those years ago with Ollie Robinson and Matthew Hobden. So who knows? It could happen again, but I think it's unlikely. Gibson bowls, and Hunt is forward. Now that was a single. You see, he's played it down to third man. Jack Carson declines to run through for the single, and it's a dot ball. So Sussex have got their stall set out there, but Sean Hunt has faced 19 deliveries for his 5 runs. And apart from a rather loose drive outside of the off stump early on in the over, he's looked okay. In comes again, bowls, and Hunt pulls a short delivery straight to mid-wicket. There's a misfield. In fact, Paul Coughlin made as if he had misfielded the ball, but I think he was just kidding us all, to be honest. And I don't think Jack Carson was keen to take a single anyway. He's going to stay at the striker's end, and we carry on. So still no tea, and in fact in this session, Martin, we have had, because we went to lunch on 22 overs, it's now 56 overs, so we've had 34 overs in this session so far, which is a huge amount, but I'm not quite sure how long we're going to wait until tea. Martin was...
Well, it's 8 overs, so...
Or... It is 8 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, so...
Okay, so... From when Crocombe was out.
So then he was out in the 52nd over.
Also, we've got a few more
so
to go.
So you finish that over, and then you've got 8 on top of that, so 6.
So still
2 more, is it?
So we've had 50... Is that 58?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 2 more. Perhaps that's why Travaskis is on, just to try and sort of hasten things along a little bit.
This is played by the batsman Carson from Travaskis, and he's walloped this out through deep mid-wicket for 4.
Well, that rather pours... that rather gives my argument saying, well, you know, Sean Hunt has batted perfectly well. Jack Carlson, they're taking the strike, and he's belted it for 4, so maybe there is a plan. And that was a good shot by Jack Carlson. He's a perfectly decent bat. Made 56, I think it was last. He top scored last week. 58 before he was run out. Only his first game of the season. He's had terrible knee problems, Jack, and then he fell down some stairs and injured ankle ligaments and was out for weeks more. So he's had a really frustrating time. He's a good cricketer. He's a gutsy cricketer. Hates losing. I think he's got a great attitude. That was a good shot for 4.
He's doing the same again, or trying to.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right thing to take a single there. Down to long on. And he's left Sean Hunt with the strike. Now, I wonder whether he's a big fella, Sean. I wonder if he fancies winding himself into one here and belting one over the top. Because the fielder's come up. Or whether he'll do this. Well, I don't know, maybe the sensible thing is to come dancing down. And there's plenty of room to crack one over the top. Straight down the ground.
Oh, and he's just missed the non-striking batsman there. He's driven it in his direction.
Well, he did go for the big heave-ho down the ground, didn't he? But he played a straight spin on, but he's picked up a single.
Comes in again and bowls. It's gone up towards the far end of the ground for a single. Travaskis to Carson. Carson launches that one over mid-on for 4.
Well,
what's this partnership now? 136 to 100.
Yeah, it was Sean Hunt.
Is the scoreboard frozen? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder whether he might go after it, you know.
161?
Yeah, I wonder whether he might go after that down the ground.
They've gone to 161, partnership 25 or 46 balls. Travaskis in again. And this is a little tap towards mid-wicket, end of the over. So I think there's 1 over to go to tea now. With this extra half hour, which hasn't actually brought the wicket that they were looking for.
Yeah, and this partnership, Martin, is worth
25.
Yeah, so in terms of the largest partnership of the innings was 28.
47 balls. Got me gimbal working, Adrian, look. If I move, it moves with me.
Oh, I'm impressed, Martin. Yeah, I'm impressed. You strike me as a man for little sort of gizmos and things, actually.
Yeah, well, this was a good piece of kit when I bought it. Then I changed my phone and it wouldn't work with the new phone, so I've eventually found an app from somewhere. But when it works, it's good because it follows you around on a tripod.
And that's where you record something for tea time, is it? All right. Well, Oliver Gibson is going to try and wrap things up. We think this is the last over before tea, and he's running away from us to bowl to Jack Carlson, who's on 18. He's in and bowls, and he beats Carlson outside the off stump. There is no run. Yeah, the scoreboard. So the scoreboard away to our right is off, and the main scoreboard looks like it's frozen.
161 for 9.
Right, okay. And Sean Hunt is, what is it about?
He's 10.
Right.
10 from 24.
Yeah. So he's we're sure they're working really hard to get it sorted out. Over in the scoreboard, floodlights on the lights closed in a little bit again. Actually, it's sort of been a bit variable. There's still some pale blue sky at the far end of the ground as in comes Gibson bowls, and Carlson eases that through the covers. And I'm not going to criticise at all as they decide not to take the single. There's a picture now on the scoreboard of a beautiful sunset. I'm presuming it's at this cricket ground.
Yeah, I think that was after a game against Yorkshire.
Look at that. That's as a
during a game against Yorkshire, still seems to be people in the stands
I don't know if it's a T20 game or.
Yeah.
Come on, Ollie.
Two years in a row we've had beautiful sunsets after T20 matches against Yorkshire.
That's amazing. That's an amazing picture. It's in place of the scoreboard.
Yeah.
As in comes Gibson bowls, and Carlson plays it onto the onside, picks up a single. Gibson runs across the field of his own bowling. And it brings Sean Hunt on strike. Now, I don't know whether we'll see Sean Hunt coming down the wicket like he did to Liam Travaskis in the previous over. I doubt it somehow.
It's now searching.
Yeah, the scoreboard is showing searching TX.
Who sang that? Searching, looking for love.
I don't know.
It was an early 80s dance song, wasn't it? Hazel
O'Connor?
No.
Gibson wheels round and is on his way. Bowls to Hunt, and Hunt is bowled, and there we are. That is tea. So Sean Hunt's little bit of defiance at the end comes to an end, and he's bowled right on the stroke of tea, and he's bowled for 10, having been dropped on 5. And Gibson picks up his second wicket of the innings, and Sussex
all out for 162 in 59.4 overs.
Thank you, Martin. So here we are, T.
26 added for the final wicket. And at the end of that one, the man not out, Carson, 25.
It's a bit of late order defiance from the Sussex tail. So that is it. It is T here at Durham. The players making their way off. Sussex all out, as Martin was saying, for 162. We're going to take a bit of a breather, have a cup of tea, and we'll see you to see how Durham get on their reply in a few moments' time.
This time is earlier than the original scheduled time of 7 p.m. Apologies for any inconvenience this may cause. So that's 5:30 or 6 p.m.
So good day for going to win the toss and bowl. Bowling wise, 3 wickets apiece for Maggie Potts and Paul Coghlan. I think it was 3 for 3 in 50 overs, 6 for Mendes. Potts 3 for 53, 9 overs, 5 made. 2 for 33 for Beverly, a couple of rounds for 152 for 25 for Potts.
Here are the latest scores from around the rounds. The championship division 1 and Southampton. Kent 165 all out. Bristol, Warwickshire 172 for 6 against Gloucestershire. At the Oval, Surrey 246 for 5 against Yorkshire. At Chelmsford, Lancashire 131 all out. Essex in reply 64 for 4. Somerset 169 for 2 against Northamptonshire. LV Championship Division 2 at Worcestershire 205 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 230 for 3 against Dartmouth. And finally at Leicester, Middlesex 203 for 5 against Leicester.
1 2 1 2.
My love of Spitfires came as a small boy going to air shows with Dad. Working on Spitfires is a huge responsibility, and the same applies at work.
The care and expertise Derek takes over his beloved Spitfire is the same precision, passion and attention to detail he takes helping you choose your next perfect car. Because at Virtue Motors, it's all in the detail.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Durham, where tea has been taken and the Durham openers are on their way. Floodlights are still on. It's still gloomy, but no worse than it's been really for the rest of the day. And there are some brighter skies around, so with a bit of luck and a following wind, of which there is very little around Durham today, we should get a few more overs. 36 overs are remaining in the day. Whether we'll get all of those, I think at this time of year, even when the weather's good, is fairly doubtful unless we get a long spell from the spinners. But it hasn't been really a day for spin bowling. Now it is going to be Fahim Ashraf who's going to open the bowling for Sussex, having made 33 when he batted. Really, Sussex want to see what he can do with the ball. He bowled last week at Hove and really didn't bowl well at all. And to be fair to him, he just stepped off a plane. He'd also split the webbing in his hand. He'd had his stitches out as well. But he 18 overs, 1 for 120 isn't quite what you expect for an overseas who's played Test match cricket. So an opportunity here, and these are very favourable conditions. With the lights on, the wicket doing a bit, and perhaps we're going to see really what Fahim Ashraf is all about. And this is important because from a Sussex point of view, he'll want to make an impression, you would think. And Sussex want to see whether he's someone who could be an overseas bowler for next. For my money, he didn't bowl much above medium pace last week, but I think we need to put that performance to the back of our minds, because perhaps we'll see a little bit more what he's about now. He's running in, coming into bowl to Jones, who's up on his toes, and he gets runs straight away, running that one down to third man. James Coles is in hot pursuit, and he picks up a couple of runs, does Michael Jones, and only hesitating because the scoreboard had momentarily gone, oh, it's back on now, there we go.
The opening batsman Sean Dixon and Michael Jones. Dixon in his last appearance at home for Durham before he joins Somerset next year.
And you were saying that's family reasons?
That is the official reason given. He wants to be closer to his fiancée, and they had a baby not that long ago.
Right.
You can only speculate as to whether it might have been different if there'd been a change of coach earlier. I don't know.
In comes Ashraf bowls, and Jones covers up and plays that to mid-off, and there is no run. So he's making the trip from one end of the country, the northeast, down to the southwest.
Well, from what I gather, I mean, the family are sort of based around the Canterbury area, I think. So that's quite a hike from Canterbury to Taunton.
Well, a huge hike. That's a horrible
the
journey.
South of England. I mean, that's one of the longest distances in T20 from Canterbury to Taunton.
Well, and there's no easy way to go.
No.
But whatever you do, as in comes Ashraf and bowls, and Jones is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. Whatever you would do, I mean, Canterbury round to my neck of the woods on a good run take you a couple of hours, and the only way from there really is two ways to get to Taunton: down the A303, which I don't like, down by Stonehenge, which takes forever, or down the M4 and the M5, which can be. I went down to Taunton for a one-day this year, Martin. It's certainly in the summertime, it's very busy with holiday traffic.
It's
so
3:45, 3 hours 45. Well, it's 208 miles.
So it's almost like going from here down to Kent, really.
So 208 miles.
Ashraf is on his way, bowls, and gets a bit of extra lift, and Jones gets the bat, gloves, everything way out of the way, and they go through.
So
goes through to keeper.
There's 2 more miles in it from Canterbury to Cardiff, right?
Right.
So I think the furthest Durham travel, they go to Worcester in the T20, and they also go to Northants in the T20. So Durham, Worcester, that's 223.
Ashraf runs in, bowls, and forward comes Jones, plays to point, fielded by James Coles, no run.
And Durham to Northants is 205.
Right.
So the biggest distance in T20 then is Durham to Worcester, and that's 13 miles longer than Canterbury to Cardiff.
Yeah, that's a fair old distance. Now we're going to keep an eye on Charlie Tier here, who's the young Sussex wicketkeeper, just 18, making his debut today. Let's see how he performs. He performed okay with the bat, made 26. But let's see what his glove work is like. He's just waiting now as in comes Ashraf and bowls, and Jones drives smartly into the covers. There is no run. End of the opening over. And the scoreboard has again gone off, but looking away to my right hand side, the scoreboard is showing the total as being 2 without loss. Those 2 runs to Michael Jones. Watching Charlie Tier here, Interesting, because he doesn't squat all the way down. He goes kind of halfway down, and then and doesn't go the whole way. Sarah Taylor, who works with the Sussex wicket keepers, is going to go and do some batting coaching.
For a moment or two, I thought she was coming on to bowl there.
Yeah, no, she's walking around the outfield with Brad Curry, who isn't playing in this game, so he's going for a net.
He had a trial with Durham last year. He played
Brad Curry.
seconds, yeah.
Right, okay, yeah. He's he came in for Sussex because Sussex bowling resources were decimated. He came in at the Lords back in July and got a fifer and bowled really, really nicely. Bowled really well in the One Day Cup. Sussex getting through to the semi-finals. And I would imagine that probably he played last week to Sean Hunt. They're giving Sean a game in this game, both left arm overs.
Sean Hunt, 20-year-old, left armer, and he has 27 wickets in 12 first-class matches, best bowling 3 for 47 against Lancashire on his debut last year. Took 3 for 70 against Leicestershire this year. Comes in, and this is turned away by Dick. There's a car just been locked in the car park at the far end of the ground, and when you lock the car and the hazard lights flash, they were very bright.
Right, okay. The only thing with Sean is that he, by his own admission, was carrying a little bit of excess weight, and he worked incredibly hard during the winter and has got himself really fit. So he's really worked hard as Sean. So I hope he does well.
Dixon turns this off towards backward square leg 4-1. We've got that picture of the sunset on the scoreboard again here.
Oh yes.
But, the best thing to do, Adrian, is go on to NV Play and get the live scorecard on there, and it's up with the scorers' computers, and it's whatever happens here happens on there within a few seconds. Whereas
NV Play,
with Cricinfo, it can take quite a while for stuff to upload onto that.
Thank you.
So Durham have 5 on the board from 1.2 overs. Scoreboard on our right is working. The old scoreboard is back on with its orange numbers, but the TV screen's not. Hunt comes in and bowls. Jones plays this down into the ground. No run there. He's been in a rich vein of form, Michael Jones, in recent matches, because he got 97 and 50 at Leicester last week, 87 at Derby 2 weeks ago. He's had a double 100 this year against Middlesex as well. That was in July. Also got 108 against Leicestershire in April here, so he's having a cracking season. Bowler comes in and playing a miss. I nearly talked him out there. So this year, Michael Jones has played in 9 matches, 17 innings, 782 runs, an average of 48.8. So 2 centuries and 4 half centuries. And he's been recalled back into the Scotland white ball setup as well, having not featured for them since 2019. So he's played this year against New Zealand, he's played against the USA and the United Arab Emirates. Hunt comes in and bowls, 3 slips in place. This is played by Jones up the mid wicket, no run. From Ormskirk in Lancashire. So although he plays for Scotland, he certainly doesn't sound like he's from Scotland. Hunt in.
Good ball.
Playing a miss. That was a rising delivery.
Well,
so had runs at the start of the over, a 2 and a 1, and then the next 4 balls were dot balls.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a good over by Sean Hunt. He gets a bit of a pat on the back there by Tom Alsop, who goes running down the far end, fielding at first slip. The light isn't great. It has to be said. This is. We have seen it worse than this today, but it just sort of got that feeling it's just closing in a little bit. Fahim Ashraf is going to carry on, and he is going to be bowling to Sean Dixon, who made a big score down at Hove earlier on this season, where Durham batted out to save that game, as did Alex Lees. Well, it's Alex Lees who made the big score, sorry. In comes Ashraf, in and bowls, and let go outside of the off stump, taken by The new one wicket keeper making his debut, Charlie Tier, who we understand his mum is Scottish. We're very grateful to Chris Adams, former Sussex skipper, county championship winning skipper amongst other things, who's been coaching Charlie down at Seaford College, and he batted very nicely, made 26 before he was LBW. I'll make way in a minute, and Rob is going to come back and join us.
You go up to the half when you go to do your half 4, and then Rob can jump in there.
Okay, all right. In comes Ashraf, in and bowls, and forward comes Dixon, plays to point, fielded by James Coles, who's got a sun hat on, which is certainly not necessary today.
I tell you what, Adrian, I am minded to go light meter.
One thing that Martin has done, so he's obviously got some influence here at Durham, is he's got the heating on.
Yeah.
I tell you what, we're not having the heating on in our house till at least December.
Yeah, I got it put on for all of you.
Yeah, I don't mind it on here, but I'm not having it on at home. I said, long johns and jumpers before we put the heating on. In comes Ashraf bowls and punched by Dixon into the covers. Now Martin's opened the window to have a look at this light, which isn't great. But I could just see umpire Malander. He's just sort of having a
cuspish again. Just over 300 looks. 330 looks, and the thing is, when it gets down below that, that's normally when they go off. So
yeah, well, I reckon we're on the cusp here. It's almost getting as bad as it's been throughout the day.
I think cusp's a really good word. It also makes for a bit of leeway.
I think I'm having the Mickey taken out of me here.
No. I used it earlier, didn't I?
In comes Ashraf over the wicket poles, let go outside the off stump by Dixon, and there is no run. I think there's going to be a lot of people this winter, be saying, we can't put the heating on. I think, it's... Yeah, come here, yes. We'll all sit in the press box at Durham during the winter. It's snowing and blowing a gale, they'll put the heating on.
I'm going for a bit of peace and quiet at the reference library.
Yeah. The turning point, if at home the dog looks cold, then I'll put the heating on.
You don't even have a dog.
Well, I do. But if the dog looks like he's chilly, then we'll switch the heating on, but not before. In comes Ashraf, bowls, and Dixon drives back to Ashraf, fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
I thought you were going to say there, if the dog looks cold, you'll lie on him.
Well, 5 without loss.
Well, they're having fun in games with that scoreboard. They're trying to drag the scoreboard onto the computer screen, but it won't go on.
No.
Computer says no.
Yeah.
Where's Graham this week?
Graham...
Scorer Graham.
Right. Well, our scorer's called Graham as well.
Yeah, no. Well, no scorer's in there.
So both Graham Owen is...
Nearly. There we... Nearly.
Which needs to be expanded. In comes Ashraf, bowls and punched by Dixon out into the covers, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. It is the end of the over, tidy enough over by Fahim Ashraf. Umpire Malander is just sort of, you can tell when umpires are getting edgy, can't you? They sort of look at each other, and then they look at the sky, and you could just tell that. The trouble is, there's no wind, is there? Very little wind today, and so there's nothing to sort of blow. There are some lighter skies in the distance. Is that sort of towards Newcastle where we're looking?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
They've probably got the floodlights on at St James's Park. That's the flag in the centre of the pavilion is just limp, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The St George's flag.
Yeah. So it's.
And there's not been one on the castle roof all year because it blew away during some storm in the winter.
Oh really?
Yeah.
And have they replaced it since then?
They're still looking for it. It's in Denmark. Here's Hunt coming in. Went for 3 runs in his first over. The first ball is played to mid-wicket by Jones. No run there.
Is there a Lord Lumley?
It was the Earl of Scarborough, wasn't it?
Oh right, okay.
I think the Earl of Scarborough may have sold the...
Right. You'd have thought a lovely building like that, whoever owns it, could afford a flag.
Yeah.
But I bet it does blow up there.
Well, I used to... Whenever there was a big event like a Royal Jubilee or World Cup or European Championship or whatever, Hunt in, bowls, that stays low, and it's kept out very late there by Jones, bounces up in front of him. I used to ring a flag company in concert, and they would be snowed under. They always used to bring on extra staff to cope with all the flag orders. And in those storms, they could have just thrown a flag in the air at concert, and it probably would have landed on the roof of Lumley Castle. within about a minute. Got battered by Storm Arwen at the end of November, beginning of December, and then there were 3 storms in a row swept through in February half term. Hunt bowls. This is played by Jones to mid-wicket, no run there. And a lot of buildings, gable ends, collapsed during Storm Arwen up here, and thousands of homes were without power for about a fortnight in County Durham and Northumberland. Trees came down. There was once electricity substation was squashed by this tree which landed on it, and it snowed as well, so some routes to the most extreme substations and water pumping houses and stuff were impassable. And then those houses that didn't quite collapse with the gable ends but had got weakened were then brought down with the subsequent storms. And that's fended away by Jones off towards backward point.
Good. Sorry, I was going to say, good little spell this by Sean Hunt, who's bending his back in. He's getting a little bit out of the pitch, isn't he? He's getting a bit of lift. He's making the batsman play. I can see the lights on the scoreboard there at the moment. Well, is that some sort of... They used to have light meters, didn't they? Scoreboards.
They don't turn them on. They are the light meter. The five white lights running down the side are the bottom ones.
Bottom ones?
Oh, they're which bowlers are bowling.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
But they're shining quite brightly, aren't they?
Yeah. Comes in and bowls again, and that's a no ball. The ice cream man's gone.
I bet
he's optimistic on a day like today.
Yeah, he wouldn't have had a great day, I think, Martin, today.
What would you have gone for, a 99 with some monkey's blood on it?
Some monkey's blood? I would go.
That's what they call the straw. Is it raspberry sauce?
Oh right. No, I wouldn't have had that. I'd have just had the straight vanilla with the flake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had the sauce. I've had some hundreds and thousands on it.
I had a feeling you'd go down the hundreds and thousands, haven't you?
Did you?
Yeah. Then you'd be chasing buses after that down the dual carriageway. 7 for none here. 2 extra runs added on there as a result of that no ball, and there's still 2 balls left of this over to go. Comes round the wicket, left on round, and Jones turns that late to backward square leg for a single. Nice and warm in here now.
No, it is.
It was freezing earlier. I couldn't feel my hands anymore. You've got your 4:30, haven't you, coming up?
Yeah, I am. So I'll wait for the end of this over, and I'll hand over to I'll hand over to Rob now, and then he can.
We'll see Adrian a little bit later on. Rob Rush will replace him for the time being. Last ball of the over, Hunt in, and Dixon defends. It rolls out on the offside. He's had 5 centuries in his time at Durham, Dixon. Managed to get into the side last year. He spent much of the first part of last season playing for Felling in the North East Premier League, and then got a few runs under his belt in the One Day Cup. Managed to get his first One Day 100. And then this year, he was seeing the ball well, and as well as 186 in the draw at Hove, he then got centuries in consecutive innings in the next match at Worcester, the first Durham player to get 3 centuries in a row, 104 and 105 there. And he was doing really, really well, and then he suffered a hamstring injury just before the game against Middlesex at Lord's in mid-May, and we didn't see him again until the middle of the One Day Cup.
Ashraf to continue. Played off the back foot by Jones, just patted down back the track for no run.
I know there was an element of frustration in the One Day Cup because he felt he was fit and ready to play. In fact, he felt he was fit for a few weeks before he was eventually given a role back in the team again. I think that was once Alex Lees had gone off to join England.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
So he's going to go to Somerset next year, where I'm sure he'll enjoy that track down there.
Ashraf, and it's a beautiful cover drive by Jones that'll bring 4. Exquisitely timed. Fielders had no chance. Moves the score onto 12. Textbook cover drive, that.
Yeah, it was nice. Worth the entrance fee alone. We are looking through tinted windows, but it does look rather gloomy out there now. But when you're seeing the ball like that and playing shots like that, you don't want to come off, would you?
Nope, you just want to keep going.
Still 31.4 overs to go.
Ashraf in and Jones just defends this one this time.
That is in theory 2 hours of play from here, so
I don't think we're going to get the 2 hours in. Don't think the light will allow it, so that'll mean...
There was one night last week where they were 104 over days, a couple of them, as they recovered overs lost at Leicester, but one night they went off at 10 to 8. And another night it was like 7:45, I think. Yeah, 10 to 7. 10 to 7 it was.
Ashraf's in and Jones tucks this away towards long leg. Should be 2, and they will come back for 2.
Thing was, we were in the press box looking out to the west, and the sun was actually setting. The sky had gone orange, and they were still playing. And you're thinking, well, there's not much daylight left in this. And they squeezed them in, and doing interviews in the dark on the side of the pitch. "14 without loss, Durham."
Ashraf's in again. Past the umpire, bowls and a play and a miss, and it actually keeps so low that it goes between the wicketkeeper's legs and runs for 4 byes.
Saw plenty of that last week at Leicester with McIntosh, particularly off the bowling of Potts, who's a bit quicker than anybody else. And this time Tia couldn't get down to it. The balls ended up in the sheets at the far end of the ground.
One ball left in the 5th over. Durham currently 18 without loss. After doing well to get Sussex out fairly cheaply, just for 162. Made the most of the bowler-friendly conditions and winning the toss and putting them in. Ashraf's in again, and Jones squirts this away, and that'll be 4 more. Played with soft hands down through the slip cordon, 3rd slip diving to his left, trying to stop it, wasn't able to, and Jones picks up another boundary.
He was just a bit too wide there, 3rd slip, wasn't he? He's more across towards the gully.
Yeah,
so
Travaskis,
3rd and a half, 4th slip maybe.
Travaskis, welcome back from a net session.
Yeah.
Down below us. Moves the score on to 22 without loss for Durham, still trailing by 140.
Are you still doing your stuff for Wickham Football Club then? Well,
I'm not this year.
Not this year, no.
I'm not this year.
No.
I'm
Didn't they? I think they beat Sunderland RCA in an FA Cup tie a few weeks ago.
Did I believe it was a 1-0. It was quite a close one, but not doing that this year. Gonna, I think, spend a bit more time towards studies, with 2nd year being...
Oh, you're going to put some effort in this.
Well, I'm not saying 1st year was a complete breeze, but it was.
22 for none. Here is Sean Hunt. Left arm round to Dixon. That's played up to mid-off. How many hours a week were you actually in university then?
I was actually in for pretty much all of my lectures.
Pretty much all. Aren't you meant to be there for all of them?
Well, compared to some people who weren't in there for not even 50% of them, I will do that. There's only a small course of us, like 15, 16 of us doing sports journalism at Sunderland. Right. So,
my wife a few years ago was lecturing there, and some of the students she never met. It was unbelievable. I don't know where they were. Hunt in. That's gone through to the keeper, and then they complained when they were failing modules.
They're probably too busy. They're probably too busy out on the town, or just enjoying.
There was a complaint once, and she didn't know who the person was.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But yeah, 2nd year is typically when the work starts picking up. So gonna put some more time aside towards that. But
we had a lad on work experience quite a few years ago now who was doing a sports journalism course at Leeds. There's Hunt bowls. This is played wide, mid-off for 1 by Dixon, and I asked him just to write a little couple of little lines of copy for a sports bulletin, and he didn't know what to do. And he said, we haven't got onto that yet. And I said, well, what are you doing? And he was only in college 5 hours a week in the first year at Leeds, and got a full-time job in a pub. And the pub landlord was then complaining when, for 5 hours a week, this lad went off to university. It's all the wrong way around.
I can assure you, we definitely had more than 5 hour weeks last year. Some days were 5 hours by themselves.
Well, I hope Neil's listening, and I'm going to check up with Neil afterwards to see if you're telling the truth. As Hunt bowls this one, that swings late and pops out the keeper's gloves. Do you think he'll be listening?
Well, he was listening to the Leicestershire game that I covered you for. He sent me a nice message or so after that. Took some messages off the one of the comment boards about people talking about my commentary, which I found very nice and touching in a way. So I haven't explicitly told him I'm doing this game, so maybe not.
Right.
If you message him, he'll definitely be listening in tomorrow. If he's not too busy trying to sort out the freshers with a trip round.
I'll message him when we come off air and just say, on average, how many hours a week was Robin in college last year? Hunt bowls. Oh, that nips back in sharply, and it doubles Jones up. I think it's come off the bat handle. It's gone off towards point safely, but that was a nippy delivery. It's not a bad spell at all, this, from Hunt, is it? It's
very good. He's hitting the right areas of the pitch, and it's doing something out there.
None for 7, and he's got 1 ball left of this over, and he did spoil things slightly in the previous over with a no ball. Otherwise it'd be none for 5. Ball is nipping around a bit here in Chester Street. Commentary of day 1 of Durham against Sussex on the BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Sussex. Sussex 47 for 3 at lunch, and then they lost, I think, 4 in the afternoon session. Bowler comes in again, and another one that nips in sharply, just a little bit too high for an appeal.
I thought that was an inside edge at first.
Maybe.
Looked like there was a second movement.
Let's have a look. Had his back to us as he's facing this. Possibly, yeah. End of the over then. So what were they at tea?
All out.
Oh, they were all out, weren't they?
All out. Because we took the extra half an hour.
Forgot about that. I thought I hadn't written tea down.
Now this is where I'll come back on comms tomorrow, and you'll have some obscure stat from Neil going, well, actually, despite what Rob says, he was only in for 35% of his lectures.
Are you meant to be in college this week or not?
No. Freshers week, so I'm fine. I mean, it'd be a bit of an issue if I've been.
So what is it when it's Freshers week? It's just people coming and signing on for courses and getting.
So there's Freshers
their
Fair,
residence and all that.
Yeah, Freshers Fair. So that's, I think, Wednesday typically. As Ashraf will continue, runs away from us and bowls and played into the leg side by Dixon. So yeah, Freshers Fair, sort of a bunch of freebies. Sign up for some extracurricular stuff is when loads of people get their gym membership sorted, for example, at City Campus. And there's a lot.
Still hand out the goodie bags with important advice in them.
Yep, there's always that. And then there's a bunch of different events on during the evening for freshers to kind of get to know each other, and then we start back up again next week. Ashraf in, and Dixon this time drives to mid-off for no run. Two slips, and then seems to be a 4th slip rather than a gully. There is a gap there as Ashraf is in, and Dixon just turns his way to mid-wicket for no run.
Can hear a light aircraft, but I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Heading north. Rather slowly.
Ashraf in again, and Dixon defends into the offside.
Did Washington didn't get promoted, did they? Survived. Survived, and after relegation last year, I thought you would be bouncing back. No. Sunderland went down, didn't they? Who've come up? Tyndale.
Ashraf in, and Dixon again pushes this just to mid-wicket for no run.
Sunderland and Eppleton relegated from the Premier League of the North East Premier League, the Premier Division of the North East Premier League at the end of the season. In fact, I think there was only one match survived on the final day, wasn't it? Because it rained. Did Hetton Lions, South North got a finish in. Alright, South North winning the league.
One ball left of the over from Ashraf to complete his 4th. In and bowls, and Dixon looks to cut him through point, but he gets a thick under edge and instead runs down to long leg, and he's come back for 2.
Get there as well.
Gets there in the end. Jones looked to be a little bit slow getting away. Dixon immediately turned for it. A shot that he wanted to look gloriously past point for. He ends up looking over his own shoulder. Nevertheless, it's a couple for him. Durham moved to 25 without loss. Jones 13 off 25 and Dixon 6 off 18. Still got just under 30 overs left, supposedly. I'm pretty sure the bad light will have something to say.
Well, we might just edge along for a little bit more, yeah.
It has been like this for the majority of the day, and we are still going, so...
Mohammed Rizwan has just been stumped by Salt off the bowling of Moeen Ali. Pakistan playing England.
First of 70 T20s, I think it is.
Now, the last time Durham played Sussex in Hove, Rizwan ended up bowling. They used
that flat of a pitch?
Yeah, they used 9 bowlers in Durham's second innings. Pakistan 120 for 3. Hunt around the wicket from the Lumley end. Jones plays it up too wide, mid on no run there. So look at that scorecard. Rizwan has just gone for 68. Shan Masood of Derbyshire's on 7. Isn't he going to?
He's going to Yorkshire next year,
isn't he?
I believe he's taken on the captaincy role as well. I'm not sure if that's in all formats or just a specific one, but he will be a skipper up there.
Hunt to Jones. Oh, that's a leave. Now that's angled back. Ali Orr kept doing this morning and then eventually lost his off stump. See how tight to the stumps this one was.
Definitely goes down in the books as a good leave.
Yeah. Came back a long way after it passed the stumps. I think it was safe to leave. And the keeper took it down the leg side. Hunt bowls. Tries to York. Jones. He's played the ball. It's taken by the keeper, but he's played it into the ground first.
He's just continuing on where he kind of had some for the whole spell. He's only gone for 7 runs off the first 3.5 overs here. You'd imagine he'd probably get 1 more, maybe 2. Just keeping it nice and tight. And of course Sussex have got to do that because they don't have any runs. They don't have a large amount of runs to play with.
Hunt bowls. Oh, that nips back in, possibly too high because Jones was up off the floor there on his toes. Looked thigh paddish to me.
Fair bit of chat flying around.
What was that shout there? You're all over them here, Shawnee, I think was the...
Yeah.
.25 for non-Durham. Dot balls again so far in this over from Hunt. 2 balls left of it. Not anymore. Oh yes, good diving stop. That looked like it was away for 4. Very good diving stop with backward point there by James Coles in the wide brimmed hat. That's played up to mid-off, no run there.
Was that another maiden by?
Yeah, it was, and I'm looking at the scorecard here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 1 run in 19 balls from Michael Jones against Hunt.
Looks like there's going to be a change of bowling. Fahim Afresh finishes his first spell.
Henry Crocombe on his 21st birthday, out for 1 earlier, caught and bowled.
Is that by Coughlin?
By Coughlin, yeah. So can he celebrate his birthday with some wickets instead?
Be bowling to Dixon, who's 6 off 18. Anyway, he goes past the umpire, in bowls and slightly back of length, and Dixon just defends this into the offside.
He's played in 8 games so far this season. Crocombe, 15 wickets, best figures 4 for 84. And that was against Glamorgan in Cardiff in June.
In again here, and Dixon turns this to mid wicket. Shout for LBW. Bat and pad were very close together and did sound like it was bat first. Three slips in play for Crocombe. He runs away from us, past the umpire, and in back of length, and Dixon capitalises on it and swings it away to the leg side and will pick up 4. Wasn't overly short from Crocombe, but
just went after him there, didn't he?
Yeah, Dixon just saw a slightly shorter delivery than we've been used to and decided to send him to the boundary.
There's 4 seats where the balls come to rest, which are normally occupied by the ground staff, but none of them are there. But one of them's left their packed lunch in a carrier bag beyond an orange seat. There's 3 blue seats and an orange seat. And
is that a Sainsbury's carrier bag?
I don't know, but the ball's gone inside the carrier bag and come to a rest. It's probably squashed the sandwiches that hadn't been eaten.
Crocombe in again, and Dixon just defends this into the offside. Deficit currently 133 after Sussex were bowled out for 162. Durham winning the toss and putting the visitors into bat in very bowler-friendly conditions as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Dixon gets forward and prods this back towards the bowler. Just the 4 runs off the over, 29 without loss after 9 overs.
Ten to 5, 27 overs to go. Good luck with that. You can hear the pied wagtails are out there somewhere chirping away. Hunt to start his 5th over. None for 7 in 4, including a maiden. Remember, if you're just joining us, Sussex were bowled out for 162 at tea. Jones pulls this away one-handed down towards long leg. Right arm throw back to the keeper from Ashraf, who's fielding down at long leg, just in front of the steps to the pavilion, in the dressing room. Hunt turns. Dixon's on strike on 10. Durham 30 for none. It's a no ball. Dixon forward, bat and pad, jams it between the edge of the bat and the pad. 32 for none though. By the time Sussex had reached this point, they were 15 overs in and 3 wickets down. They were 31 for 3 after 14.2. Ben Rain seeing off Clark for 2, LBW, having got Alsop, LBW for 8. Haynes went for a 7th ball duck, caught by the keeper off the bowling of Matty Potts to give Potts his 50th wicket of the season in the championship. First time he's done that. This ball from Hunt is played away on the offside by Dixon. They were 47 for 3 at lunch, lost Ibrahim after lunch, caught behind off Coghlan for 7, or then was bowled by Matty Potts for 36. He left a number of deliveries, any one of them could have hit his stumps, and then he left this one which came angling right back in, took the off stump out of the ground. Coles was bowled by Coghlan for 7. As he tried to leave a delivery, he got a bottom edge and it cannoned under the stumps. Tier LBW to Gibson for 26. As Hunt bowls, played out through mid-wicket nicely by Dixon. That's racing away to the boundary for 4 runs. Is it going to get there? There's a dive. I don't know if it's... I think it's come to rest on the rope.
Fielder looks to be in pain as well.
Has he dislocated his shoulder there?
Is that looks like it's Crocombe as well? He's just bowled 1 over. Immediately, fielder next to him is immediately signalled for the medic. He's now up.
I think he's dislocated his shoulder.
He's back down.
He's gone back down again. He dived in to try and stop the ball, and he's in agony. The Sussex physio, has been waved on and is across to see him. And he went down heavily there. And the way he's holding his left arm, it looks to me like he might have dislocated his shoulder. He's back down on his knees. I saw a situation like this with Ashton Turner at Northampton, the T20 this year, and he dived in to try and get a quick single and
cost him most of the T20 campaign, didn't it?
Yeah, his shoulder popped out. The physio's now pulling down at his arm.
So there's 2 ways to bring it back in. Obviously the first way is to try and catch it pretty much straight away, which it looks like they're trying to do. But this would be another blow to Sussex. Only got 162 runs on the board, and if you lose a bowler, it's not great at all.
Not good. Physio still, he's going to have to go off anyway. He's not going to be able to play on with that kind of injury. I remember Yasser Arafat here a few years ago for Sussex on a hard field. He went diving in on the boundary on that same side of the ground in front of the pavilion, and he dislocated his shoulder and he was screaming, and they couldn't get him off the ground. They had to bring an ambulance onto the field and put him on a spinal board and eventually take him away.
He's got his left arm wrapped up in his shirt, and it does look like he's going off, so that's a...
Well, if he has dislocated his shoulder,
he's done for the game.
On his 21st birthday as well, and out for 1 earlier, not a good day for him. He might be spending the evening in hospital. I was at a mate's 50th the other night, and he got carried out at the end of the night, having twisted his ankle on the dance floor. Looked like it could have been broken, and he was had to be carried out by his relatives. I think yesterday he was having an X-ray, and they were hoping it wasn't broken. Well, that is Crocombe, and that is bad news for him. Meanwhile, we continue on the field. 12th man's come on now, who...
number 17?
Well, Curry was here, wasn't he? Might be here. I'll check it out in a minute.
Of course, because it's not a concussion or a COVID sub, he can't be replaced like for like, and bowler can't come on and take his spot. So Sussex will be down a bowler for the rest of the game.
Hunt in. Dixon defends. So he's trying to stop a 4, which I think was then declared as a 4, wasn't it? Because the ball ended up on the ropes.
He tried to stop it with his right hand, and then he didn't get it, and then he
So
went
has
over.
been given as a 4. So.
And then went over on his left, and immediately sort of stayed down. Obviously, seen Jack Leach earlier this summer suffer a concussion from trying to stop a boundary in a Test match. Had Matty Parkinson called up to take his spot, but that'll be a big loss for Sussex if he's unable to continue.
Hunt in bowls. Oh, that stays low. That's worth a shout. It's a celebratory appeal. It stayed very low, and that is the end of Dixon. He's gone there. I would argue that's plump. And Hunt wasn't even looking at the umpire. He just went off in a celebratory appeal, really, or a...
Stuart Broad would be proud of that celeb appeal.
So Dixon has gone for 14. And Durham lose their first wicket on 36. And that was the end of the over as well. So at the end of the 10th over,
we have seen a few from Hunt kind of get some variable bounce off the wicket. Some have ridden up into the batters off the splice. Some have kept low, and that one did keep low and too low for Dixon. In the end, he has to go for 14. Scott Borthwick out next for Durham. I think Sussex have also called for a helmet to be brought out, as Matty Potts, after his 3 wickets earlier, walks down just below us after net session. Durham obviously hoping he won't be required tonight. If he is, something has gone drastically wrong. Deficit sits at 126. Looks like they're going to bring the spinner on, or maybe a medium pacer, because keeper's got the helmet on. Looks like he might be changing pace. Obviously Crocombe just bowling that 1 over, and then what we think to be a dislocated shoulder while fielding. It looks like skipper Tom Haynes is going to roll his arm over. Looks initially it's just going to be 1 slip in for Haynes, maybe 2. And it is now 2 slips. There's a very short cover. I think that's a short extra. As Haynes is in, and Jones digs out a full length delivery out into the traditional cover region. Tom Abel's gone to his 12th first class 100 for Somerset. As Haynes in again, and again it's a Yorker length delivery, which Jones is just able to dig out onto the onside for no run.
the news has begun at 5 o'clock. There'll be an update. So this is a test for you, Rob. You continue commentating until you hear the cue from me, and then you shut up and I jump in.
Haynes in, and Jones drives and beats the man at short extra cover and will just get the one. There was looking for two, but in the end just settle on one. It will bring Scott Borthwick on strike.
Can you hear cue? Yeah, can you hear the output? You can turn it up and down with that little nozzle there for you. It's always interesting trying to commentate while working out when you think they're going to come to you.
Because the Leicestershire game was all right, because obviously you're calling in and you just get the cue and you're not having to commentate on the game at the same time.
Yeah, when you're away from home, you just dial in each hour, but when you're the home broadcaster, or unless you're commentating on a T20.
Haynes is in now to Borthwick, who leaves outside off stump.
Angus has emailed. He said, really enjoying my first day of watching County Championship cricket, and it's been improved no end by the commentary. Really disappointed Dixon is leaving Durham.
Haynes in and Borthwick just defends out to short extra cover for no run.
He said him and Jones were looking like making a really good opening partnership. And he said, having watched the fielder just go down injured, it definitely looks dislocated. So sad when he didn't even save the boundary. Yeah, and the fact it's his 21st birthday as well. The sub is Carter, apparently.
Yes.
Haynes in to finish his first over, and Borthwick just drives to short extra cover for no run.
Durham bowled Sussex out earlier for 162. That brought about tea. 3 wickets each for Matty Potts and Paul Coghlan. Coghlan 3 for 33 in his 15 overs. Potts 3 for 53. They have since lost Sean Dixon, LBW, to Sean Hunt at the end of the 10th over. An over in which, sadly, Henry Crocombe, the young Sussex fielder, looks to have dislocated his shoulder trying to stop a boundary, which indeed went for 4. He dived in and then was in a lot of pain. And it's been a bad day for him, because he was out for 1 earlier, and it's also his 21st birthday, so a day that he won't forget in a hurry, sadly, for the wrong reasons. But at the moment, Durham are 37 for 1. Michael Jones has 15. He's just been joined by Scott Borthwick. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Played that pretty well.
Ant news. Some scientists in Germany have worked out there's 20 quadrillion ants on Earth. And they aren't finally on our news bulletin. We'll bring Adrian back in a sec, because we need to talk to him about the Henry Crocombe situation and the substitute fielder. There's still 24.5 overs to go today, so if we get them all in, a late finish. Hunt round the wicket to Jones, who plays that one to mid-on. Bobbles up awkwardly as it passes the end of a used wicket. Well, thanks to Rob Rush, we'll see him again, no doubt, tomorrow. I have had a reply off his college lecturer, by the way.
What's he saying?
So I asked how many hours he'd been in on average. What does he say?
Was he in trouble?
He said, Rob who? This is played by Jones towards mid-on, no run there. Didn't he say he used to do a lot of hours last year in his first year?
I don't.
On average, around 14 hours a week. And that would have included 3 times 1 hour online lectures. Is that about right? Yeah.
So. I think he's bowled well here, Sean Hunt.
He has. I've been quite impressed with him, I have to say. Balls again, and Jones turns it off towards that long leg for 1. Ashraf comes into field. So who's the sub and where's he gone?
So Ollie Carter is fielding at mid-wicket. He's just catching the ball there.
Oh, it is Oliver Carter, right?
Yeah, so he would normally be, or he's been the championship wicket keeper now for a couple of seasons. When Ben Brown lost the captaincy,
So he's got 11 on his back.
Yeah, he lost the wicket keeping gloves as well, and they wanted to look at Ollie Carter at the end of last season. And he's been working very hard with Sarah Taylor, but it hasn't worked. Is the reality. He's a nice lad, and he's made runs in the side, but in terms of his keeping, his keeping needs to be improved.
Hunt to Borthwick. Borthwick plays this down into the ground. Scott Borthwick this year still looking for that first century of the season. His last one was in the second game of last year at Chelmsford. I think he got 100 straight. He's had a few knocks in the 90s this season. He got 96 against Worcestershire here, 90 against Glamorgan here in Durham's win, 89 against Worcester and Worcester.
So it's been a decent nick.
64 in the opening match at Cardiff. Looks to cut this one from Hunt. Plays it down into the ground off the bottom corner of the bat. He's had a 60 against Middlesex at Lords as well, and a 55 against Middlesex here. So there's been plenty of good starts.
Yeah.
Never got to 3 figures.
I noticed one of the wicket keepers that Sussex have had this season, so he started with the gloves, is Mohammed Rizwan, who opened the batting for Pakistan in the one day, made 68.
Got stumped off Phil Salt.
Yeah.
Former Sussex man.
Yes, that's all Sussex, yeah. Henry Crocombe, I was actually sitting outside trying to get a breath of fresh air, Martin, and I saw Henry. I was reasonably close to when it happened, and he chased the ball back, and as soon as he went over, you knew he was in trouble. In comes Tom Haines running in over the wicket, bowls to Jones, who clips this nice. That's a lovely looking shot through mid wicket. That's going to race away. It may not get to the boundary in hot pursuit. Oh, there's another one diving around. In fact, it's gone for 4 runs. That's Fahim Ashraf who's chasing it back. Lovely looking shot by Jones. He goes to 16, the total to 38 for 1. And it is something that's crept into the game, hasn't it, over the last few years? You know, fielders chase things down, bowlers chase things down. I mean, it's great to see in some ways, but you know, Ashraf, they're diving away, and you think, oh, crumbs. But poor old Henry Crocombe, what a day for it to happen on his 21st birthday. And he immediately went for it. And it's like when you see a footballer get badly injured. When you know they're injured, you can just tell. And it looked really nasty. John Morelli, the physio, was out very quickly. But it really didn't look good. Here comes Haynes, bowls, Jones drives on the bounce, too short extra cover followed by Orr, and there is no run. 42 for 1. So I'd imagine, whether it's dislocated or not, I don't know, but it did look really nasty. It was his left shoulder.
Yeah, he went down trying to drag the ball back, and then he did a sort of tumble, and it was on that tumble where he landed heavily on his shoulder, and he was wriggling around, clearly in a lot of pain.
Yeah, and it happens a lot, doesn't it, with players chasing things down. In comes Haynes and bowls, and forward comes Jones, plays into the covers again. There is no run, and I do understand you want to see your bowlers chasing around the boundary edge, but you know, if it's saving 1 run and it's we've just discussed it a lot this season actually with people chasing things. Even today in the field, Liam Travaskis was chasing back. Anyway, we wish Henry all the best. In comes Haynes and bowls. Jones forward, plays to mid wicket, fielded by Tom Clark. And there is no run. I'm sure in the middle of a cricket match he wouldn't have been out having they wouldn't have been off to a nightclub, all the Sussex boys tonight anyway, so I'm sure he'd have been having a quiet night, but let's just hope that the injury's not as bad as it looked. In that one day international, Pakistan 158 for 7 in their 20 overs. So we'll let you know how England get on. He top scored did Mohammed Rizwan, 68 in 46 with 6 fours and 2 sixes. In comes Haynes and bowls, stretching forward as Jones plays into the offside. There is no run. Nice and tidy from Tom Haynes. He's always at the batsman. Nibbles the ball around. Bowls sort of a briskish medium pace. I wonder whether he might bowl a little more if he, you know, when you're captaining the side and opening the batting, it's probably difficult to decide when you bring yourself on, but I think he's doing the right thing here, and he just might be suited to this. In comes Haynes again, bowls. Jones is forward, runs this to backward point, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. Had an email at the end of the over actually, 42 for 1. Jones 20, Borthwick yet to score. There was an email I had earlier on asking why Delray Rawlins isn't playing in this game and why he's been left out the last couple of games. And I think the simple answer is there that James Coles and Delray Rawlins are both very similar players. They both bowl left arm spin. They both bat in the middle order. And so I guess in terms of team selection, it's a straight shootout between the pair, really. And clearly at the moment, James Coles is getting the nod. Although he only made 7 today. Sussex bowled out early on for 162 and 59.4 overs. Good start from Durham, 42 for 1. But this man, Sean Hunt, has bowled really well. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Hasn't played for a good few weeks, says Sean, but he's running in now over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Borthwick, plays into the offside, picks up a single, and total goes to 43 for 1. Hunt in his 7th over. We've still got another 22 overs to go after this one. The light has certainly gotten no worse since the start of the Durham innings. But you'd have thought just the natural light is going to... in this neck of the woods, though, Martin, it gets darker later than in the south.
Yeah, it's not much. I was discussing this last week at Leicester, and I thought, certainly in the summer there's a big difference. As Hunt bowls here to Jones, that's gone off to mid-on. In the summer, I think London up to here, you can get a difference of about 25 minutes sunset, but looking at the clocks the other day in Leicester, it was only about 3 or 4 minutes difference.
Yeah. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I think the forecast for tomorrow is okay, actually. When I certainly looked yesterday, perhaps get an update on that. As in comes Hunt round the wicket, bowls, and Jones stands tall. And that's a lovely shot. A good cricket all round, actually. It was a good shot by Jones. He punched the ball off the back foot into the covers, and Daniel Ibrahim, diving away to his right-hand side, prevented. I think that would have been 4 runs. In the end, Jones settles for a single. He goes to 21, and the total to 44 for 1.
Sunset here tonight, 7:10, so you would lose the light pretty quickly on a night like this when it's so overcast.
Yeah.
So 7:10 here, and in Hove tonight, the sun sets at 4 minutes past, so there's a 6-minute difference.
There we go. In comes Hunt. Over the wicket, bowls to Borthwick, who lets that go by up the old stump, taken by Charlie Tier, and there is no run. Tom Alsop at first slip, Tom Clark at second, Alistair Orr at third, James Coles at point, Ollie Carter the 12th man in the covers, Jack Carson at mid-off, Tom Haynes at mid-on, who's that at mid-wicket? Daniel Ibrahim at mid-wicket, and Fahim Ashraf down here at fine leg with his hands in his pockets. In comes Hunt and bowls, driven by Borthwick down the ground, 4 runs. Lovely shot, slightly over pitch by Sean Hunt, and he just eased that down the ground for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. He goes to 5, the total 48 for 1. Beautifully played. And so Sussex with Henry Crocombe off the field, and we await news of his injury. A bowler down. So we're going to see Sean Hunt, Daniel Ibrahim can bowl some medium pace. They've got Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, they can all bowl medium pace. Jack Carson with some spin. So there are options at least for Tom Haynes. What are you laughing at?
Mark says, with that many ants, did they say how many decks there were?
Very good. Bowls diving away to his left. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Sean Hunt, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Durham in reply to the Sussex total of 162 all out of 48 for 1. Michael Jones on 21. Scott Borthwick is on 5.
Bernard pointing out, apart from the shoulder injury, has the collarbone been affected as well? They often come in twos, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Disagrees with the substitute rules, not allowing a replacement fielder. They've lost a bowler as well, haven't they? Only bowled the one over.
They have. 21 wickets have gone down at Chelmsford today.
Too far south.
Lancashire 131, Essex 107, and now we're looking at the ball, which they're suggesting is going out of shape. Their second innings, Lancashire already. Luke Wells out of the first ball of the second innings, so Luke's batted twice today, and he's made 16 runs.
Oh, I thought they were getting the light meter. No, they're having a look at the ball for the first time. It is 14 overs old.
Yeah.
Mark says he's listening to us in a 4th floor flat in Leipzig.
Wow. So I was just looking at wickets going down around the country. Kent made 165. Hampshire are 41 for 5 in their first innings. So Kent, who we thought might be in relegation trouble, maybe they still are, but they're certainly ruining Hampshire's day. They're off for bad light at the Oval. Surrey 292 for 6, big 100 there for Ollie Pope today. He made 136.
It's your end or my end?
Oh, I'll go.
It's you, isn't it?
Tom Haynes running in bowls. The light just seems to have, unless the lights are taking more of an effect.
Look, there's a really big bank of low, dark cloud now just drifting over us.
And I suspect if we go off, I'll be surprised if we come back on.
Yeah. Mark says he can't watch the England game because his app won't let him, but it is comforting to know that wherever I go, I can stay in touch with county cricket.
Good, thank you. In comes Haynes, bowls, Jones drives again through mid-wicket, takes a single, fielded by Fahim Ashraf, who throws wildly at the stumps, and you're backing up, can't stop it, and in the end it's left to Daniel Ibrahim to do the honours, but not before Jones goes through for his 22nd run on the total 49 for 1.
He said it's a shame to hear Dixon is leaving. I've always enjoyed watching him bat.
Yeah. He's a very fine opening batsman.
Right, quiz time.
Oh dear. Haynes. In a game, bowls Dixon. Sorry, Borthwick solidly forward, plays to Clark at short extra. There is no run.
Where's Leipzig?
Where's Leipzig?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Germany.
Yeah.
You're going to ask me whereabouts in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh dear. I have to say I have no idea, Martin, which is shocking.
It's
really.
just to this, southwest of Berlin, really.
Haynes in bowls. Oh, I think that's going down the leg side. Tom Haynes is convinced he's got his man. I'm not convinced from here, and I'm not sure Tom was overly convinced as well. That looked to me like it was slipping down the leg side.
Not too far from Dresden.
Right. Okay.
So you're down. It's basically southeast Germany, former East Germany, really. Interesting place to go to.
Yep.
It's the most populous city in the German state of Saxony. 605,000 live there.
Haynes bowls. Forward comes. Borthwick plays into the offside. Isn't that who Timo Werner plays for?
FC Leipzig.
I think so. I might be wrong. Slip backward point. Cover mid off. Short extra cover. Mid on, mid wicket. A square leg. Tom Haynes can't afford to stray down the leg side here because there is no protection behind square. In comes Haynes, bowls and nudge down to the boundary for 4 runs. It's gone past first. If it wasn't a chance, it bounced to the left of Tom Alsop, who's in the slip cord. And Tom Haynes is cutting a pretty frustrated figure out there. The 50 up for Durham, 53 for 1. Jones 22, Borthwick on 9. But I'm sure Tom will be the first to admit he played a poor shot this morning to get out for a duck. He's then seen his side bowled out for 162. He's seen Durham get off to a good start, 53 for 1, and he's lost one of his bowlers, which looked ominously like a dislocated shoulder or a nasty shoulder stroke collarbone injury. So the skipper's got a lot on his plate, as he has had all season, Tom Haynes, and a couple of emails in today wondering whether Tom's form with the bat this season has been affected by the captaincy, and to be honest, it's very difficult to argue against that. We've been saying it for some time. Big double 100 at Derby earlier on in the season, but since then runs have been difficult to come by for Tom. I'm sure he'll come back again, but and also he broke his hand in the middle of the season as well, so he might be glad to get to the end of next week and get the season over and done with. Now Fahim Ashraf is going to come in from the Fingal end. And he's going to have to bowl a bit more, is the overseas. Just 4 overs in his opening spell. 4 overs, 1 made 0 for 14. But with Henry Crocombe off the field, you'd have thought that he's going to have a little bit more bowling to do than perhaps he normally would.
How many of these 21 overs will we see? Here's Ashraf coming in, right arm over from the Lumley end to Jones. Jones plays this wide of mid-on and we'll get a single.
I reckon we'll get 5 more.
5?
Yeah.
Well, this cloud is not quite on top of us yet, but it's on its way, isn't it? And
yep, it is.
It's not a good one. I would class it as I'm just opening the window to get a picture so I can tweet. But that's a naughty looking cloud. Might not rain, but it doesn't have to rain. It's just what it's bringing with it. Clunk. Live sound effects.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. That was me doing the sound effect of a window opening and closing. Do you think it was a good one?
Long delay, actually, now. Tom Haynes chatting away to Fahim. I just wonder whether Sussex might be thinking, actually, that the sooner we can get off the field here, the better. See a car coming into the car park, and the lights are pretty bright. In comes Ashraf, he's in and bowls, and Borthwick lets that one go outside the off stump, and again there is no run. There's a bit of a tinge of green to this pitch. There's been a bit of help for the seamers, but there's been some good batting surfaces here this year, Martin. Do you envisage that this will be the same? It will get easier to bat on as the game goes on?
It's been too dead at times, and just such a challenge for the bowlers, so I think they're going to have to try and come up with some method in the window to try and spice some of the wickets up again and get them a bit more seam friendly, because it's not played anything like a your average Chelsea Street track, but they relayed all the square at the end of the season a couple of years ago. So
Ashraf is in a game, bowls and Borthwick forward. A nice stylish forward defensive play to mid-off, and there is no run. Here, a car is just parking at the far end of the ground. You can see the reversing lights clearly. So it is gloomy.
Let's hope he can see where he's reversing to.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Two slips now.
I've just tweeted the picture of the cloud for everybody.
Just the two slips in place. As in comes Ashraf running in towards us. Bowls and Borthwick again drives firmly again as far as mid-off. And again doesn't beat the fielder. And it's a dot ball. He's out up there. Jack Carson, who I think might get a long bowl at some stage in the match, the off spinner. So needing to juggle their resources. Of course, you never know. Let's hope that Henry Crocombe is okay, and maybe it's a strain, but it certainly had every impression of being something that was rather nasty. So we'll keep you right up to date with that. In comes Ashraf again. He's in and bowls and let go outside the stump by Borthwick, and there is no run. Fahim Ashraf in his second game for Sussex. Figures of 1 for 120 last week in his 18 overs when he looked completely out of sorts. But we were talking about mitigating factors. The fact he'd only arrived from Pakistan over the weekend, and he'd had a split webbing in his hand, which meant he hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. So I think perhaps we can discount what we saw last week, and certainly he batted well enough in making 33, second top scorer, before he was out attempting to hook and skying to mid-off. He's in now, bowls and Borthwick again drives, and again it's straight to Carson at mid-off. It is the end of the over. I think the umpires are going to have a natter with each other here. Umpire Malander is making his way into the middle, and I think we might be going off. Or if not now, very, very soon.
Well, what they'll do is they'll take a light reading if they both think it's not good. I mean, they are watching that cloud drifting past us. It's going very, very slowly.
Yeah.
They're saying to the Sussex skipper, it's not fair to keep you on in these conditions. One of the issues here, I mean, you've got one of the brightest sets of floodlights in the country in cricket grounds, but it's the visibility around, so it's picking up the ball against the dark trees, the dark blue seats. So the umpires have decided that is it for the light. So 20 overs to go. It's 5:25. They might get back on once this cloud's gone by, but it's not going to come by quickly.
There's no wind, is there?
No, this is going to be sitting over us for a good few minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour maybe.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that, Martin. There's been barely a breath of wind here all day. And I think I'd be quite surprised at this time of the season, 5:25, whether we do get out for any further cricket today. I'm sure the Sussex lads are very keen to get off and see how Henry Crocombe is after suffering that shoulder injury chasing a ball to the boundary. So we shall wait and see. A few spectators are packing up their bags. I think they've pretty much decided that's it for the day. The umpires are staying out there, but it is very, very dark now. We're pretty lucky, Martin, to have had as many overs as we have. We're going to lose. What have we got remaining?
Well, when they started
day?
this final
20.
session, there were 32 overs to go, I think, weren't there? That's what it ended up being. And I was saying, just slightly more than that, I said there's going to be about 2 hours, 10 minutes of play if they get them all in.
Yeah.
So they've had that delay with Henry Crocombe being injured. Slight delay there. But there are 20 overs to go, and they're now at 5:25. And Surendiran Shanmugam, the umpire, is sprinting off the field here, whereas Neil Mallander's still out there talking to Victor Main, the head groundsman, and they're staring at the sky.
They are. Yeah. I think I'd be surprised if they come back out. There's a big cloud that's hanging right over. Martin says tweeted a photograph. The ground staff come out, and I'd say it's a few spectators hanging around, but just as many seem to sort of be packing up their bags as if to say, well, maybe that's going to be it for the day. We shall see.
What did they trail by? 108. 108.
Yep.
Now tomorrow, if they don't get back on today, then you will lose 12 overs, because they will be able to have a longer day tomorrow and claw 8 of the lost overs back today. In fact, actually, they'll be able to do that on day 3 as well.
Yes.
So you might only lose 4 overs. Is it raining now or not? No. There's no rain forecast, but it does look like it could bucket it down any minute, doesn't it?
Well, the ground staff are out in the middle. The umpires, I don't know, perhaps the umpire ran off, perhaps he needed to go for a break himself, but it's...
I think he's gone off to get a light meter, maybe, which is
yeah,
now going to put on the...
Yeah, maybe.
Now going to put on the stumps. He's just taking a light reading on the bails. I said when they were out there earlier, when I just opened the window a moment or two ago, they were on the cusp of 300 lux. They normally go off after that. What they do is they take the bails off, they put the light meter on the bails, and they take a reading from there, and then that becomes the reading for the rest of the match.
Benji's been in touch. Hello, Benji. He sent through a note saying, just wanted to get a shout out for my good friend Ollie Haynes, brother of Alfred and Tom, who did 12th man duties for the Sharks last week. He told me it was a great experience and is looking forward to putting his practice for next season for his beloved Horsham. Further to Charlie Tier, he's a great young prospect and really impressed me with the bat today, says Benji. So there we are, read out your email. Thank you for getting in touch. No cricket here at the minute. Charlie Tippett back nicely. He made 26 and he's got the gloves this week in preference to Ollie Carter. The umpires are out in the middle with the ground staff. There are some brighter skies around, but as we've been saying, I think just at this time of year...
Oh, this is drifting in from the west. This is the problem.
I'm going to have an update to do, Martin. So
yeah, I've got one as well. So anyway, I'll do this update and then we'll see where we are. News is about the start and Reggie Newcastle at 5:30, and then a little sports preview to Total Sport that I'll do an update into.
No worries, Callum. No worries. No worries, Callum. Yes, bad light here in Durham, Joe. It's been threatening for a while and the players have just left the field. The floodlights are on. It's very dark around the riverside here and I'll be surprised if we get any more play today. It's not been a great day for Sussex, unfortunately. Bowled out for 162. Ali Orr top scoring with 36, but a mixture of very good bowling and a few indiscreet shots as well for Sussex means as they bowled out for 162 in reply. Durham going on very nicely. They're 54 for 1. With Michael Jones on 23, Scott Borthwick on 9. And a really good day for Surrey in the County Championship because they're going for the title. They're 292 for 6 at the Oval. Bad Light, a stop play there as well. Ollie Pope made 136. And the other good news for Surrey is their major rivals, Hampshire, have had a shocking day down at the Ageas Bowl against Kent. Kent bowled out for 165. Hampshire in reply are 56 for 8.
Free wickets a chance for the 17 of Southampton. One run. It's 157 or like that. Yeah.
Just a quick update here. The umpires are still out in the middle with Victor Main, the Durham groundsman. The covers haven't been brought out. Most of the spectators who were here have either disappeared indoors or have decided it's time to head home. And the two walking through the car park. It is still really gloomy. Floodlights are on. They keep taking light meter readings. Matthew Mullins has emailed. He says, "Afternoon, Marty and Co. Just finished work and have been looking at today's scores. Essex and Lancashire. Lancashire batted first, 131 all out. In reply, Essex 107 all out, and now Lancashire 2 for 3. What is going on there? And should the ECB go and have a look at the pitch? Well, there will be a match referee there because they have match referees at all the games. 17 wickets have fallen at Southampton today as well. Anyway, at the moment, nothing happening here. Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket's coming on to have a chat with the umpires. He may help them make their mind up one way or the other, but until this big black cloud moves away from us, then they're not going to be getting back on anytime soon. There is a sports update coming shortly on BBC Newcastle.